when it's time to ball.
The wait is over.
Get it back, though. It's going to be a 2v1 situation.
No
Let's be
Blake.
are going to be a little bit low. It's Pizzo done so with the double.
Play to win the way that we play.
Going to be a kill. A shutdown. Big Horizon is on a comeback. Get away the soul.
Been to the bottom, ain't nothing to
I can do it.
I believe in you.
Air Force One are back in the grand final. Piercing shot. A counter engage.
A rematch for the ages.
Comes in at the clutchest moment. They take revenge in the best possible way. Air Force One are your new Creator Cup champions.
It's that time.
Welcome in Predecessors. The time has finally come for PCC Summer Series Grand Finals. The time, 3 weeks has passed since our prelims that we had. 4 teams remain, and today is the day we decide who will live in Predecessor history forever. My name is Lance Diesel. I've got Wangle and Blue Jay here with me to look smart alongside me. Wangle, how are you this morning?
I'm so excited. It doesn't matter that I had to be up at 7 a.m. my time. I'm here and I'm ready for some bread. Yeah, we love bread.
And Blue Jay, you're no longer on the West Coast with us any here, so you got to sleep in a little bit today. How are you doing? You're looking fresh. I like the sounds of that a lot, Blue Jay. It sounds like we're having some problems hearing you, so we're gonna keep it 2 ways here for just this hour. 2 ways with me and Wangle here for just a second. Wangle, this first matchup that we're gonna show of the day, we can pull our bracket up really quick and kind of take a peek at what we've got here. Our 4 remaining teams left. What we've got. We're gonna start the day off with Team Mythic taking on Team Primal. The winner of this gonna get their opportunity to face Mach 10 for a chance at our team waiting in the grand finals. We saw them 3 weeks ago, and the performance they put on Flowstate, sitting around, waiting patiently, having to take on the winner of our next set. But the first one is what we have to go over here. This Mythic versus Primal, 2 very familiar teams. Wangle, give us some insight as to what this matchup might look like between the 2 of them.
Yeah, I was going to say, these 2 teams that we're seeing in this first round, you have Mythic, formerly known as D-Lab, versus Primal, formerly known as a couple of different things. Docs, chefs, mainly, you might know. But these are 2 legacy teams that have been around for quite a long time. Their rosters have slightly changed PCC to PCC, but these teams have been around for a while, and they know what they're doing. They have so much experience in comp, playing against each other even, that I think they'll have a lot of ideas how the other team will play. They have a lot of ideas how the other team will draft, and I think we're going to see a really knowledgeable set where both teams know exactly what they want to play for.
And if you want any evidence that this is the biggest, most important competitive PCC that has ever been put on in Predecessor esports history, this was a finals matchup twice in our last season. Both PCC 7 and PCC 8, Mythic and Primal, met in that finals. They split those, each going one way. So winner of this one, also kind of important to mention, winner gets paid. Loser played this whole entire tournament and got nothing but experience out of it.
Yeah, and just like, I mean, the way that the comp scene has evolved in Predecessor, you have 2 teams that have been around for 2 years, basically, as teams that haven't changed their roster too much. Mythic versus Primal, going up against previous PCC champs Mach 10, and then in the finals, you have a team that got formed for this PCC, a team that hadn't won anything before, hadn't really played together as a full 5. I don't think a lot of people expected them to get that far, and now they're sitting high and mighty in the finals waiting for whatever challenger approaches them. But it just goes to show how every team is able to beat every single team in this tournament these days.
It has been super competitive. We've even gotten a little bit of a meta shift since the last time that you saw these North American teams with that 16.2 balance patch coming out. And it felt like in our last one, there was a lot of focus around that ADC role, around that duo lane. Kind of moved over to maybe sort of a mage meta. The supports are changing a little bit. Some of the really strong ADCs got nerfed really bad. I want to start, because I know, Wangle, you played support in this PCC, but you're a mid laner at heart, and I know that you are. This mid lane matchup, I think, features two of the best mid laners, not just in North America, but in the game, with Seismic and Appy. Who do you think's got the edge here? We know there's no lost love between the two of these players either.
I think it kind of comes down to the day. I've seen both of these guys, played against both of these guys on tourney day, and it really just comes down to, I think, what team wants it more. Primal know exactly what they want to do. They have the classic spine of Mav plus Seismic in the mid jungle, and they're going to try and dictate the map. If Seismic gets to play his game with the jungler, they know how to play together really well and can be a really oppressive duo.
I'm sorry, Blue Jay. It sounds like we still don't have you here. With this, though, we are talking and have gone over like kind of what the mid lane matchup is going to look like. I want to move over to this duo lane side as well really quick before we play a quick video and get into a draft here, Wangle. Here, now on the side of Team Mythic, previously played with Primal, won a PCC championship with them. What do you think the advantages of having somebody that was on the team that you're facing in your series is?
I mean, Kier knows exactly how the team's going to play. The team's going to think. He was with them for a while. They won a PCC together. So he knows exactly what's going to be going on in the comms in a lot of moments. One thing about that duo lane is I think a lot of people in this tournament would consider Mythic as the best duo lane in NA. Having Kier plus Toasty. Toasty, obviously one of the best supports in NA. A lot of people consider him to be the best support in NA. Going to play a lot of very traditional supports, but very good at laning, knows how to roam, knows how to apply his pressure across the map, will oftentimes move to mid to allow Appy to play a very aggressive play style in the mid game, because Appy loves to take boxes and loves to run at the enemy and draw in a lot of pressure. But I think this strong side duo lane, if you can get Toasty Kier ahead, they will do a lot with their advantage.
I couldn't agree more with you. We have a quick little video we're going to play about Mythic, and then we're not going to waste any of your time. We're going to get right into the draft once this is over.
We're pretty confident. I think losing to FA, that was a fluke. Won't happen again. We underestimated them, but Scrims has been going well. We've been playing well. I think we have the strongest macro by far of any team, so I'm pretty confident.
I would say our mindset is pretty much give ourselves the best possible drafts that we can get, lock in, and keep a good mental, and we should be able to beat any team that we play today.
We're not super worried. We're going in pretty calm. We got a game plan for every team we might face, and we're going in pretty confident.
I think we're pretty comfortable. We know how they play. I think all of our laners are stronger.
I would say that I'm personally feeling pretty good. Primal doesn't have the best track record in scrims, but they are known to be a really good game day team.
Fairly confident. From my experience, Primal has been kind of struggling lately in scrims and practice. They do kind of wild card element to them, but I don't think it's anything we're not prepared for.
So we just can't get dragged into some sort of clown fiesta, and we should be quick and easy.
More shenanigans, I think we'll do all right.
Super determined.
All right, thank you to all of the PCC staff members, primarily Choice Plays, who worked super hard to put that together, and the Mythic people for sacrificing their time. You hear the mindset, you hear what they think is going to go and happen. I'm gonna change our order because Blue Jay had to get his stuff figured out, so I'm gonna let Blue Jay take the stage here for a second. Blue Jay, what'd you think of that video?
Yeah, no, I mean, great. I think it's super cool that we're starting to kind of develop into getting these player interviews coming into the matches, but we obviously see Grady's ready to go, man. That guy's always been focused and ready to actually perform when it comes to tournaments. People have counted him out as kind of a little bit of an underdog. He comes out, wins a PCC, ends up on a few different teams, and I'm ready to see how he's going to play, because it's like Wangle was kind of saying earlier, in scrims they've been looking amazing against a lot of teams. So yeah.
Wangle, do you have any feedback or thoughts on that video we just watched and the kind of mindset that Mythic has going into today's tournament?
I think you can tell Mythic very much expect themselves to be out of this game and into the losers finals. They have just this confidence about them. They, I guess, don't really see Primal as a real threat in their minds, which is probably the mindset that you want to go into tourney days with. You want to go in being like, we will beat all the teams that we will go up against. It doesn't matter. We don't care. We will play whoever we have to fight, and we will win. So
perfect.
They're ready.
Well, let's see if they can walk the talk. They've already done all of the talking of the talk that you can do. There's only one thing left to do, and that's to draft and to play. We are going to get down onto it. Mythic is going to be on our first selection for picks and bans here. Is there any staple, absolutely must bans that we are going to be seeing in this draft and today in general, Wangle?
I think something that Mythic heavily prio in both jungle and mid that Primal don't seem to play as much from what I've been seeing in their scrim history is the Wukong, a character that Mythic won't really flex to offlane, but they will play mid and jungle, and they have a lot of success with it in both. So it might be something for Primal to look at.
Yeah, and we see the Zarspan coming out, a character that kind of comes to life during tournaments, we like to say, just because he provides a lot of that utility with the cage, aggressiveness in the jungle. Mav, one of his favorite, if not his best character in his pool. And then Countess getting banned out on the side of Primal. Definitely targeted at that Lobber. That guy is a very good Countess player, and then he does some nasty things to people in the offlane with that. So pretty standard bans here. Like Wangle was saying, I do expect to see the Wukong ban coming out on the side of Primal, unless they're saying, hey, play it, we don't care, we have an answer. We could be looking for a Bellica coming out to counter that Wukong mid on the side of Primal, which is what I would see if it's not banned out here from the second ban from Mythic.
Yeah, Seraph still seeing a lot of priority within these drafts, even after a slight adjustment in our last balance patch. Still has the ability to kind of take a game over if you get a couple of those resets with that passive off. So still looking for this, whether or not Primal's going to get rid of the Wukong or not. And there it will be. So lucky for us, we will not be seeing any Wukong in this game.
Yeah, I think the next thing to look at will be mid lane. I think the Bellica is a very, very strong pick, and you can flex into a lot of things. Appy will probably be looking at Bellica, Gideon, Howie. He has been playing some tank Gideon, tank Howie builds that have popped up since the magic armor changes. So keep an eye out for those. He becomes very difficult to kill, very difficult to catch out because of how much HP he has built. But something that we didn't have last time that you saw us here on the PCC desk, Yurei is available and is picked up first by Mythic.
Yeah, and then we've been seeing kind of that Yurei trade meta where it's not getting banned out a lot in scrims, right? It's been actually getting played. So a lot of players have a lot of practice against really good competition on this character right now. So it's very exciting to see. This is a champion that can be flexed into the off lane, into the jungle. I've even seen it played in the mid lane as well. So it's almost like a 3-lane flex. And we'll see what Primal comes out. I would be shocked if I didn't see a Bellica coming out on the side of them right now. They do pick up the Sevarog, and we'll see what their second pick is. I know Seismic does like his Gideon, but there's the Bellica that we were talking about. I feel like giving over Yurei and Bellica in a draft is just kind of criminal right now. So a 1-2 Sevarog, very good comfort pick on the side of Sneaks up there in the off lane, and we'll see what happens. It's also a pick that takes it away from Lobber, who is known to be that amazing Sevarog player, right? So it's kind of maybe counterpicking them, but also getting something that they're very comfortable on.
And it's what you expect to see when you get to this point in a series. It's the chess match between the teams and knowing the familiarity with each other. You pick that Sevarog to try to slow Lobber down. The Terra comes in because it is a traditional, very great pick into that Sevarog as well. The Gideon just strong all around, kind of tough to play it into the Bellica, especially post 6 when you can just use that Neural Disruptor to silence him out of it. You can also use that Bellica to silence the Yurei out of her ult. So I kind of like what I'm seeing from both sides of this draft so far.
Yeah, though to talk, as I said, the tank Gideon build that's been coming out runs True Silver first with the Shield Og on ult, which now after the patch works with True Silver. So once Appy has one item online, it'll be very difficult for this Bellica to shred the True Silver shield off of the Gideon in order to neural disrupt them out of the ult. We see Primal pick up the Decker, something Zehe has played every single PCC that he's been supported. That's the Zehe character if I had to pick one. They have a very strong pick comp already with Bellica, with Decker, with Sevroot, Sev ult trying to catch people out. But this Primal dive comp with Yurei, Gideon, and Terra just running at your backline, TPing in, dashing in, putting their big circles on your players, it looks very scary.
Yeah, and then we see the Grim Band coming out on the side of Mythic. That's a character that's actually jumped into the meta recently after this last patch. Very strong with Enchanters, which are being played right now too. The Muriel, the Phase, the Zinx. I do like the Decker pickup on the side of Primal. I like it because you have the cage for the Terra, right? So it can't just run rampant on your team. And TB coming out, kind of that pick that's been coming out when a lot of the other ADs are getting banned. We still have Revenant up, and that's still being played by a few teams. I wouldn't say it's as high of a priority that could come out on the side of Mythic, but we also have Kira, which I know, or Kira, who's been playing the Yurei, the Gideon to dive backline. The Terra is going to run rampant in the offlane. So we'll see what they close it out with. And it's the Kira and the Zinx, kind of how we were talking about that ADC next pick with the Enchanter that's being played right now.
Yeah,
it does feel like this Gideon is going to have to get kind of beefy if they want a true frontline. Maybe we see the Yurei go more into that bruiser sort of mark, but this is a very squishy team out of Mythic so far. Yes, they've got the second life with that Zinx onto one of those heroes, but you're kind of CC'd in place for 3 seconds while you come back into that second life. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys decide to start and try their fights off, but they got big wombo combo team ults, and the Quang's going to finish it up for Primal. And before I pass this back to you, Wangle, I've been seeing Seismic in chat after chat after chat talking about Decker mid and how it is viable and how he can play it and that Primal's going to bring it out on the first day of PCC. What do you think the chances are that this is a Bellica support or a Quang support even, and that this Decker is in the mid lane?
Knowing Primal, I don't think it'll be the Quang support. I think Zehe sticks to more traditional support picks in general. And I think just with their comp, I think they want the Bellica to be accelerated because it is going to be a lot of their damage, considering that they have Sev and a Decker. I think they want the Bellica damage to be as accelerated as possible, so I would expect it to be going into the mid lane. But you see Primal they went full on with the pick comp. Decker, Quang, Bellica, Sev. Every single one of them has something to fish with, something to try and catch one of these members of Mythic out if they step into the wrong position and punish them if they get caught.
Yeah, very, very solid team comps coming out from both sides. I think Mythic has a chance just to kind of run over this game in the early stages, though. I think they have a lot of level 6 spikes that they can use these characters for. I think if they play through offlane side with the Yurei, with the Terra, get mini Prime Prio, bring that over to Fangtooth side, get T1 towers down early, they can be up 3-4k gold before Primal even knows it if they're not playing their cards right. But like Wangle said, Primal has sort of a pick comp that if they kind of weather the storm in the early game, I think they could come out and create some picks, get objective prio, play the game pretty well like how they want.
Well, the drafts are in, the picks are here, the heroes have been selected. Any way that you want to say it, what it means is that it's time to start the main event of PCC NA Summer Series. We got to take this down to the Sanctuary. We're going to pass it over to Ego and F6 for game 1.
Gamers, welcome in. You got another day of excellent Predecessor play lined up for you. You know who it is. He's squared rocking with you. It's your main man, Ego, rocking alongside the man, the myth, the legend, F6. Looking awfully clean today, sir.
You too, my man. You too. But yeah, man, we're here for the finals of NA Summer Series. Great job on the dash. We kind of broke that down, kind of what these teams are looking for. But there's so much more going on. Not only that, but it's how these teams are actually going to perform down in the Sanctuary. So I cannot wait to drop down. There you go.
Dude, we truly got some all-stars here. But as you said, man, we did the draft. The desk broke it down. And now it's truly time for the main event as we send it down to Sanctuary. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1 is finally here.
Oh, man, what a great cutscene. I still can't get over this. Choice did such a banger job with that. As we get down to the Sanctuary, ladies and gentlemen, we're joined here with the Eye in the Sky from Tedium, the main man, as we get this beautiful view. But both of these teams, Mythic, just this unstoppable force, and Primal just kind of showing some light. They've been here before. Both these teams have battled against each other in prior PCCs, and this is another contestation, another best of 3 to see who comes out on top.
And both of these teams, man, in the past, right, have both had their back against the wall like this situation. You can take one step closer to the big 20K prize, but if you take a step back, man, you're just going to fall off the ledge. There is no more opportunities past this one. So looking at both of these teams, I'm going to start out by putting you on the spot, brother. I'm going to be honest. Which one of these comps do you think look a little bit better after P's and B's?
I mean, I really like to break that question down, Eagle, when you ask me about how these teams play. And for me, it's going to be Team Mythic. This speaks Mythic to me. They want to have those hard engages. We've seen Ure throughout those scrims. We've watched it on the back screen leading up to this NA Summer Series. And man, this is going to be a scary sight. If they're able to get those CCs off, they don't have a lot, but that Ure is just such a huge circle. He pulls in 2 to 3 members. She's able to get her dash resets. It's just going to be a great time for them.
I have to agree with you, man. Listen, I'm a simple man. I don't need much outside of a good jungler in my ranked games and a Netflix password. And this Mythic squad has a very simplistic composition, right? You got a big circle, you got another big circle, then you got a moderately big circle. And luckily enough for them, all of the objectives like this Fangtooth, like this Prime, are in some big circles. So either Primal's going to step in and try to deal with these problems, or they're going to lose an early lead.
Talking about losing an early lead, somebody I wanted to point out is this Terra. She's been feeling really well inside this offlane right now. You're seeing this matchup into one of the kind of known offlaners with this Kwong being so oppressive. But Terra right now is just being able to trade those blows. And this is something we have to look out for. Whenever Lauber starts to rotate, if he's able to successfully create a nice lead, he's going to be able to start to be that big man we know Lauber to be.
Oh, most definitely. I like to call it like the Lob effect, right? They call him the Swedish warrior for a reason. Whenever he gets involved, the dynamic of the team fight completely changes, as now Sneaks might be put in a situation where he has to burn his blink. He's just going to stare down. That's going to be first blood for Lob, but a subjugate is going to put him in danger. Math coming off to the back end. A rotation, though, coming from sides of a King Grady could change the dynamic. Lobber ultimately does burn the blink, but the HP bars of Primal are getting burned through. It's going to be a retreat coming out of Seismic and Math.
And I respect that play so much. Lauber just being able to give the hands towards Sneaks. Mav just knew he could not do anything there in first blood. All playing looking strong. But the biggest thing I respect out of Team Mythic there was the ability to retreat. They had some kill potential, not very high, but they understood what was on the line for this game, and they're able to kind of set themselves back on up.
Yeah, man, and it's that discipline that allows people to compound leads, because if you overstep just a little bit, guys, don't get it wrong, first blood went down, but Primal is no slouch. They're going to be able to catch you out if you find yourself doing a little bit too much, and Mythic got their kill, got out. A good early gameplay.
Great early gameplay, and I can't wait to see how Lauber extends this lead. He got the economy shift his way, but he's also able to burn the blink. So it's a little bit of an advantage here to Sneaks if they can catch him with a gank coming out from Math. But the problem with that Sevarog is, ladies and gentlemen, is he takes a little bit while to farm. I mean, there's a reason why he wants to build the stacks on those shoulders to really start to become relevant as soon as possible. So we're going to see how that plays on out. And right now, I'm going to give the favor on into Mythic here. I was able to recap that first blood. They're going to have a little bit of a tempo heading their way. They have a little bit more of an aggression coming out of their jungle role as well, as we talked about on the side of Primal, how a little bit slow that Sevarog is going to be. On the opposite end, we're seeing how fast Grady is going to be able to be on the side of Team Mythic with this Ure. She has exceptional clear, especially once the level 6 gets online. She's going to really start to impact these objective fights, those 4v4s, those 3v3s, and start to become a menace inside that mid lane.
Oh man, most definitely, especially if even out of the mid lane in some of these skirmishes 3-on-3, she's able to get that severance reset. The mobility can make her so incredibly difficult to pin down. As such, good to see Grady making a rotation, but he'll beat Mav in the jungle on the way out, as both of these teams are looking at this Fangtooth spawn.
They're looking at it, lurking. Just got them buying their time here. They can't really make too much of a play. Grady a little too messed up in my opinion. Is you need a good thing you fall back there. Just getting some timers to really see where this Sevs clears at, so he kind of expects for where him to be. But it's going to be this mid lane where he's looking at. But with this Decker, I really like this pick. She doesn't have a lot of damage compared to that Gideon, but what she has is that mobility and a little bit of CC and peel for herself. So even though if Grady tries to gank, going to be a little bit of a kind of self peel for her to be able to kind of squeak by and not to be able to lose a lot inside that mid.
Yeah, it's now. It looks like Grady's going to be losing a bit of his HP. It is going to be a Severance reset off the first dash. Following up, it is going to be a second. Mav now going to find himself in a hard situation. Appy on the rotation coming from back with Seismic. It's going to be there to follow it up. A double knockup, though, into the Decker roll. It's going to lock Appy down. Seismic is going to strike back with this team, and Primal isn't quite done. Terra going to be fighting into 3. Terra about to get turned into a memory. Sneaks picks up the kill.
What a stasis ball there. What an ion strike coming in from the skies. The double CC'd in the tether land. Man, they just landed everything they needed. Pointing back to the desk there from what Wangle was saying. If they're able to lock down a target, that's just going to be GG's. The tether hits. Here comes that stasis into that Aeon Blast, and it was just GG's for that Gideon. A lot of their damage went out of the way. Grady couldn't come back into the fight, and Lauber just stuck inside that map. And here comes that Primal comeback. They're able to get 2 kills, able to kind of slow roll Lauber from having that advantage in that lane that he had. And with no blink, he was just dead to right. Primal, ooh, setting it back.
It's plays like that remind you of the small synergies, right? Anytime you can put someone in a hands-off situation, brother, why are you even touching your keyboard? We're not going to allow you to play the game.
No, sir.
You know that they're going to be able to just roll out and build on those temporary advantages these CC compositions are going to be able to give you. As you said, now going to be able to slow roll Lauber just a little bit, help that solo lane develop a lead, and maybe we see them start to roam over as this Fangtooth is up, and it's looking probably pretty tasty for both teams.
Pretty tasty indeed. A little bit of an appetizer in this early game to get the thing started. It's going to be a little bit of aggression coming out of Grady. I really want to highlight how that play even started. That's going to be the first contestant of Primal. They're looking at it. They have the vision control. Mythic has no type of vision to really kind of see what's going on. They've pushed up the mid. They've pushed up the side lanes. So they have all the advantage here. And there's not really too much that on the side of Team Mythic that they can do. Grady on the opposite side of the map. He's going to look to do what the best thing he can do here is trade out the mini prime. If Lauber's able to get some contestation, they will be able to at least even out the economy on their side. But look at this Primal securing the first Fangtooth, and they're going to be on their way over to be able to stop from what's going on.
Yeah, and they're very aware of their own vision, and as such, we're just going to see Mythic reset and probably give up this objective. Seismic Zihi will be starting up the mini prime as we see on the back end. Mav utilizes that blast flower in order to take away a degree of mobility. This squad has its eyes on the objectives, and right now, Mythic just has to look away.
Just look away, indeed. I mean, maybe close your eyes, maybe one eye open type of vibe.
Monitor off.
But a big thing there is Appy lost out on a mid wave. He rotated to try and help with the mini prime, but he lost out on one big wave. So right now it's going to be Seismic with the advantage, with the level lead here and the XP lead, able to at least get more farm, especially when you consider the neutral objectives as well. Going to be able to at least come back to his wave. So I want to look out for that. I think Seismic is going to be a little bit more important to these fights to be able to stop that Gideon. Yes, he does have that true silver and the reworks to how that plays out. He's going to be a little bit of a tougher time try and get the man out of the sky, but he's been doing an exceptional job. We've already seen in one team fight that he's able to kind of lock down that Gideon and stop making that man to make an impact play.
100%, and this is what they drafted for, right? They have a couple of answers for some of these big ults. You got the Black Hole, the Soul Storm coming out of the Ure, and just having those answers can change the dynamic of how the other team tries to play into you, right? These are top of the caliber players, and knowing that, of all people, Seismic is not going to be missing that stun can change when you decide to take some of these more aggressive plays and give Primal just a little bit of an edge.
Just a little bit. Is Grady. Possible is going to be utilized here to at least secure the red buff. But Grady being very aggressive inside the jungle, I think he knows he can take this one-on-one versus Mach, so he needs to be careful. But here comes that rotation. Here you go.
Going to be Appy lurking over from the left side, but Sneaks, he's going to just hop into the middle of it. Grady now going to get engaged onto on the backside. Soulstorm is going to come out, and Sneaks just gets evaporated. That's going to be a +1 tying up the kill score.
eyes up the kill, but it's one of those kind of kills that's just like, yeah, you're able to get some economy shift, you get some gold, you get to at least get some pressure inside this off lane. Lauber gets a free push, maybe gets a play or two, and that's really the big opening from it. We got to see how really advantageous that pick was, because still it's going to be on the side of Primal here with 2 objectives to their name. I think that's a really big play to how they're trying to play this. If they're able to get to that mid to late game at a comfortable lead when it comes to those objectives, even though Mythic might be able to pick up 1 or 2 kills here, Ego, I mean, it's still going to be in the favor of Primal.
I have to agree with you there, man. And Sneaks, maybe off that rotation, a little bit over his eye. He's like the Man of Steel Superman, where his dad gets eaten up by the tornado and Clark just has to watch. It kind of felt like that. Mav was in the joke, like, brother, don't go. And then all of a sudden, an ally has been slain as he's going to fall. But as you said, ultimately, Primal has a really solid scaling composition. Severo is trust the process, the character, as now he's going to trust in his team to follow him up. Subjugate going to be offline, so will the Sizable Assaulters, Toasty, Cure are going to be able to sit comfortably underneath the tier 1.
Along with the rotation in mid here, Appy needs to be careful. 5 members are pretty close on by. Second Faintooth's coming on up within the next minute. I'm just going to kind of utilize this time here to kind of look at this game state. So far, we've seen just Mythic being able to answer some kind of questions, you know, where's we're going to play through, and looks like it's going to be that offlane side. We've seen Grady invade that 2 camp 3 to 4 times already, so he's looking to try and keep the pressure on Mav, not let Mav farm for free inside of his jungle and build up those stacks. But in the meantime, on the side of Mythic, they've just been able to capitalize on these neutral objectives. We've seen their strong suit in some of these fights already, being able to capitalize on some of those kills. I really want to see how when Lauber rotates, since Primal has just not been able to answer it too much. And I want to see how Lauber and Mythic play when Lauber rotates to the second Fangtooth. This is when we start to see those offlaners, and this is when we start to see those big impact plays, those 5v5s, and in which team's really going to come out on top inside this mid game.
Yeah, Mythic could have changed their name from D-Lab to We Win 5v5 team fights, and it would have been extremely fitting. The moment Lauber gets involved and they're taking these full-on 5s instead of some of these small 3-on-3s or 4-on-3 skirmishes, it feels like D-Lab, I mean, my apologies, Mythic, it's like a plus 25% bonus to their like capabilities as a composition overall. That being said, though, this Fangtooth is going to be up, and we're already going to see a couple members wandering over.
Yeah, highly contested, the second Fangtooth. Like I said, this is a set the tone type of objective. You want to be there. Gradi's a little bit late on this rotation, though. The quicker he gets here, the better it is going to be. But on the side of Mythic, they can't get poked out. They're in a bad spot. Torn space is going to have to be utilized to reset themselves. But it's going to be the advantage of Team Primal here to be able to have that pick control. But still, if you look at the top of the screen, a lot of ultimates, a lot of blinks are available. So this fight will be a pretty big one. Here you go.
Already kind of reset too far here, but now it's going to be a lot of zoning being utilized as we see Mythic just desperately trying to get eyes on the objective. Grady going to be looking to play a little bit closer here. Appy will be able to have some degree of follow-up. That Severance to close the space. It's going to be up as Lauber is going to be fighting into Sneak's Ventilated. It's going to be utilized as Happy is now going to be forced to torn space out of the engagement backside. Mav is going to be able to find 3, but it's going to be a big soul storm onto 2. The damage, though, may not be enough in this situation. Mav, though, is going to be gone. No longer having a smite. This team fight dynamic completely changes. Cure stays the same. Cold-blooded. He's going to be able to pick up a kill. That's the smite. The objective is going to go in favor of Mythic.
Brady just playing onto that backline, the main DPS of Team Primal there. They just could not do anything. Soulstorm popped, and with that Severance reset, he was just dashing around that pit with his dancing shoes just to be able to capitalize and create some threat. They finally secured themselves an objective. Team Mythic into that fight, looking a little bit different from the mini or prime fight they had earlier on. Just a great play there. The big problem, though, for me, Ego, is Mav. He got himself out of the pit away from his teammate. As you can see here on this instant replay brought to you by Omega Studios, he pushed himself out. He thought he had that Gideon, but on the back end, his entire team was just getting zoned out by that Soulstorm. Great job by Grady. Great job by the rest of Team Mythic. They were the ones at that team fight. And like he said, this team is just known for that 5v5.
Man, like we said, the moment you get all 5 of them in a space, it's like their positioning, their team fight mechanics, their synergy just takes a notable bump up. And now that they've seen it go in, I'm expecting to see this team group up more and more. Mav going to be looking to maybe get a steal of his own, but ultimately he's just going to have to watch, as it's going to be another objective that swings the favor in Mythic's way.
Oh, man. A big thing I liked about that last fight, Ego, was Cure showed up. I mean, we talked about how amazing this man is. Him and Neff, just top ADCs inside of this game. And we saw how he's able to be proficient hitting those shots. It's going to be the T1 down, though, for the side of Mythic inside the duo lane. That's going to be a big goal push towards the side of Team Primal. It's going to be able to allow for them to survive a little bit more. But here comes the rest of Team Mythic. And it looks like they're playing like they're comfortable since that last Fangtooth fight. You're seeing them a little bit more aggressive when it comes to Grady. It looks like he's in the flow of things, you know, like he's like, you know what, the warm-ups are over, the little jitters are out, I'm feeling warm-blooded, and I'm ready to feast. But I want to see a little bit more here inside this late game in the next 2 to 3 minutes, especially when we talk about that third Fangtooth. That one, definitely going to be a big fight. Both of these teams looking for that out-of-combat movement speed.
Yeah, and the ability to be able to roam a little bit faster, especially in how aggressive, how not, I won't say dependent this meta is, but the comp scene is on being able to constantly jeer from lane to lane to give yourself a numbers advantage. You know these teams are going to show up, and right now, not just because Mythic has the kill lead, I'd say Mythic has the edge just because of the way they're playing. They're playing with a lot of momentum and what I like to call the what mentality. They are pulling up to you in a 2v1 situation, and right now Lobber's looking at it like, so what? Giddy and Appy playing for these objectives, and even if you look to zone him, he's like, so what? This team, as you said, F6, they just look so incredibly comfortable.
So comfortable. I mean, seeing a little bit of a build path here coming out of Mav. He chooses to go with the Fire Blossom, going to be a little bit more tanky on his side. And we talked about the rework there on the desk. Magical damage right now is just so obscene. They reduce that magical resistance. So right now, a lot of the magic damage deals, AP Bruisers, are kind of doing a lot to these fights, but we're seeing a little bit of different telling here on the side of Team Primal. Even with that Yurei and that Terra, they're still able to keep up with that slight nerf towards them. It's going to be that Qual that I'm looking forward to. He still needs to battle out Lobber. Lobber's been winning these 1v1s, and it's been the help of Mav and Seismic on the side of Team Primal. The only way that this sneaks on this Quang is able to really keep up in lane.
It's now, it's going to be Grady looking for an engage with Toasty. It's going to be the dash coming off to the backside as they are easily enough going to be able to poke him out, and Lobber off screen is going to be able to get the single dingle. That's going to be a +1, expanding that kill lead to 3.
That's why it's so crucial for your offlane to kind of at least stay even with the other offlaner, because with the comfortability of Lobber inside the offlane, they know Sneaks can't rotate, and that's why they took that 2-camp fight. Toasty rotated on over, they had the 2v1 advantage, and with no contestation to be able to come from the offlane, there's just so much that Primal has to worry about, and that is why Mythic just came on top on that little engagement there.
Yeah, and Lobber's going to be looking to compound that lead to he took your life. Now he's trying to take your stuff. This tier 2 tower is going to go down with no contention because everyone has to look towards the mid lane. This Fang is coming up, so if they get another pick in this situation, they're going to just lose this objective, something they can't afford to do. So they give the tier 2, set up a little bit of a soft defense here right mid, and now both sides are going to gradually be making their way towards that objective.
And that's such a big, impactful play, right? It's like, yeah, you take a TT, you get some gold, but it's more than that, Ego. You're able to push the wave up. Even if you sacrifice your T1, you still have so much space, so much room to kind of be fluid as Lobber right now. So he's going to be inside this fight. He's going to be looking at Matt. Misses the Blast Flower. He's going to have to utilize the Blink there. That's going to be a huge mistake and a huge resource down for Mav. Not looking good for Primal heading inside this third Fangtooth. Another Blink blown, Zihi being caught out, and Mythic is the one with the advantage.
It's going to be Lobber, Cure, and Toasty now playing over on the river side. Zihi dropped to that 50% as now they're going to be looking towards Nap's brother. Has a lot of problems to deal with, and Mav can't help him. Grady onto the backside is going to catch the Colossal Blow as in the mid. This team fight devolves. It's going to be an Epoch getting used, but the Soulstorm's going to be able to bring him back. Sneaks. It's going to be able to at least get the lockdown kill onto Cure, but they're still rolling. It's going to be Toasty who gets it back in blood for the boy, and Naps is going to get chased down. Highland Herald is going to land. Seismic will be able to create a little bit of space as Naps ultimately does get the kill. Long to Appy. It's a 1-3 trade in favor of Primal.
Oh my goodness, what happened there? Oh, everybody just got split a fight in that fight. I mean, Primal just somehow, even though burning 2 early blinks, still came on top of that fight. On the side of Team Mythic, they were just so split. We're gonna take a pause there because Lobber's still looking to contest. Taking a look back at the replay, Soulstorm pop, but they just get blown up. That's the strength of that Bellica to be able to lock on down, and the Vanquisher in there as well on that TB. Second Fang Tooth of the game goes towards Primal. I don't know how, but they somehow did it here.
You know, I'm just going to step back for a quick second. Shout out to my boy TDM on the observation. There was a fight happening in 6 places, and he somehow managed to get it all. But one thing you can see in every instance of it is that was a decisive win here for Primal, being able to get them that plus 8% bonus to the movement speed. And this is already a team that loves to roam.
This gives them a lot of agency to kind of get into ready for this big Orb Prime coming up here. It just spawned. They're going to now to be able to rotate to that quicker. So this allows for them to start to wave manage a little bit better because they have that safety net of like, hey, we can get to the objective faster than the side of Team Mythic. So Primal, they need to just kind of lay down this vision that you're seeing them do. They might be able to also get a pick on Lauber. This might be huge because look at that rotation. Here you go.
Dude, they're looking to lay down the damage. It's going to be Sneaks who's able to get a bit of get back here on Lauber for that early game. A very nice pick. As we said before, Lauber, a lot of these team fights has been the backbone. Luckily enough, there's no big objectives to play for outside of the Prime, so Mythic knows exactly where this team's going to be.
They haven't got the T1 down in mid yet as well, so that creates a lot of room for Primal to be able to play around. They're going to be looking for something here in mid. If Mach can get a setup, and it looks like they're going to be able to do that. Here you go.
My God, man, they just get eviscerated. Toasty going to fall there as now it's going to be a rotation coming out of Mav on this Sev. Blastfire going to be utilized in order to try to close the space. Subjugate does ultimately come down. Severance is going to get a reset, but over the top end, he's looking for the engage instead. Soulstorm is going to come out. Black Hole to follow it up will give Cure the potential he needs for a kill, but at what cost? It may be a trade as Sneaks will be able to get the life of Grandy. That's going to be jungle for jungle, bed for bed, health point for health point. Sneaks is going to find it. Engage and send that boy to the high heavens. 4 down for Mythic.
Oh my God, Primal's playing out of their minds right now. Pick after pick. I've got a little bit too extended, but created a play for where they're able to pick up more members on their side. They've been able to pick up 4 members on the side of Team Mythic, and Mythic does not have a response for this. We're looking at the builds here. We're looking at all the augments, and everything is just natural. But when it comes down to it, it's really that Mutilator and that Absolution. Grady's trying to play against this Kwang and towards this side of the Sev, but he really doesn't have too much going towards his TB. That Ventilate Naps right now is playing absolutely out of his mind. He is a sub coming in for Cold, and there's a reason why he was on the bench getting ready, warmed up, and he's looking like he's filling that spot, and he's really that telltale sign of turning these fights with that Bellica.
100%, man. Him in combination with this Bellica coming out of the duo lane has been the defining factor in a lot of Primal's big fights. Yes, we're able to see Seismic on this Decker pick, split up the team fight using the cage, maybe temple someone out with the stun, but the damage that has been consistently coming out of this lane F6 has been absolutely diabolical.
Diabolical, criminal, whichever one you want to put down there. But still, the big Orb Prime is up. Our Mario Fang Tooth is slowly ticking down on that timer, so there's going to be a decision to be made. But my God, I mean, look at the vision here. It's light up like the 4th of July on the side of this right-hand map. And it's going to be Lauber just on the back foot, just getting pushed in by this Primal team. Appy had to show up onto the left, so at least he's able to push up that lane to kind of create some agency for him to be able to look towards this big Orb Prime to be there for that fight. But still, it's going to be the advantage of this Team Primal. They've been just able to have all the CC, all the lockdown, and all the poke and the long-range engagement that they need to be able to get those picks.
I have to agree, and it feels like this squad may have an idea of how to solve the formula for the problem that Mythic has consistently been presenting to all of these high-caliber teams. Are they good in the 5v5? Yes, maybe even the best. So what if we don't give them the opportunity to 5v5 us? What if we just sit 3 on top of Lauber? What if we send 4 to pick up Appy? And after you get these picks, or at least force a back, it's all Primal.
All Primal indeed. I mean, this has been a great job. I mean, their Primal instincts, I may say, has just been unleashed since that 15-minute mark. They lost a couple fights for about 5 minutes, and they're like, you know what, let's reset. We know what our comp is here to do, be able to get those picks, and they kind of switched to that and been able to do a great job. Grady needs to be a little bit careful, though. On the side of Team Mythic, they need to start getting some vision a little bit pushed up. Set these waves, because on this end, it's going to be the advantage of Team Primal here. They have the second Fang Tooth. They have that out of combat movement speed, like we mentioned. So they're able to rotate to these fights. And they need to be able to kind of answer that on the side of Team Mythic. But it's going to be that 1v1 now that Lauber going to be able to take. If he's able to get a pick here, this might be the advantage that Team Mythic can use.
Unstoppable. I mean, the name isn't making a lot of sense right now because Sneaks is putting a stop to it. He's going to be able to easily enough take the trade even into the utility. Wild Rush is going to be keyed up, though, as Lauber is still ready to rumble. Tether going to be offline. Blink will be utilized. That's going to be a key piece of utility for Lauber down.
I mean, this entire time, the rotation, and then it's going to give Team Primal here the straight advantage to go straight after this. But a little bit questionable play here. Zehi taking the entire breath of this Primordial Fangtooth, and here comes the rest of a Team Mythic. They know they have the HP advantage, and this is a fight looking into their favor.
Grady's going to be looking to play that backside too. It's going to be Severance over to the top and into the Soul Storm, into the dirt. He goes, but they're not done. Ventilate going to be used as they're going to be looking to burst through the HP bar of Grady. He's low. He's looking like he's dead, but ultimately he's not. Nix gets the kill on to Lauber. Cure creates the space needed with the triple, and now we have Mythic playing for Primal.
What was that call by Team Primal? Yes, your name is Primal, but that does not give you a debuff to the Primordial Fangtooth. They were low, looking at the engagement. Huge Soulstorm pulling 2 into that combo of the black hole there. Able to capitalize on the kill. Cure in the back line, just be able to free cast. Huge shout out to Toasty on that Zinx, being able to use that neuroregenesis there to be able to kind of fight with that, to be able to keep Grady alive. He comes back, heals up off the 3 camp. Oh man, that is the Team Mythic we know. That is the 5v5 team fight that we were looking for. They secure the Primordial Fangtooth, looking towards this big Orb Prime.
I'm going to be honest, man, that felt more like a 6v4 than a 5v5. Zehi, a very courteous guy, decided, hey, I've been contributing a lot to these team fights, so what if I just take myself out of it, right? I'm going to get myself nice and low. Urate's going to be able to just proxy up this Soul Storm and make the kill significantly easier, as now we do have all 5 members playing in the Orb Prime pit. Mav not going to be able to get there in time to get the smite, as this is going to be an objective that goes in favor of Mythic, but an engage coming out of Sneaks as he is going to be able to lock down too. His team following up as that torn space will be able to save the life of the last 3, but that is Primordial and Prime off of 2 members.
That is a good play coming out of Team Primal. They weren't able to steal it, like he pointed out. Mav was just nowhere in sight. But what they were able to do is take off those 2 boss off 2 people, so they're now not as strong as a 5-man. They're going to need to be grouped up together to be able to utilize that. But there's still the advantage going towards Team Mythic. Here you go. They have that Blaze. They have the Orb Prime, so they still are able to push. They still are able to fight, but it's just not going to be as potent as usual.
Yeah, and you know, we touched upon him a little bit earlier on. Sadly, Naps has been taking a lot of the spotlight, but that is still Cure with the Primordial Blaze, right? If you don't prioritize him enough, man, he's gonna melt through your team, man. He doesn't care about how much health this Sevarog has, how good the engage off the combination of this Bellica and Decker is. If you give him the opportunity every time, he's gonna take it. So they're definitely gonna have to keep eyes on him, at least while these buffs remain.
Man, he's gonna have to keep an eye on a lot. I mean, Lauber also still has it, and it's gonna be also applied on the Gideon as well. So a lot of their damage dealers, a lot of their big focus in towards engaging that backline is still there. It's gonna be a little bit worrisome, a little bit of like a doomsday if you kind of let them free cast in the back. Happy looking to try and get a solo Bolo here. He's doing a lot of damage, and Sneak's gonna have to use that ultimate to try and get out of dodge. But my goodness, the trade in, he misses the blast flower early, and Happy might be able to pick up this kill. Might be a little bit worrisome because on the opposite end, they're just split pushing these waves. Oh man, Sneaks, my goodness, Happy, please, sir, it's gonna be a chase. You might be able to get him, and he's gonna be able to with this Primordial Blaze and the mobility. But my goodness, this one definitely is a clown card going around.
He put down the ward because he wanted the boys to see it, as now Mav, Seismic are going to be looking to stifle some of the aggression coming out of their own jungle red side. It is not a safe space with Lauber. You know, the split push onto the left side. That's going to be another tier 2 that falls, and this team is going to be looking for inhibs.
You know, I'm still chuckling after that chase, man. It's like Quan was like, yeah, I can fight this. No, wait, I can't fight this. You definitely saw a little bit of commotion, but it is going to be some T2s down. A lot of pressure being pushed into these lanes. No more T2s to be your saving grace. You already have one member down. How can you stop this? Going to have to come out of a force of a fortitude that is unseen here as ready on this Lunar Finals best of 3 game 1. Lauber, though, going to be the one to be able to first push inside this dual lane inhib.
It's going to get utilized over on that way. No immediate wave going to be pushing into the mid. This split,
Not today.
It's going to force them to make a decision, right? Which way are you going to swing? Luckily, with the side fling of the waves, they're going to be able to send everyone mid, at least for the moment. Lauber going to be looking to get active as Appy is going to be on the top side. It looks like that was a colossal blow that did get utilized as the HP bars are starting to drop. This could be an engage here now coming out of Primal. It will be Mav onto the back end. Is going to have his eyes on Appy as this team fight is going to be just a run for the hills for this squad in Mythic. Naps gets the kill onto Toasty, but it is at least turned into a 1-for-1 trade. While over on the far lane, look at the inhib, nearly dead as Cure makes Mav very dead. It's going to be Seismic though, who does get it back. Vanilla does get utilized in what is going to be a 3-to-1 trade going in favor of Primal. Forget defense, they're on the offensive.
They just made one of the biggest mistakes for their team on Mythic. They ended up dying there when the Primordial Fangtooth is coming up. What this does is they don't have a jungler as well. They don't have the big hunt, and that's going to be a big play on, but Appy's looking to turn this fight around. Now it's going to be able to force the blink here, and the damage is unseen. Zihi, though, is going to be pressured by Lauber, and he's going to be able to turn this fight around, be able to get a kill, and another mistake coming out from the opposite end of Primal.
Tactical feed, as we like to call it. We let ourselves die so you will get confident we could get a couple picks off surely, as now all 3 inhibs for this side in Primal are relatively low. Any one of these could get taken at any moment off of another push. Mythic, though, they'll have some timers before they're going to be back up. Same can be said for Primal. At the very least, we know this Blaze is going to be safe from both teams for just a bit.
Oh, man. I got a little breath there, a little bit out. I mean, these guys just been fighting back and forth. We feel like they're going to end the game with the double buffs on 3 members, but they make a mistake. But then on the side, Primal's like, you know what? Hey, we might be able to have the advantage. Let's keep pushing. But they pushed a little bit too far, got picked out. Now it's just going to be back into that stalemate. Like you talked about, these inhibs are low. That slow push up into that off lane by Appy was a big play. But he also needs to be careful as he's already down to half HP. But here comes that rotation from the side of Mythic. To be a little bit safe, but Appy still playing with danger. He's going to have to utilize that neurogenesis. Toasty doesn't have that, but here comes Grady.
Soulstorm coming off the top is going to be able to catch 2. Epoch, though, coming out of Seismic is going to be able to preserve a large chunk of his HP bar. Good stuff coming on the backside. Gets a lockdown kill on Abby, but Lauber is going to be looking for a bit more tether. It's going to stop him from doing so. It's going to be a reset, and what is a 1-0 trade going in favor of Primal.
It goes in favor with them, but not only that, look at the wave state here, Eagle, on these side lanes. Both side lanes are pushing towards Team Mythic. They're going to have to respond to that, and as soon as they do, that might be the opening for the side of Team Primal after this reset to look after one of these objectives. So far, it looks like they're lighting up the Primordial Fangtooth to make a play here for possibly the Orb Prime, but they need some vision everywhere around the map because both objectives are up. Anytime somebody can go after one and you just won't know, but they need to be safe and they need to kind of regroup here on the side of Mythic to be able to capitalize on one of these.
And it looks like Primal's just looking to full send it down the Primordial Fangtooth. This is the benefit of having the Severog, right? You got some extra HP to play around with, and at this point, it doesn't look like Grady's going to be there in time to be able to get the smite off. This is going to be a sneaky steal of the Primordial Blaze that goes in favor of none other than Primal.
And Lauber was just over there taking blue buff, a little bit of a question mark being raised. I don't know if that was a play there on the side of Team Mythic. Primal, though, with that Primordial Blaze speaking to their name, and they have the full-on advantage. Their dual lane is pushed up, so they don't have to worry about that. They can easily maintain this fight, and Lauber gets tethered, has to utilize the blink, but here comes that Ventilate. Just not quite enough damage yet, and look at Primal try to look for it, but it is with the Vanquisher, with the Blaze Proc being able to pick him on up, and that is going to be the advantage.
It's going to be a Soul Storm as well as Cure that are going to be able to at least even up the odds temporarily, but at this point, it just has to be a full disengage. Mav, Zihi, Naps have nothing but murder on their mind. They're looking towards every member of Mythic because they feel they know they win those.
They do, especially with the Primordial Blaze here going on the side of Team Primal. They have the advantage in this fight, but it's still going to be a 50-50. There's a lot of low HP, a lot of resources spent, but look at this black hole being pushed on to Mav, and Zihi forces out the blink, and Zihi might be dead here.
He is going to be dead here. Happy will be the one to collect the kill before he quickly makes his way out. That's going to be enough to dissuade this team from making a play for the Prime, as both teams are going to have multiple members in the fountain.
What is going on here? I mean, one at a time, everybody keeps going into these fights and just getting picked off. Primal gets an advantage, Mythic gets an advantage, and they just keep throwing it back at each other. But what they need to really do is settle down here on both these sides. We're seeing the instant replay here that gave Primal the advantage. They pick off Lauber with the Vanquisher proc coming in with the Primordial Blaze, but Sneaks gets a little bit too aggressive, and here comes Mythic picking up a kill. Grady's able to get out, and then once again, they go back into that fight. Both of these teams just need to take a look at this scoreboard again and be like, hey, this is still a close game. They need to kind of slow it down, look for the right opportunities. Mythic is not playing their game, and Primal's not either.
Yeah, it feels like Primal has been doing really well at getting some of these picks off, right? We talked about a little bit earlier, put a little extra pressure on Appy or Lob or break down the team fight. But the counter picks have still been coming up big, right? Because for some reason, we've seen Primal get a pick and then split up into like 2 and 3. Someone gets picked off, and now you're back to a 4v4 and you're a little bit less comfortable. I want to see Primal get a lockdown onto someone on Mythic, and then just we're death ball in his 5. Everyone within hands reach of each other. Let's walk into this Prime pit. But we talked about a little bit earlier with the composition, the Yuri ults, the Gideon Black Hole. It just makes it a little more difficult to do.
Yeah, you pull them on in with the Ure Soulstorm. You have a grouped up team. They can no longer get out of this black hole that you throw it on top of them. A lot of pull in, a lot of CC, but still it's going to be the favor of Mythic by taking down the timer on this Primordial Blaze. It's going to be the side of Primal that needs to kind of reassess how they're going to look at this big or Prime. The wave states are going to be even for now. Still a lot of room, a lot of agency, a lot of kind of play here to be made. They need to be careful because Grady's looking, might be able to get a pick on Seismic.
Oh man, Soulstorm going to be utilized as that's going to be a blink that comes out of Seismic, and he's still looking here. Mav, though, going to tell him to close his eyes as he's going to be looking to play. It's going to be 3 members onto the jungler, but look at all that HP. That's going to be 4 members that barely get rid of that 50% threshold. As now the Cavalry is going to ride in. Grady is going to be low. Grady is going to be dead as Naps is going to put him to sleep. Toasty now going to be forced to use a crucial part of his own escape, but that's 2 members down. Primal is on the hunt. Happy is going to be up next on the list as Cure does get a little bit of get back though onto the back end. It is going to be the case. We're going to create a little bit of space. Snaps going to be able to follow it up with some damage that comes out and puts Lopper down. Cure going to be one of the last men standing. Ulti comes out. See, he's going to be low. See, he's going to be dead. And survives.
This cannot be happening right now. Mythic playing out of their minds. Excuse me. Here coming in clutch and happy with that. And they get the ace, the 5-man wipe. And look at those timers, Ego. They're looking to end this game. That left-hand side, that right-hand side is looking low. But look at this replay. Here with the dicey feet being able to pick it up. My God.
Bro, Sheether, hey him, he's him, brother. Cure putting out an all-time play in order to secure at least one of these inhibitors and more than likely the game. Primal had everything going for them. The one thing they didn't have, though, was Cure, was Appy, as they're going to be able to lock down game 1.
Oh my, what a game. There you go. We asked for a final game day performance, and that was only game 1. And that was such a back and forth. Primal just pushing it back towards Team Mythic, and Mythic coming back. Here is the outstanding MVP for me. That play, I was just watching it happen. I know what's going on in his mind. He was just like, I got this. I got this. And he was just playing into it. My goodness, that was the play of the game to be able to come out 1-0 on this best of 3.
Dude, he looked at that 30-minute game and he says, I'm going to give you 10 seconds that matter. There's a problem, and he solved it. Amazing play coming out of both of these teams, and I'm excited to see the rest of the set. But before that, we're going to send it back to the desk for the post-game breakdown.
Hey, thank you so much, F6 and Ego. That was quite the game one. Cure really clutches it up at the end where it felt like Primal was going to push in, take that core, and kind of take game one for themselves. Wangle, give me your thoughts on what we just experienced.
Oh my god, Lance, there's so many things that I could talk about that game that it was just going back and forth, and I was losing my mind a little bit watching it. I couldn't tell who was going to win, but what a way to bring together that whole game. That everything looked like Primal were going to take it right at the end, and Cure just whips out a 1v4 right at the end. That's it. Everything that happened, like, no words. Are you not entertained?
It does feel, before we get to you really quick, Blue, it does feel like if Cure does not get that one before this game goes the other direction, Cure change that man's name to Clutch. Blue Jay, what's your reaction to what we just saw in game one?
Dude, I mean, it was just like, I don't know, it was speechless. They were thinking that that's going to be what we're going to experience the rest of this tournament is just amazing. And hats off to Cure. Like you said, Wangle, he is amazing, and that was definitely a game-saving play. We did see pretty sloppy play, if I'm not going to lie, coming out of Mythic in that game. They kind of had the advantage at multiple times during then, and their team comp I thought was definitely better, and they were showcasing it in a few instances. But Primal was out team fighting them in a lot of these skirmishes. They were staying alive, they were kiting back into lanes, playing their comp properly, and it kind of just showed at the end. You get a bailout Cure play, but if there wasn't a few of those little mistakes coming out from Primal getting caught when they had advantages and having to kind of stagger those buffs, if they were just able to kind of chain the Fangtooth, Primordial Fangtooth into the Orb Prime, then I think they probably should have ended that game out. But we do see Mythic coming out, and they're probably wiping their brows right now saying, woo, let's get that one pushed to the side and glad that we won it.
That was a close game, and if that's any indication of how the rest of the series and the rest of the day goes, you're not going to want to go anywhere. We are going to take a quick little break, get ourselves prepared for game two. See you soon. Welcome back in Predecessors. That first game still has me on the edge of my seat. I want to get your guys' last thoughts before we switch our focus and go into game 2. Wangle, what the heck, man?
All I have to say is Mythic, if you guys remember their interview, every single one of them was saying easy 2-0. This is a free set for us. We're going to be in the next round. And if I'm Mythic, I'm not having that kind of confidence anymore. I think Primal played so well. I think they played the team fights better overall. In the end, Mythic get the win, but it's a little bit of, you need to take a deep breath after that one, clear your head, and lock back in, because Primal are not here to mess around.
Yeah, no, I mean, Primal coming out, and I think if they just make a few changes in that comp, like if they switch the Belican to the mid lane, put the Decker back in the support, I think that game might even go a little bit differently. Not that Seismic played bad on the Decker in the mid lane, I just think it makes more sense stylistically in that comp. So yeah, going into the second game, if Primal just tweaks a few things and they're still playing that way, I think they have a really good shot to send this to a game 3. And if Mythic doesn't change, fix up a little bit of their communication issues, it might actually be going to a third game, which I hope we do, right? Just because we want to see more Predecessor, but
we always want game 3s. But hey, speaking of Primal, our internet GOAT Choice Play sat down with a couple members of their team, put this little video together for us. Let's check in with Primal, see how they're feeling.
Super determined, ready to take on all 3 of these teams. We've done a ton of preparation, and we're excited to game against everybody today.
Anything just yet, but Seismic is in the area. Found Penguin and found Neff with a rock straight to the dome. Crush him underfoot. First blood goes the way of Primal.
I think me and the team are feeling very confident going into this match. We put a ton of preparation into Mythic. I truly believe that they're the second best team in this tournament, so if we beat these guys, I think the rest is smooth sailing.
2 on the board for Primal. Can we find a third? Yes, we can. Penguin drops down. No flight for this bird.
So we got a little bit of an idea from the mastermind Seismic that kind of feels like you're kind of like the captain of this Primal team. Given a lot of respect to this Mythic team, as I feel like all of the competitors within the event are. Wangle, what do you think after watching that video about Primal's approach to this first matchup?
I think they understood what they had to do. Like, we've mentioned it a couple times, but the quality of play in these competitive Predecessor teams has just gotten better and better. And, like, this is the 2 teams that are playing for 3rd, 4th right now. One of them can go on, potentially, but one of them is going to get 4th place. Considering that there are 2 more teams to come after this, the quality of play right now is insane. And, respect to Seismic for understanding how big a task winning any of these sets is going to be.
Blue Jay, I want to ask you as well, before we jump into this draft really quick, do you think we're going to see any sort of major changes in strategy from game 1 to game 2? Or with as close as that game was and how either of those teams feel like they could have won, do you think we just get salty runbacks?
I think we will get some runbacks to a certain extent. I do think Primal is going to change up a few things. I don't think I expect to see it as high of a Sevarog prio in these games. It's something that not a lot of teams are doing right now. And I think it kind of bit them in the butt when they had to either shift that into the jungle to try to get a Kwong matchup in the off lane. We were talking about a potential crunch pick into the Terra that could be coming out, and I hope it does come out because it is one of the characters that can counter and win the off lane against the Terra right now. Or they might just switch it up and try to take the Terra in general. So we'll see what side they decide to select in this next game, and that will kind of determine, I think, what's going to occur during this next phase.
Primal's backs are up against the wall, down 0-1 in this best of 3. We're going to get our draft prepared. It's going to be Primal with the first pick this time. Do we consider and think that we're going to see similar bans here, Wangle? Is the Wukong going to get taken off? Is the Seraph going to get taken off? What are we thinking?
I think probably similar bans from both sides. I think the Wukong probably won't make it through draft. I think the Countess probably won't make it through draft. There is the Countess ban. I think Mythic know that they want the Zarus gone because Mav is so practiced on the Zarus, especially this Primal team. That is what they won PCC 8 with. Was a lot, or was it 9? Sorry, apologize.
It was 8. It was 8.
It was. Okay. I know ball.
Professor's
but-
1-9.
Okay. I know ball. Don't worry, guys. But like that Zarus character is what they won PCC 8 with a lot. The Seraph getting taken away. They are going to still keep trying to ban out Mav's champ pool.
Yeah, and like you said, it'll be interesting if they ban the Zarus, or you still have the Yurei that's available, right? And that's what we saw with the first pick last game. Do we want to let that go over to the other side on Primal? Like you said, the Wukong, I would expect it to be banned out on the Primal side, since I don't think they play it as much. And on the side of Mythic, they do really like that character. So yeah, there comes the Wukong. I would have been shocked if that got through the draft. But now for Mythic, they have a choice. Are we going to let the Zarus through, or are we going to let the Yurei through? And I think one of those two are going to be the bans, or they might just let both of them slide and say, hey, we'll take one or the other here, and just take that in the second pick. But I'm looking for one of those two bans to come out, and then Mythic probably counting and taking a Bellica. There's the Yurei ban. We'll see if Primal really wants to pry out that Zarus and see if Mythic did their homework.
And I think that would be the first, or the right first pick to lock in here for the side of Primal. Like Wangle was saying earlier, Mav, so practiced, has had such a massive impact. The ability to split the team fights, to cage people off, keep people where they need to be. But it looks like they just really don't want to give the Sevarog over to Lobber. They're going to pick that up for either Mav or Sneaks again in game 2 here.
Yeah, they really want to pry the Sev. They want to take away Lobber's champ pool, picking the Sev early, banning the Countess. I'm not quite so sure how much I like that, considering that Zarus and Bell are still up, and I think we could have gone for either of those two. We are going to see the Zarus first pick. The Sev is good into the Zarus due to the Sev ult being able to knock the Zarus out of his cage. So you do have a lot of ability to deny that. The Kwang also getting picked up. That is going to be Lobber on the Kwang and offlane, and I would assume Grady Jungle on the Zarus. So you know where those are going. We might see Mav on the Sev again to match the Zarus with ult.
Yeah, no, and like I said, I don't know if I exactly like the Sevarog being such a highly proud pick right now, especially when you have picks like the Kwang, like the Terra that can go really well into the offlane, into the jungle. I'm surprised Mythic did not pick up the Terra on this side of the comp. I think that it probably just would have been a nice run back for them to do, but they obviously want to proud that Zarus, take it away from the side of Primal. But we see Feng Mao and TB coming out, and TB obviously going to be that comfort pick in the duo lane, farm up, deal a lot of damage in the late stages of the game. But the Feng Mao, a character that's been played a lot on the EU circuit side of things, as well as the NA, but it's been very high prior over on the EU side of things. And it's been kind of a menace with, its new augments, new abilities. So we'll see how this turns out in the shape of the comp.
And Wangle said earlier he does know ball. I know ball as well, but I don't know that any of the members of this Primal team are big Feng Mao players. I'm a little surprised to see this. Cure has really been favoring this Grim pick as late. He's been playing a ton in his ranked, a ton in his scrims. Wangle, you look like you got something to say.
Well, actually, I really like the Feng Mao pick here. I think both Sneaks and Mav are very comfortable on it. I would very much assume that Mav is going to be piloting it, as I think the Sevarog matchup into the Kwang is a good matchup and is a pretty solid matchup for Sneaks to play. He should be able to stack pretty well in it. But the Feng Mao picked into the Zarus, so you can't get Zarus caged. You can just dash right out of it. You don't have to worry about getting caged, and it lets Mav be able to pilot or navigate these team fights a lot easier. The Bell ban coming out for Mythic, I think that's the correct option. I think the amount of burst that you'd have with Feng Mao plus Bell, if anyone gets hit, they are just kind of dead. But I do want to talk about this Grim pick. This Grim pick, I think, is going to be the key. This character, if it is allowed to play, probably has the highest DPS in the game. I think because we see the TB early, that means that we can't lock the good matchup into Grim, which is the Sparrow. So Mythic are able to just slam this Grim, and it is a really difficult hero for this Feng Mao to dive because it is able to bubble the Feng Mao ult, and the Feng Mao doesn't get resets.
Yeah, that's a great thing you just said there, Wangle. It is an insane combo, but we do see the Gadget and the Decker coming out on the side of Primal, kind of finishing out their comp, playing a little more passive, more damage, more team fight centric mid laner. Honestly, on the side of Mythic, I don't know if Toshi does it, but we could see a Kwang support here. I do actually like the idea of a Kwang support into this duo lane and then picking the Terra up or something to match that 7 in the offlane and give it a little bit of a better matchup. I think that would be a very interesting way to finish off this draft for Mythic. But we do see the Zinx. Toasty loves the Zinx. He played it last game. Enchanters with Grim are amazing, kind of like you were saying. But I do like Mythic's style of draft right now, honestly. I think they got a lot of pieces that they want. They have a lot of comfort picks on the characters that they have. And Primal's really going to have to pull out something with the Feng Mao and kind of snowball these lanes a little bit, I think.
All right, I told you guys during our break we weren't going to do predictions, but I'm switching it up on you because these comps are very interesting to me, and I just want to give each of you guys another an opportunity in a second to talk about what you prefer here. I want just a sentence or two from both of you. Which one of these comps do you prefer and why?
I think Mythic has such a good comp to make space for this Grim to pump. Mav has to play really disciplined because of Grim Bubble and Zink's ult being able to deny him ult resets, which will be a key factor to Primal winning these fights, that I think it is much easier for Mythic to play these fights, and I'm going to go with Team Mythic on this one.
I'm going to double up. I'm going to say Team Mythic here. I think I think the Gadget's an interesting pick to kind of lay it on top of that Zarus cage so that you can't really have too good of engages with it. But I do think Mythic just has the overall better comp here. I think they have momentum coming in after that last game, and I think that they'll take this one home and take it 2-0.
I'm a Primal believer. I'm a Gadget believer. I'm a Seismic believer. But I believe it's time to get this over to Ego and F6 for Game 2.
Gamers, you already know who it is in the casting booth. E Squared here to talk about this game 2, back against the wall for Primal as Mythic pulls off an extraordinary Game 1 win. F6, are you ready for the games?
And I'm more than ready, baby. I mean, we're just so pumped off the back of that first game here. Just played it absolutely out of his mind at the last 20 seconds of the game, that last fight, to really determine where Team Mythic is going to stand. And like Wangle was saying on the desk, I'm going to draw it back to the man of knowledge himself. This Grim character is really what I had my eye on. Magical damage we talked about and the balance changes here heading into the final series. This character is just so strong. The DPS on him is enormous right now.
Oh, 100%, man. The refrigerator with the Blicky is an absolute problem here in Sanctuary. He's able to pump so much damage if you don't get some divers or engagers on top of him. I'm expecting to see Feng Mao carry a bit of the burden as far as that goes. Sneaks, as we talked about a little bit on the desk, very comfortable on the pick, but he is definitely going to be a problem, and it seems like Mythic is ready and prepped to just let him do his thing.
Oh, 100%. I mean, especially when you think about the augment that he's going, all right? He's going to be able to utilize into his bubble to be able to get that movement speed and also be able to get a little bit of health back. So he's going to be able to trade a lot into any kind of CC to his way. If he's able to use that shield at the correct time, he's going to be able to out-trade anybody that really push towards him.
Oh, 100%, man. And with the follow-up as well coming from Toasty, even when you do get on top of him, right, you have to fight through that ricochet. You're going to have to fight through that ulti. That's going to give him a literal second chance at life. And Mav is just going to have to, in general, fight for his life. We talked about it a little bit within the last game. This is a slower character. He takes a little bit of time to get rolling. And as such, we're going to see Grady and Appy looking to abuse that here early.
That's because he started his blue side here. I didn't want to lose out on the red or the blue, but he's going to have to be able to contest it. And Grady on that Zarus is just going to be able to bully him out of his own jungle, because if you look in the off lane, there's no contention to be made. The wave is pushed up. Lauber has all the advantage. So Grady just gets to fight this for free. And now look at the rotation on in.
Lauber's just going to come in and get rolling. Subjugate is going to come down, and a follow-up is going to be enough. Grady, first blood.
Put him on the board one time for the one time. And that is the strength of having a strong off lane. And I'm going to say it again because I said it in game 1. You win the off lane early, you start to get those easy invades off. And Grady knows that, and the Team Mythic knows that. And you've seen them play throughout their mid and their off lane a lot. And they're being able to be successful throughout it here. And now he's going to be able to contest this one more time. He might be able to get it. It's going to be a hunt for hunt. And Grady steals away the red buff, the demon of the jungle. Somebody call the cops, because this is actually criminal.
I'm gonna be honest, man. This team, the Primal, fearing the meteor right now, because this squad of Mythic is coming down with force. They are winning every single lane. They're applying pressure in the jungle. This is the worst start possible for this Primal team, as Grady is just continuously looking to bully out this squad. It's going to force a rotation from Seismic.
I mean, look at this. I mean, Grady's on the backhand here. He might be able to get him in the threshold for that spear damage. In the meantime, I think rotate. But there's not much value to be gained. You'd be able to stop maybe the tower dive, but look how much you're losing on in the middle here. It's like you're just giving up stuff for free. Sneaks needs to back. Seismic's gonna have to back, and Appy gets a lot of just room to just play around here in the mid.
And now Appy going to be looking to use that torn space. Going to be offline, but luckily enough for him, so will the Subjugate, as they're not going to be able to capitalize on that small misplay. We're going to see something you don't see very often. There's going to be a Sevarog looking for an invade here, as Mav is going to, just give a little tap to the jungle camp and then make his way out immediately, as Grady is going to be catching him over onto the river. Seismic Appy both going to be there, as we're going to have a little bit of a 2v2 skirmish that seems like it's going to consistently go Mythic's way.
No, it's going Mythic's way, all right, 100% right now. I mean, you saw Sev try to go and invade for that 2 camp, but Appy poked his head in. He's not going to be able to secure that. But in the meantime, Grady takes away yet another camp away from Mav, and his entire red side just going to be on cooldown. They have the timers, and they know where he's going to be at. He's going to be on that 5. There's going to be a lot of room for Grady to play around. He's going to clear his blue and be back on his red in time for this Fangtooth. And he's going to have an experienced lead. He's going to have a hunt lead as well. And he might be able to have his big hunt here even before the first Fangtooth if he just keeps on farming this way.
I'm gonna just shorten the sentence and apply it to every single member on Mythic. It feels like they're just gonna have a lead. They've dominated these waves so far. You can see Lauber here just forcing Sneaks underneath the tower. As he's gonna get the tether. Sneaks barely able to survive. It's gonna miss out on a stacked double wave worth of XP here, man.
He's not going to be able to do anything about it because Lauber is just chasing him around. But look at this. He's trying to use the wall to be able to get a tether, and he does, but not quite enough damage. Oh, man, this off lane is just completely being dominated by Lauber. The play is being made, and everywhere else, like you were pointing about, Mythic control here, man. I mean, they're playing very comfortable off of game 1. You're seeing their confidence in it, and it's going to be Seismic once again being able to force out. Can Appy secure the kill? And he does with the boulder from the sky, and that's another kill. And now even more aggression inside the blue side jungle.
It's going to be Mav looking for the invade. He's going to have Naps and Zihi to be able to follow him up. But as that dual lane starts to corral over, Mav once again is just going to be forced to watch as Grady is playing for his camps. This is not your jungle. This is our jungle, comrade. I say it with nothing but remorse in my heart. We're looking at Mythic play Predecessor, and we're watching Primal just play a track sim because they spent this entire game just running away F6.
They're running away and running to try and keep up, and that's not ever where you want to be, because what you're doing is you're giving up tempo. You're giving up the speed of play that you want to make, and you're just not able to make it. Right now, Mythic in complete obscene control of this map. Over and over again, Grady's been able to get free invades. This is giving him the XP lead against the Sev, and that's not what you want against the Sev. Meanwhile, in the dual lane, we haven't seen too much kill potential just quite yet, but we're seeing the trades going into the favor of Toasty and Cure. We're really seeing the damage that this Cure can output. They get control over dual lane. Not a lot that this team, Primal, can do, and this might be a trade that's going to be the best way that Mythic and Primal could kind of get into this trade.
As you said, man, it is the best thing they can do, right? It looks like a handshake on the surface, but it kind of feels like in this moment for Primal, it's just the best that they can get in this instance. It's going to be the hunt that goes through as it does become a 1-for-1. Appy going to be a little bit caught out here as Colossal Blow's going to reset his torn space. Blink going to be utilized to create a little bit of space, but Sneaks onto the back end is going to be looking to run him down, but onto the backside. Grady is now going to add himself into the equation as Appy survives.
What a great peel coming out of Grady there. They instantly take the Fangtooth and rotate on over. That is what I want from any teammate in my games. Just exceptional play going on. Appy, though, being forced to utilize the blink, going to put him in a tough spot in that mid lane. Good thing he's a Gideon, though. He's got that torn space, or some people like to call it the clown car, especially when you're trying to get out of those dicey situations in those pits. But it's a 1-to-1 objective trade. Going to be a long-term advantage, though, towards the side of Team Mythic with that Fangtooth ego.
And this is what is so different from other MOBAs, right, within Predecessor. This early game matters so much, and still within the confines of it, I'm talking level 1, as you saw, you can still be so aggressive and force the opposition to play into either the agency or prio that your lanes have established. And when you can't, we get exactly what we've been looking at so far. Almost 10 minutes into this game, Mythic has just taken a commanding lead of the only thing that's guaranteed, and that's going to be the early game, as Lauber, it looks like in that off lane, is going to get assailed upon, but he's going to be able to get away easily enough. This mid may be losing a plate.
Maybe losing a plate. But like you were pointing out, the early game, right? I mean, the early game comp definitely goes towards Team Mythic, definitely towards their play style. Definitely aggressive nature, as you can see, Grady being aggressive once again, like in game number 1 inside the jungle. Being a little bit more successful in my eyes, though, if I might say. But it's this big mini Prime here that might be a big factor. They can utilize this to get a plate or two that might be able to keep this team Primal inside this game, give them a little bit more economy shift. But the Coliseum is up. Might be a potential to play here, but might not look towards it. It is a 3v2. They might just shy away, get back to their camps. There's a lot of room, though, into this game. There's only a 2-kill advantage towards Team Mythic. It seems like they're playing clear here, Ego. I mean, the clear as day, right? Blue skies out, sun shining. Like they to go on a picnic. But I mean, there's still some advantage here for Primal to come back in. They are a late scaling team, so they might be able to find themselves a good pick into one of these objectives that might change the fight.
Most definitely is. Now, Mav makes yet another rotation onto the solo lane. The Colossal Blow going to immediately come through. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication here. We're going to see a blink through coming from Sneaks. Grady coming onto the backside. We could see a Coliseum come down here. Earthshatter is going to be offline as Lauber is going to just off Sneaks. It's going to be a hot pursuit onto the set. The Coliseum is going to come down, and Appy is going to put Mav down as well. The kill lead is extended to 4 for Mythic.
No way you're spraying in game 2 here, Grady. That's diabolical, my boy. But I mean, he knew he had the kill there. He knew that as long as he played that space, Coliseum up, no blink on the map, just couldn't know where to go. That's another 2 kills over towards the side of Mythic. When you think about it, that was looking a little bit dicey. Primal kind of had the first engagement, but what a rotation. And a real big point out to here, why Gideon's so good into that gadget is because he has the room to roam. He's able to clear the gadget due to just how his abilities work. And he's able to use that torn space to really get that early edge that creates so much space and confidence for Team Mythic to play on a lot of these side lanes that allows for them to be this healthy.
And I like to call that the Pilgrim play style, right? Anywhere you are can be home, and Appy excels in it. I think that is what makes him, as a player, so entertaining to watch, right? Because, you know, all these fights, he's going to find a way to be included and make an impact.
Impact indeed, and that's what we want from everybody else. It's going to be a nice little reset here. Here you go. Second Fangtooth coming on up. Looks like the play needs to be made. Grady's going to be looking to clear his blue side. We'll make it a little bit delayed, but he should be on his red side by the time the second Fangtooth spawns. Question is, how is Primal going to answer this? They need to get a Fangtooth to stop that 3 Fangtooth Monty. They're going to need to be able to control this pit. They have the vision right now, as you can see on this left-hand side. They're controlling that vision. But on this reset, Toasty's going to have his wards up. He should be able to start to contest this vision and kind of escalate how much knowledge that Primal's going to get in towards this Fangtooth.
Oh, 100%. And you can already see he's going to be walking through with the backup just in case someone for Primal's feel a little antsy. They might want to contest. As such, though, I want to kind of touch on the question you answered already partially. How is Primal going to be able to contest this? They have access to the Tesla Dome. They have Decker to be able to create some space. Subjugate is a cool little tempo tool, not as good, though, as the Colossal Blow. They need to break up this engagement somehow, because right now, Mythic is just strong, and even worse, they're confident.
They don't know the HP here. Nobody's been able to get a sight on it, and that's a free Fangtooth going towards the side of Mythic. That's their second one. Getting the second Fangtooth, giving them out of combat movement speed. In the meantime, though, I think they were expecting to just not get that Fangtooth. They left Sneaks on the opposite end to be able to split push, to be able to at least trade out the T1s, get him some XP to be able to get back into this fight. But a big thing I'm worried about here, Ego, on top of this Fang Mount, is the fact that his augment, he went into the trading with his autumn. Yes, they do 5% less damage, and he does 5% more. But I feel like the Earth Shatter within the knockup, that augment just kind of gives a little bit more utility into those team fights. If you don't get the execute, at least you get some CC. So I'm a little bit worried about how he's going to be able to contribute into those fights.
I have to agree with you, man. Like, I have no contention, no devil's advocate here. I don't like ever leaving CC on the table. The best way to play the game, in my opinion, is to keep the other team from being able to do so. And that's something we saw was very potent for this squad within the last game. It's now Q or Toasty going to be playing a little bit of bully ball. They're going to be walking down. Naps Vitale will be utilized onto Cure. Going to be able to bring him to about that 60% threshold, but some healing will be there to follow up. Speaking of which, there's going to be 3 members following up Mav out of his own jungle. The disrespect is getting a little bit obscene.
Obscene. It's ridiculous at this point, Ego. I mean, the man's not been able to get any type of a farm inside his red side.
Bro, let me kill minions, man. I'm upset.
Please.
Like, just let me, a couple of them.
Ooh.
Pure, though. Duelate is going to be able to get a kill off screen, make it a double, as he's going to be able to get a lockdown onto Naps as well as Z here. Now Epoch going to be utilized in order to buy Seismic. Just a couple of moments. Tesla Dome is going to come down as now Lobber is going to be looking for a way out, but what he's going to find is Seismic on the backline. Blink will buy him just enough space to get away. However, he's not going to fully disengage over the top, and it is now going to be a black hole that comes down, locking away Mav, as the Coliseum will force Sneaks to disengage a one-to-one trade near the mid.
Oh, that's 2 stacks to the Coliseum as well. That's a 10 extra power. Just going over towards Grady, going into that scaling into that late game type of mentality. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with if he keeps getting these stacks. But great play there. Lobber a little bit too extended. But let's point out Cure again, making another play there inside the dual lane. Just getting that double. I mean, the man just seems like he's playing different on this finals game day weekend. We didn't see too much highlight from him in the preliminaries. Just not too much to really kind of make a stake. But man, today, especially in this first game series, he's looking like he wants to win. And if he has to carry this team Mythic, he's going to do it.
Oh, man, most definitely. I'm going to make a little bit of an egregious statement, dude. Call me crispy clean, because I'm going to give him a little bit of glaze here, brother. He looks just like the best carry that I've seen in prelims, NA and EU off of this last game coming into this one. The confidence, the swagger, but not only that, the results he is pumping out on these carries have been phenomenal. And it's a large part of what has given Mythic this much of a lead. They can be confident that this dual lane with Cure is going to, at the very least, be stable.
Stable indeed. Mav trying to find, just get a little bit of get back by this 5K from Grady. He might be able to steal some, but still not enough room to grow because he puts himself in a bad spot. There's going to be a rotation coming on in a little bit too late. Can't take this fight to 3v2, but maybe they have the damage trade. But here comes Appy. The rest of Team Mythic is going to be side of Primal that needs to get out of dodge, be able to save some grace.
Yeah, you're seeing them gravitate over here towards the river as they kind of float mid as well on the side of Primal. They want every advantage they can get in that tower. It's going to be able to provide just that. Over onto the left side, though, with this Fang coming up very soon, you're going to see Mythic doing what Mythic's been doing. That's hunting. Sneaks, gonna look for a fight. He'll find it into Appy. The backup from Tosi's gonna come up to be too much as Grady is gonna be able to lock down a kill onto Naps. Cure now gonna be looking to enter the fray. Is gonna be able to just walk down CD. Displacement blast. GTFO not quite ready though. As onto the side, it's gonna now be Sneaks. Appy utilizing the black hole. It's gonna be able to keep him safe as out of the back end. Torn space over the top of the Tesla Dome is gonna lead this fight to be nothing more than a trade than a disengage.
This is so good for the side of Team Mythic, though. They got a kill. They forced out a lot there on the side of Team Primal. And now Lobber pushed up that off lane. He's going to be able to use that wave management. And look at Duo as well. They have a lot of agency and room here to kind of push out into this Fangtooth. And this is going to be their third one, the third Fangtooth Monty. But Mav might be able to have an answer there. But look at the burn eco.
Oh, dude, he's not going to get there in time. That's going to be the third Fangtooth, plus 8% to your armor, plus 8% to your power. And at this point, this just feels like it's just topping on what has already been a cascade of things going wrong here for Primal.
A cascade indeed, just one after another. It's like a domino effect, right? Just hit one and it just keeps just going on down. I mean, it's not a lot of kills going on in this game, but a lot of important kills happening. You talk about getting a kill early game first blood to Grady. He's able to now take away that red side jungle camp, right? Then he steals away the red. They capitalize on some kills as well throughout the map. And that's how they're able to secure these objectives. The tempo, man. I just love when junglers play with such tempo and the team follows up. And there's not a time where Grady's rotating and his team is not there behind him. And I think that's really when Mythic is at their strongest, when everybody's on the same page and when everybody knows what Grady wants to do and they just follow with it.
And it's also made so much easier when your lanes are winning in such an extreme fashion as a jungler. You have the opportunity to play a little more vertically, as now Mav is going to be looking to play into the fight. Coliseum going to come down, but Tesla, he'll be able to follow it up. Bleak coming off of the backside. It's going to have a 3v3, a lot of damage though coming out of that Tesla Dome with Cure though, ultimately being the one who gets the kill. Onto the left side, Mav is going to be running. Well, I don't know if I can say that. Brethren doesn't have legs. He may not have a leg to stand on as GTFO locks down a kill alongside Appy. It's going to be Primal having to run as Mythic runs them down.
Runs him down indeed. They thought they had that fight because Grady popped the Coliseum. And like Blue Jay said, you have the Gadget Tesla Dome to kind of disengage too much threat. But at this point in the game, there's threat everywhere. Kira in the backline still being able to poke from a distance without getting touched. Grady being just high enough to be able to tank that damage. And then they're just able to capitalize on that fight. It's a tight corridor fight. Mythic has the advantage. They have the DPS to kind of just outburn Primal. And they're just able to win that fight. They take down the jungler. They take out the invade here on the red side. And look at Lauber taking away the blue side as well. There's just no farm for Mav to get. He's just going to be irrelevant to this game. And we talk about a late scale like Cobigo. It's going to be even later. Like, I mean, talking about midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. type of scale.
Dude, this is some type of Geneva Convention violation. This has been one of the most grotesque abuses I've ever seen of a jungler, especially a Sevarog. The one thing you want on this character is going to be time, and they haven't given Mav the time to breathe, brethren, since the gates opened up. Grady has nearly spent as much time in the enemy jungle as he has in his own, and because of that, Mav isn't able to just make as big of an impact as we know he wants to. Grady, once again, going to be hunting down the opposition here. He's going to be able to find and engage onto Mav easily, and the damage is just going to be pumping. Seismic in the mid going to be forced to utilize the blink to just try and create some space between the onslaught that is Toasty and Cure. Backup, though, is going to be able to come for Mav as he is going to be able to help the dynamic, but he won't be able to help Mav, and at this point, he has to now play for his life because Appy is here.
Oh my god, the stasis ball actually does hit. Forces the blink, but here comes Sneaks. Earthshatter does not hit, and this is going to be the death of Sneaks, and he's gonna have to pay for that one.
Dude, Z, he naps. This team is in absolute shambles. TDM, no matter where you put the camera, it's looking Mythic in every way. No one put Seismic in the corner. Cure decides to put him in the ground. That's going to be a double to the carry.
And they just still keep pushing these lanes. There's nobody to answer. Everybody down. And Grady was just running at Mav since the tier 1. They couldn't stop him. This Mythic team is looking unstoppable. Ego. Kira gets the double. Everywhere, like you said on the map, is just looking like fight after fight after fight. Hey, and it's going to be Mythic winning all of them.
I at this point, as a caster, I'm at a loss for words here. This has been a complete domination thus far coming out of Mythic, and what started as a molehill is starting to look a little bit like Mount Everest. This is such a tough game to climb back into, not only because the passage the Fangtooth has provided, but because the gold and XP differential, it's helped compound and build. And from minute 1 of this game, Mythic has just not let off the gas.
I mean, you know, this is part of the time where we have a little bit of downtime, right, heading into these big objectives. And we like to kind of restate what's happening throughout this game for the viewers here that haven't been here the entire time. But it is what you've been seeing, a complete dominance showing here from Mythic. And I think the really big part is it's just that early invade. And I just think it was just so important to get Grady at a confident level of just like, hey, I can do whatever I want. And they followed with that. Lauber winning that offlane. It just kept steamrolling after that. We talk about that domino effect, and this is what we're seeing here, ladies and gentlemen. Primordial Fangtooth, no contestation here. Mav on the other side of the map. Appy, have to be a little bit careful, though. He's in a little world of hurt. They get any CC off, that might be it. But Primordial Blaze, Primordial Fangtooth secured by this team Mythic, heading on over to Orb Prime. Primal, trying to find an answer.
Oh man, and being able to have this Primordial Blaze for this side is actually pretty huge, as now over the top end, it's going to be an engage. Cure going to be put in a tough spot, as now Appy is going to make it a little bit tougher on the opposition. Black Hole is going to be able to catch one, but a shutdown on the Cure is going to be able to come out of seismic space, being played by Grady, who's going to be looking towards map, but the Primordial Blaze does definitely turn up the temperature, as this team in Mythic is now getting melted through. It's going to be Appy ultimately who does get a kill here onto Zihi, and what is a 2-for-2 trade, but this is the best case for Primal at this moment. Grady, Lauber going to be looking over towards map. Blastfire is going to be able to create a little bit of space, but it may not be enough. Spear of Veneer is going to send that boy pretty far on the horizon. It's going to be Math back in base.
They stole that without Mav being there. What a contestation there. What a play coming out of Primal, but they still lose 4 members. Gonna be Mythic still ended up with the win on that one, but that was such a huge delay of game there for the side of Primal. They're able to get a little bit more room to play around with, a little bit more farm to get to that late game that we were talking about. But man, that was probably the biggest play that they're ever going to get. But they still lose out here, possibly on this big Orb Prime. They have members up, but Mav is still down for a long time.
I mean, you've said it in the past, right? That Primal Blaze helps you win fights. The Orb Prime, though, it helps you win games. Being able to take down those objectives with that additional pressure provided by the super or enhanced minions, I should say, is still going to be very threatening for this team. Seismic, Zihi, they're going to be looking for a miracle play here, as Lauber is going to be looking to zone off the 3 members over to the backside. Tesla Dome does get used in order to get a pick. We do see the team fight now devolve onto the bottom side. It's going to be a ventilate that comes up, sneaks onto the engage onto the backside. Is going to be able to help do some degree of damage, but the subjugate is going to completely split the fight off. It's going to knock multiple members back with the colossal blow, as it seems like Sneaks and the rest of this team does not want to fight anymore.
They don't indeed. McGrady's still looking for a rune to be able to use that Coliseum. They pick up the Orb Prime this time. No steal coming out of nowhere from the side of Primal. So they're going to be a little bit on the backside here. Going to be all members. Wave's going to be pushed up inside the duo, so there might be some potential threat if Grady's able to push up that wave. But they're going to have the advantage here. They might be able to take away some T2s. The real question is Primal going to be able to defend one more time like they did in game 1? They were able to. But we're going to see how this one plays out.
Hey, man, the real Primal fans, it's time for you to stand up in the comments. You got to stake your claim as Mythic. Is going to be looking to put a bow on this one sooner rather than later. Pressure applied from the left and mid, but now it's going to be turned into a fight. Colossal blow into the black hole. It's going to be able to buy them a little bit of space, as Grady is going to be buying Naps a ticket back to base. He was thirsty for the kill, so they had to send him back to the fountain.
Oh man, what a great play there. Neurogenesis was popped, so they couldn't burst down Cure there right away. Great rotation from Grady from the dual lane. Stop that split push to help his team on out. 2 inhibs down. They're not going to be able to push it for any more here just quite yet because of that wave inside off lane. But that was a great play there. Mav almost was able to turn that fight, but there was just no damage behind him. But this might be where Mythic's going to be able to kind of close this game out. But they can't make another mistake. They can't make this Primordial Fangtooth go into the way of a Team Primal. Mythic needs to be able to secure it and then push to end this game. But if they don't, there's a lot of late game still left for this type of Team Primal to come back in.
I'm gonna say a sentence that no Primal player nor fan is gonna like. You're just backed with 3,000 gold nearly. I think it was about 2,892 last time I gave it a little bit of a check. And now he's going to be coming back that much more powerful, right? That is basically a full item at this threshold of the game. And with his damage, with the front line and space secure that we've been seeing out of Grady, out of the entirety of this composition, really, this next fight is going to be extremely difficult for Primal.
Oh, more than that. Not even just the back from Cure, right, Ego? If you look at the inhibs that they took down, it's going to be the left and the mid inhib, which allows for these super minion waves to push on in. And what this does for Team Mythic is they don't have to worry about pushing waves. It's going to naturally push for them. So all they have to do is play around the space, and this might be it.
Oh my god, bro. A Coliseum into a Blink 3v1. He likes it. Oh, it's Cure. Gonna be able to lock down the first kill and what is sure to be a slaughter. That's a double basically for free, as it's gonna be the members of Primal falling one by one. Tesla Dome comes down, but what is a dome to this team? They have been running down the entirety of the game and not gonna stop now. It's Seismic will be the last surviving member, only for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be an RGS ace that seals the fate of Primal as Mythic takes this set in 2.
Then they're going to take it in 2 inside the interview. Here you go. You know what they did? They took it in 2. First game looking a little bit closer, but second game, Team Mythic said, no. We're going to shut all this little nonsense and noise down. We're going to close this one down in a fashionable style. Complete dominance performance. We talked about the recap of this game, and like I said, I think the most important play of that game was that early invade. They're able to capitalize on that red buff, able to capitalize on first blood. Gave Grady a lot of room to play with. They were able to win lanes, and from then on, Grady was comfortable. You saw him taking fights that you're like, we probably shouldn't be taking that. But at that time of the game, he was able to kind of just use that influence he had from the early game on. And that's how they steamrolled, controlling objectives, controlling the tempo, and controlling the series.
I mean, I think you hit it all perfectly on the head. There was basically, from minute one, nothing that this team could do once the invade started rolling out from Grady. An excellent performance coming out of Mythic. They're going to move on to the next stage of this tournament. But before we get there, we're going to send it to the desk for the post-game breakdown.
Thank you, EO and F6, and a 2-0 for Mythic, just like they predicted in their videos, and quite a change from what we saw in Game 1 to Game 2. What was the big difference in these two games?
I think it comes down to the draft and the way that they set up their characters in their lanes. I think we saw in Game 1, Primal is able to play the game super, super well. Their team fighting in Game 1 was amazing. They performed so well in Game 1. They had a draft strategy that they went for. They were like, we're going for a full pick comp. This is what we're doing. And with this draft, I just really didn't like how they set up. I think they needed the Sevarog to be off lane. I think they needed the Feng Mao to be jungle so that they have something in the jungle that can fight with the Zarus early, because if you have Gadget mid, Sev jungle, Feng off, all three of those are scaling. Feng Mao in lane is a lot weaker early than Feng Mao in jungle because it can't trade as well in lane. And they just didn't give themselves the opportunity to play. If they had set up and drafted in a way that they are allowed to play the game, we know Primal are a top team. But with the way that they set up for this game, they did not have any shot. They did not have any opportunities in this game to really show that. And that's where I'm disappointed.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, Wangle, for the lane setups for the champions that they picked. I want to highlight Mythic, though. I think that they had a strategy off what Primal did. We saw just even in the first early levels, right? Like you said, with mid off lane prio, Grady comes into the red side jungle, and as a Sevarog jungle, when you're losing that whole quadrant, Matt basically farmed one quadrant out of the 4 available on the map for the first like 8 minutes of that game. Grady really just sat in that red side jungle, and the Sevarog, being the character that it was in the early game, can't even invade into the other quadrant on Grady's red side jungle to even pull ahead or even be even. One thing that Grady did that was amazing during that time in the game too was he denied Sneaks a lot of waves in the off lane by pressuring the dive. Sneaks had to back up and he couldn't get the XP that he needed. So it just was a masterclass from the very beginning. And yeah, that's kind of props to Mythic, man. They played really well in that one.
I felt bad for Sneaks. He got denied super heavily early in that game. There was a lot of focus on the red side jungle of Team Primal. Grady was in there constantly. Lauber was putting in work with all of the tethers, all of the stuff you saw from the Kwang there. I'd like to thank Primal for participating in this. They should hold their heads up high. They played an exceptional game one that came down to just one lost team fight. They played the best that they could in this game too, but it is going to be Mythic with a date in our semifinals against Mach 10 for a chance to get into our grand finals to take on Flowstate. Our next series is going to be up right after this break.
Fear the forest, champions. Mourn, the ancient warden of the woods, has awoken.
The forest awaits.
Mourn is a legendary force of nature whose twisted sense of purpose compels him to cleanse the sacred woods by any means necessary. A vengeful guardian and heavy-handed hunter, Mourn lures in unsuspecting trespassers and lost souls like a siren, preying on their wants and fears before ensnaring them forevermore, trapped in eternal darkness.
And so it begins.
Mourn's primary ability is Contagion, where he unleashes a swarm of grotesque locusts on both enemy and allied players alike. The locusts deal magical damage to enemies and reduce their armor for a short duration. Allies, on the other hand, gain health restoration as well as bonus armor, enabling Mourn to distribute cruelty and blessing simultaneously. Mourn's secondary ability is Beguile, where he calls upon the spirits of the forest to conjure an alluring light, gaining damage reduction and slowing himself for the duration. Once fully channeled, or upon reactivation, nearby enemies are lured towards Mourn, becoming mesmerized while taking magical damage.
Nature thanks you for your service.
Abduct is Mourn's alternate ability, where he extends powerful vines towards a target to ensnare them before pulling them in. This ability can be channeled for a short duration to increase its range, but channel it for too long and the ability will go on cooldown, so timing is everything. Abduct is great for chasing down fleeing enemies. Try to combine it with Mourn's Beguile ability to pull your opponents in and keep them mesmerized while your allies deliver the finishing blow.
Deeper I sink my roots.
Extract is Mourn's passive ability, where he unleashes a longer range vine instead of a basic attack. The vine deals bonus AoE magical damage and restores a percentage of Mourn's maximum health, helping him to stay in the fight for longer or wave clear if he needs to. Mourn's ultimate ability is Eclipse, where he briefly absorbs all light from the entire battlefield, causing massively reduced vision for all enemies no matter where they try to hide. During this time, Mourn gains a huge boost of movement speed, making this ability perfect for setting up teamfights and getting the drop on unsuspecting enemies. Defensive items with high ability haste like Hexbound Bracers are great for helping Mourn maintain his healing output. Windcaller can also be a good choice to buff the whole team as well as Mourn's healing potential with his Contagion ability. Take up the mantle of the Woodland Warden with Mourn. Coming to Predecessor on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC.
We're in the late stages of the tournament, so we've got two of the hottest teams you already know, Mach 10 and Mythic, coming at you. What up, friends? I'm F. Same old desk as usual. Let's break it down. Wangle, get into it off rip. We just watched Primal say goodbye. I guess the biggest high-level question to ask here is, Mythic makes it on through. How did they beat Primal in one sentence or less?
They beat Primal through sheer grit in game 1, and in game 2 it seemed that they kind of woke up. They've hit their groove. They have a couple West Coast players, might not have been fully awake, so I think they're very much in the swing of things going into the set.
Other side, Blue Jay, is it enough to take down Mach 10? Ooh. Yeah, it's going to be a big deal because, I mean, when I said top teams, it's generally we're looking at Mach 10. This is, for all intents and purposes, like the number one squad, right? Like we're a little surprised that they didn't even get number one. These are the guys. Lakeinator's been here since frame 1. We get it. But Mythic on the other side, one of the most consistent squads around. Blue Jay, I'm coming back to you here. What makes them so consistent?
Real quick, I believe Blue Jay is not able to be heard on the stream. So,
rip
yes.
that. All right, so we'll come back to this. So you know what? Question to you then. What makes them so consistent?
For which team again? Sorry.
Mythic. Why are they? Because they consistently find themselves towards that top. They don't always number one, but they're always 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, they usually stick with a very similar roster. The core 3 of Appy, Toasty, and Lobber have played together for a year or two by now, playing together on D-Lab, now Mythic. But they always change junglers, and it seems like Grady has fit in well after coming back into this team, and they know how each other wants to play. They've played with Grady twice before, and they've figured out their play style. They know exactly what they want to do.
Blue Jay, what's up?
Hey, I think I'm here now, guys. But before Mythic, yeah, kind of like Wang was saying, they stick with a nice core, and they've honestly, even though meta shift a lot, they have a lot of comfort picks on characters. So even if a lot of other teams think that these champions are going out of the meta, there's picks like Sevarog, which Lobber has had a staple on since the very beginning, which causes teams to have a certain respect when playing against these guys. So I think they just continuously are able to bring out large champion pools into these games, so they're kind of able to play whatever play style they really want to play.
Word. That makes sense. The wide champ pool, I think, is one of the biggest things when it comes down when you're playing any MOBA. You know, we just patched. You got to be able to swivel and deal and change things up. All right, I'm going to be not nice here, dude. I'm going to be not nice, dude. Grady, North. A lot of people say it's a downgrade. Who wants this one? Do you agree? Who wants this one? You could choose who takes this one, because I've heard that Grady from North is a downgrade for Mythic, full stop.
They played with North a while ago. I think a lot of people would consider North to be the current best jungler in the game. I think that is a pretty...
That's the nicer way to say it. Is that no?
Yeah, that is not... I don't think that that's an insane take. I think that's a pretty cold take for the community as a whole. I think North mechanically is very strong. I think the mind that he brings to this M10 roster is really, really good. He is a very good shot caller, and he can play a wide plethora of champions that just makes him so versatile in this jungle role.
It's all about those wide pools. So definitely got to think about that. North is that number one jungler. So says a lot of people. Now playing for Mach 10. Let's take a closer look at him and the boys.
You know, we're ready to win, honestly, more than anything. I think we're feeling like the competition's pretty easy this time around. We kind of have a strategy going into each of the games. We're ready to win and ready to have some fun too. Hopefully we get some good games, honestly.
I guess our mindset over the past couple weeks has been just trying to understand, I guess, our competition and really get the advantage on them so that we could, you know, start off by having a strong draft and take it from there and win the thing, you know, win the PCC.
We're pretty sure we're going to face Mythic, and that's who we want to face, honestly. We definitely want to get our revenge for, obviously, our PPL matches, and, you know, some people over there be talking a lot of smack, so we're ready to ready to show them that the Wukong mid doesn't work as well as I think it does.
Team that I would want to face, I probably would have to go with Mythic, just because there's so much history between us from every PCC. The teams have now been jumbled up a bit, so we see each other as probably rivals hand in hand, and we're very confident whoever wins versus us will probably win the whole thing.
Both Bartledew and Lakeinator say straight up and down, listen, we want to play against Mythic. So they got what they asked for, okay? They put in their order, and Mythic is standing in front of them. At the end of the day, when you're quote-unquote the number one team, you'll kind of take whoever. Blue Jay, why do you think that Mach 10 said, gimme Mythic and give it to us now?
Well, I like to think that Lakeinator wants to play against his old team and kind of take him down. I think there's a little bit of a grudge match there. But I also think Mach 10 might think that they just stylistically match up a little better against Mythic. Primal coming out of there, maybe a little bit more loose cannon of a team, able to bring out a little bit more tricky picks. So maybe they just think if we can play a standard game of Pred, and Mythic is a team that likes to play that standard style of Predecessor, that they can probably come out on top. And so that's probably the main reason why I think they think they can take it.
Wangle, you agree?
Yeah, I think, especially since last PCC, I think these teams have battled it out a lot, whether it be through scrims, through PPL. They've played a lot against each other. They know how each other want to play. They both have a lot of different ways that they can draft. They are very malleable teams in terms of what they like to play.
Let me cut you off real quick. Listen, you're the gamer. You're the competitive guy. Don't you want to go against somebody that's less prepared than you?
I think they just want the best matchup. I think they...
Honor.
Yeah, I think this is one... I mean, you saw it in the interview there, Lakeinator saying that they think whoever wins this set wins the whole thing. They think that this is the real finals. They've been preparing really heavily for this. So I think we're going to see a heavyweight match here.
I mean, I'm not getting ahead of myself, but people said that about Flowstate and Professors, too. Draft coming at you. Let's get into it. Let's see how this one works out. Blue Jay, you were talking before about how this draft going to be a little bit more contested than the last one around. Primal kind of doing whatever. We saw Decker mid. We saw some wild stuff going on earlier. So this one a little bit more tried and true, a little bit more traditional, says you. All right, prediction time. Like what are we most prioing here for these two squads, Blue Jay?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have Wukong being one of the main prio picks here, or the bans. Both of these teams play it a lot. Mach 10 can flex into multiple roles, as so Mythic can. We see the Richter ban coming out. That's probably a straight dodge at Bartledew. He has a very, very sticky Richter, is what we call it in the pro scene, of like he just hits a lot of hooks, and when Richter's hitting a lot of hooks in these games, it's just very hard to play. You start doing like head games with the other team. Am I going to dodge one way, going to dodge the other? I would expect the Wukong ban to come out, unless they're thinking that they can just trade the Yurei for the Wukong. That's kind of like the two trade picks that are coming out of both of those do get through draft.
Yeah, Wukong, excuse me, Wukong mid is something that we've seen from Mythic time and time again. It's something relatively newer. Lance mentioned earlier the patch changing that mid lane vibe. Are we still going to see that Wukong mid, Wangle? Are we still going to see some of those oddball picks, or is the patch really going to dictate kind of what goes down?
I think the difference in what Mythic was doing in PCC about a month ago is it's not really the patch, it's about what they're doing as players. We're going to see Yurei ban from Mythic, actually. But the reason that the Wukong is different is because Mythic have put a lot of time into practicing it in jungle. Last time that we saw Mythic on this stage, when we saw Wukong, we were like, it's Wukong mid, they're going to play Wukong mid. Wukong's been nerfed, it's still very good in the mid, but because of the mage buffs where everyone's magic armor got reduced, Wukong is slightly more evened out with the mages in mid lane. The mages can do a little bit better into it. So Mythic have put a lot of time in to be able to flex it into the jungle role in case they want a better matchup into mid, or they have a good matchup in jungle.
Sev and Grimband's coming out here. Sev just seems to be everybody's favorite offlaner, so I don't think there's much conversation there. Grim, though, is something that makes a little bit of sense, but I saw some conversation in the chat during match number 1 when I was popping there. So, Blue Jay, kind of walk me through Grim, the strengths of the robot recently.
Yeah, no, he just came kind of flourished into this meta, really. With an Enchanter pairing with a Muriel, a Zinx, he's kind of just like exploded onto the map. He deals so much damage, and then when you're able to build a comp around him and he's just able to pump out and not really get disrupted, he's able to just kind of take over a full game. We do see the Wukong coming out, though, on the side of Mythic, kind of how we were predicting, taking that first pick. We obviously think Mach 10 definitely has something in store, though. They wouldn't just give this over without prepping for it, and they take the Gideon and the Kwang right out of the pocket of Lauber, who played it in that last game. And I just think these are two solid picks. Bry is a very, very he's a very, very seasoned mage player in this game. He knows how to play a lot of champions. He knows how to play them well. And this Kwang is actually a flex pick. Bartledew will pull us out in the support lane, so it's actually a tri-flex, I like to say.
Word. That's exactly where I wanted to go. So, Wrangle, I'm going to head over to you. Gideon, I think, is kind of, cut and dry. You play the big mage, make the big and alt initiator type deal. Talk to me a little bit about this Kwang flex. Where do you expect it to go? And do you think that it's part of this, are we playing tricks and picks and bans, or are we just kind of drafting straight up?
I don't think that there's many tricks. I mean, they have the opportunity to flex it 3 different ways. It's kind of up to them as the draft evolves, what they like it into, but the Kwang is picked because it is consistent CC onto the Wukong, because the Wukong likes to jump up into the air, and the Kwang tether pulls down, drags them down into the tether, so it's just consistent CC to pull the Wukong to make sure that he can't do as many shenanigans in the air as he would like to. Countess and Narb being picked up, we're going for a very healing comp here. High prio on Narb, not something that we saw a lot in PCC about a month ago, but getting picked up on third by Mythic.
I mean, it's definitely one of Bartledew's kind of go-tos, so being able to snatch that away, not something that you're bad about, you're sad about. The Countess on the other side, off-lane Countess, question mark? Blue Jay?
Yeah, I would assume it's going to the offlane for Lauber. That's generally where Countess is being played right now. And especially with Wukong, unless, like you said, they're going to flex into the mid, which has been nerfed a little bit, then they can start doing some interesting things. But I think that Countess will be going into the offlane. The Terra gets picked up as well. Terra's a very, very impressive offlaner at the moment, and really doesn't have too many answers into her. So Mach 10 just kind of taking that away for Bone Druid, most likely.
Which one of y'all are more intimately familiar with that offlane?
Probably me.
Okay, yeah, because I know it's neither of your mains. This is a weird matchup. Offlane makes a lot of sense to me, and I think a lot of players as tanky guy versus tanky guy. Once you jump into that mismatch of having the Countess on one side, how does this go? Does it change the pace of that side of the map?
It's definitely a very strong early pick, and it's definitely something that Lauber has a lot of games on and is very comfortable on. You see most other teams that have played against this Mythic side have banned that Countess. They don't want to see him on it just because of how safe it is in offlane due to her teleport, and how strong she is in the early levels, being able to trade, create pressure. Sparrow ban coming out. We have double ADC ban for Mach 10, and they're going to lock the Wraith. This is something that I think I've only seen this team playing. I believe it's good. We've done some testing with it on my team as well, but they are going to be locking Wraith ADC in the duo lane. Now that Grim is gone, able to farm up really hard, able to scale really well. If they are able to get this Wraith online, it will be pumping if it's not completely ruined by the Wukong, which now looks to be locked in mid lane.
Well, so they'll be going head-to-head against the Twin Blast. I'm coming back to you, Wrangle, because that entire time you were kind of talking about it, you were hiding this nonsense-eating grin, let's say. You know more than you're letting on. Give me the sauce about what this guy's going to bring to the duo lane.
There's a lot of plays that you can do. It depends on what augment this Wraith goes. If he goes the group invis, there are a lot of plays that you can make with your jungler, dipping into the jungle, making things happen. By walking your jungle into the lane invis, but also they're going to be playing really hard off of this rewind. The Wraith is going to have a little bit of difficulty playing this game due to Wukong and Xayah's dive onto him. Wraith doesn't deal well with easy dive, and they have a lot of it, especially with Countess TP as well, Narb movement speed. It's going to be difficult to pilot this Wraith. I'm actually surprised that they picked it, but M10 are going to lock in this Feng Mao on final pick, which should mean that it's Kwang support.
Interesting world we live in. Blue Jay, draft is done. High level. Give me your take. Who's got the better draft? Doesn't mean who's going to win. Not asking you for your prediction, but who won the draft?
I'd like to say that I think that Mythic has a little bit of edge in this draft. The Wraith pick is a little off-putting for me, although they have practiced it and it could be good. I think Mythic just has a little bit of an easier comp to play, and they're on characters that they are, pretty stationed on. So I think Mythic, for them, have a little bit better of a draft. I think Mach 10 is going to have a little bit harder time playing the game, but like you said, doesn't mean that they're not going to win. Mach 10 can still come out and use a lot of these champions that they have to kind of accelerate forward and get the win for them.
That's why we play the game. If we just draft, well, it's TFT. That's why we actually play the game. Wangle, Blue Jay doesn't seem to have much faith in the new. Tried and true on the side of Mythic, very classic, very standard. We done seen this before. On your side, I know you were excited about the Wraith. I like weird stuff too, but is it legitimately a good draft? Do they have the upper hand here?
I think it is a tough draft. I think both these teams are very good and very seasoned, and as you can see, these are some of the weirdest drafts that we've seen. We have Wukong mid versus Kwang support. It's a very tough one. I feel like the Wraith pick, I don't exactly love it in this draft, and I might give it to Mythic just for that reason, but I think this is anyone's game to play for, and there's a lot that you can use with the Wraith to get the picks that you need in order to play the comp.
Well, here's what I say. The meta is something you follow, but these are two of the top teams, and they're our North American leaders. So let's see if the meta they're making works out, or if you just gotta follow the leader. Desk is done. Game 1 coming at you. Casters, your turn.
Hey, thank you so much to our desk. I am Lance Cecil, here with a fresh haircut out of Ritterific. Grit, you're looking sharp today. How are you, man?
Hey, I had to get ready for the crowd, Lance. We got a big stage, big event going on here, and as we had seen it, and as many have called it, this is the matchup we wanted to see, so you had to be ready for it, all set up for it. I'm going to go a little bit against the desk on this one. I do like what Mythic had drafted. It is a good team. They did some good change-ups from what we've seen in that previous matchup, but I like this Mach 10 roster. These guys have played so fluent and so well together, and I think that this adds a lot of change to the matchup, and it's going to be important to see how they play it, and if Mythic can play into it properly without having to adjust on the fly and get them slowed down.
And we were doing a lot of practice, a lot of preparation for this series coming in, because it's kind of what you and I had predicted. We've cast about 4 different scrims between these two teams, and it seems to really be dependent on whether or not these are butt kickings about how this mid lane matchup goes. I think that this Gideon matchup into the Wukong is about as good of a matchup for the Wukong as you can get. Before level 6, Gideon's got 2 abilities that can hurt you. Wukong has 6 from level 3 on, and it's going to be up to Bride to be able to survive that early game, hit that level 6, try to get those roams and match the pace of Appy. It's going to be interesting to see if he's going to have that tempo, the ability to do it, but it is time for us to get down onto it, start this pivotal series, see who is going to get that super desired date with Flowstate in our grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mach 10, this is Mythic, this is loser bracket finals. Rhett, here we go, man.
Lance, I'm excited for this one. And one big thing I want to point out here is we talked about the switch ups, what we'd seen in the previous draft ups, is I do like this pickup here by Mythic taking that Narbash. We know that is a staple mark of that Mach 10 roster. You know that they like to utilize that as a big pick play by Bartledew. He's known for that play. So maybe just a quick snake to take that out of their pocket and put it into yours. So nice pickup there. I think that's a little strategic move by Mythic as we see this first match.
I think that it is too, also very, very on brand for Mythic. They weren't practicing with this Narbash. We've been casting their scrims, like I said. We've been paying very close attention and tracking these. It's on brand for them to just not touch this Narbash and then trust Toasty on event day to be able to perform with it. He knows his spacing. He knows his positioning. He knows how to keep his E button on. He knows when to push the R button and his ult button. And just like that, it's just easy peasy for Toasty. This is such a comfort hero for both supports. Expect this to continuously be contested in these drafts. I'm expecting a 3-game series out of this.
I would absolutely expect a 3-game series out of this one, Lance. We saw some good exchanges across the board with this one. Not used to seeing the mid lane Gideon into the Wukong in our previous matchups. As you just mentioned, this is what we need to keep our eyes on. We did see Bryce have some success with some other characters in those scrims. Interested to see why this was the pick. Maybe they had that one brewed up the same way that Mythic did. They said, hey, we won't practice it into you, but we're going to surprise you with it on game day and it hits you right in the mouth. These matchups here, otherwise, we've seen pretty steadily across the board. Lauber playing on the Countess. This is no new music to us. We've heard this song and dance before. Monitor on the with Terra very strong. If he's able to get played early, get North over to him actively, which we've seen numerous times, has been beneficial and successful for them throughout the course of those games. They'd like to see that same success today. The one change-up we will see here that we didn't see a lot in those matchups or in previous matchups so far with them is they're not having the Yuri on to Grady, but he is a phenomenal player on the Zars as well. He loves to get active and play those lanes, but can he keep up with the pacing and the speed that North is going to provide on that thing now? We saw what he's able to do when he's able to rotate and conquer throughout, and he's fluid throughout the match, and he's shown numerous times where he can start off with that early game success. I look for him to find that in this match one because they're going to need that to set the staple to say, hey, we're going to take this series and we're going to take it confidently. We see some activity starting here. Andrew getting taken into forcing the blink out. It's not going to be enough to start any major action just to get that one asset out the way. We'll see North come over and share his turn of the activity.
Yeah, North on this side as well. Bondru now without that retreat as the blink is on cooldown. North going to relieve some pressure, going to help him crash this wave, get a reset here so Bondru can play in a safer state in the lane now that he's not going to have to be pushed all of the way up to that tier 1 tower in the longest lane in the game. And we've got a lot going on. I feel like this is the type of game that we're going to sit back, we're going to get some farm, we're going to spend the first 5 to 8 minutes without a lot of particular action going on, and then it's all going to explode like we're used to seeing from these two teams when they meet up.
And that's what I do love about these teams, Lance, and the time that we've watched them and the time that I watched Mythic from the start of their competitive nature to now. They love that early game. Hey, we'll start it slow with you. We'll take the pace. We'll find out what you think your tempo is, and then we're going to manipulate it and utilize that against you. Right now, we're seeing a lot of that. They're fine with being pushed up back against the wall by this Mach 10 roster because that's where they play comfortably at. They want to sit here. They want to play you into that later portion of the game where they scale up. They have that opportunity with the Narbash now to get into that late game where we know he's so strong and important. Appy's going to keep his monkey shenanigans going on. He's going to stay very aggressive in the lane and try to make his presence known across the entirety of the map. But right now, we're not seeing it quite as fluidly as we've seen it before. He's slowing it down as well. He knows he's got to adjust to this matchup. He knows that Bryce sees some form of confidence in the Gideon play. So he's actually playing rather passive compared to what we've been used to seeing. But I think this is what we need to see. This is our teams showing respect for one another. This is the gentleman's handshake where the action really begins.
All right, and Appy's starting to move around the map a little bit. I do like what I've seen out of Bry here on this Gideon. The couple of times weeks ago that we had seen these guys play into each other, it kind of felt like the Gideon was always a little unsure of how to react and how to play around this Wukong. Bry may have found that sauce, that formula to be able to survive, sustain within this lane, still get that clear out, that poke out, and kind of match the pace of Appy, as he hasn't really been pushed into the tier 1 yet. Appy hasn't had the ability to roam all of the way yet. Psycho Breaker gonna go right over Bry's head as he drops down from that ledge, gets the root off, is actually winning the trade, the poke war at this exact moment. We'll see how that continues as they press on into the later portions of this game. About to hit this 5-minute mark. First Fangtooth of the series is about to spawn. We do have all of the members of Mach 10 that would need to be on this Fangtooth over here. Grady invading the red side jungle on the opposite side, so this may just be a free first Fangtooth of the series for Mach 10.
Could be a potential free Fangtooth, Lance. They would be able to secure it. It looks like we do have the rotation over from the Mythic roster, but even if they do secure it, we know Mythic is very keen on trying to get those exit kills. They would usually rotate over that. We're not seeing that. They did have the reset by the dual lane. Cure had to get stalled by the lane that North had pushed up, so he did have to grab that farm. They're just going to surrender this buff over freely, and as we see many times with the Gideon, you just use that torn space to get out of your team safely out of there. Good first objective there for the side of Mach 10, playing this one to a T right now, probably how I'd imagine they wanted to play. We heard those captains, those players talk about how they wanted to control this matchup and they wanted this Mythic matchup. And right now it seems like they're very smooth and fluid in the way things are going. But as we've seen before, teams can be very good, but it all changes when the action really breaks out. And that's going to be the important factor in this, as we see Appy starting to get a little bit more of his pressure onto Bry, which is what he needs to do, start rotating around the map. I do love, Lance, I do love the Fang Mao pickup for the jungler here on the side of Mach 10. That gives you that good rotation to keep up with Appy when he's on those rotations, and maybe not let him get away so smooth and so fast. I think that's part of why they also picked the Wraith. Anything to slow down Appy and bring him back into the palms of your hands to secure some easy kills and not let him get away seems to be their move here, and I think that they're going to have some success with that in this matchup.
And as we creep closer to these level 6 coming online, it becomes more and more important. It also is a power spike the opposite way away from that Wukong. He thrives before that level 6 when he's got more abilities, more buttons to push than everybody else. That remains consistent afterwards, but that
is going to die.
Power Valley, I guess, because that's the opposite of a spike, is there. He does not have an ultimate ability other than, switching that stance. So we'll see if they're able to play around it. Appy has inspired the masses, though. The amount of Wukong mids that I have seen in my solo queue games are enough to make it so I don't have to shave the sides of my head anymore, because the rest of my hair has fallen out from the stress of it. Grady gonna come in here with the gank. It's going to be Bartley who's in the retreat, but the Coliseum's gonna come out, put him on the board. That's first blood for Grady. The fight's not over yet. North gonna pick up Cure on the backside of it, but his health bar is going low. Crash Bang Boom is going to come out, is gonna be able to knock up North on the backside, but Appy with a good rotation, gonna be able to come over and pick it up. Bryce got the black hole, gonna force the flash out of Appy, and we've got action early, but it's 2-1 in favor of Mythic.
Great rotations overall by these teams, Lance. Good setup for that fight. So we see Lake here staying very active, still trying to secure some kills and get some damage around. Good 2-1 exchange on the side of Mythic, and there it was. There was the rotation. But with the Gideon, as I mentioned, able to rotate over fairly smoothly. It wasn't just a clean handoff. Appy did have to expend his blink, though he does have numerous other mobile abilities to get himself out of there. But the expenditure of some of those blinks and the ults were the importance of that fight. You talked about how they wanted to get that level 6. That's when we were going to see the activity, and we saw a good dose of it. We saw the black hole come out from Gideon. We saw the Coliseum come down from the Zarus as well. We saw the twin blasts all coming out. A lot of action. Now we're seeing Appy starting to get more comfortable getting into those exchanges with Rye. He's feeling that. He needs that, but he needs to be cautious. As I mentioned, North active and mobile on the Fang Mao is going to be the caution. That's going to be the setback in those mid lane plays where we saw Appy have a ton of success into those other mid laners. Is now with the Fang Mao, there's a lot of chance to kind of surprise you and pop in there. If he doesn't have to use his dash, everything dash to get in there, it's his chance to chase the Wukong down. And with the root from the Gideon, I think that's kind of the combo they're looking on here. Everything in this, in my opinion, from this Mach 10 roster is kind of a slow down and stop to Appy. Appy has had a lot of success on that. They've mentioned they've seen that success, so they're fully aware of it, and they're going to prevent it.
Oh, a good tether is going to land on the Toasty. Liquid, or the knockup isn't going to be able to be in range from Bartledew. But I want to continue to talk about what you were on here, Rick, because I do agree. I am surprised and impressed with the way that Mach 10 has been playing into this Wukong. We've seen Appy take over so many games with it. I was prepared for it to happen again this game, especially with that favorable matchup into the Gideon. Bright really seems like he's landing these tethers, landing these abilities into the auto, into the staying in the range to be able to secure those, get his team playing around and kind of hovering the mid lane. They're going to pick this mini prime up, hand that over to Bondrewd as well. So a good little bit of pushing power. It's going to be hard for that Countess to slow Bondrewd down at this point. But they are putting a lot of attention into Appy here. And I think that it is kind of the right choice for them. But there's some other factors of this Mythic roster that they need to be worried about. Lobber on Countess, we haven't had the opportunity to talk about him yet because they're just over here doing the farming simulator game in the off lane for now. But once Lobber joins these team fights, it changes a lot. And with this second Fang Tooth spawning, it looks like he's going to start grouping now.
And that's the issue you wanted. You have the setup here. They knew you had the Orb Prime over. You're probably going to surrender this T1 tower to Bondrewd, which is not exactly what you want there, but there is the chance this second thing to not only to secure that buff, get yourself your first neutral objective, but to be able to secure some kills. You know how important it'll be for this Countess to get in there and get a couple, get a feast. She's a very big character that needs to be kind of in that kill-hungry position. She's farmed, so she knows she can lay down the damage, but she needs to get in there and secure some kills, get that heavy advantage for this roster. See, after getting active on Bri here, Lance, now he's feeling a little bit more of that power. Even with the level 6 spike, it isn't the change. We're seeing that aggressiveness. But they need to have those aggressiveness both in that mid lane and that dual lane right now, because the importance is that there's that Orb Prime buff on to Bondrewd right now, and he's going to essentially have his way into Lobber a little bit into that solo lane with the strength of those minions. You see the activity come down the side of Mythic here. You know, you have some damage on Blakeners, what they need to do, the ult coming out expended, not going to be enough damage to secure a kill, at least pushing back the lane, Lance.
Crash Bang Boom does come out of Toasty. It's going to knock him up. North is back here on the backside. Toasty completely out of mana, but going to use the blink to miss the Earthshatter. Coliseum going to come down on top of North, and Bartledew. Those health bars are low. The jungler is dead for the side of Mach 10. Bartledew fighting for his life, but he's going to lose that battle, brother. That is a clean 2-0 in favor of Mythic.
And Mythic is winning these exchanges as they need to, and that was no better time than right there to win that. You take out the jungler, which means you get a chance to walk in freely as your team is fully combined. If you get contested by this Mach 10 roster, you have to feel confident with your strength. Rye can come in, Bondrewd come in, but as Appy and them rotating over, they're not going to stop that out. We see Black Hole come out as well, Lance.
A lot of damage, but not enough to put anybody down. He's going to get hit with on the top of the head with a staff. Also, R&B going to go wide of Lobber. Does have him within kill range, but he is very low himself. Appy smacking him with the staff is going to get the 1v1 battle of the mid laners in favor of Team Mythic. We are 2-5, but it's North and the rest of Mach 10 that have found that positioning, found that angle, and will pick up their second Fangtooth of the game. They've also got the first mini prime, so losing the team fights, losing in kill score right now, but up in the objectives.
The objectives are absolutely in their favor, and I believe that's an importance that we definitely highlight that, Lance. They're very important to have complete control of those, to get those global gold. You may not be have the fight exchanges you've been needing to have, or maybe not have exactly the lane pushes and how you needed to have the farm. We don't see that advantage right now if it does exist. What we do see those neutral objectives being the side of Mach 10. Appy getting caught by Bonadrew here, Lance. Got to be a little cautious. You're taking those junglers into the jungle camps and slowing them down, which was effective, especially going into Feng Ao. But be cautious. Don't get yourself picked off, Appy. Your life's important to this one. We see the 30 single and Yao.
Oh, he's got to use the blink because the double jump doesn't work. I was just about to say, is a Wukong ever really caught out, though? With the amount of mobility within that kit, always kind of able to just monkey your way out, swing from the trees up on the top of the sanctuary to the safety that you need to be in. Unfortunately, he was very low on mana there as Bondrewd finds him, has to use the blink. Oh, the ult's going to come out of Bartle 2 right away. Cure very low. Rewind does not come out of Lakeinator. So Cure going to be able to get himself safely back into his tier 1 tower, but they may be able to get a decent chunk of damage done to it or provide a roam out of the dual lane if they want. As Cure and Toasty, you're going to have to take a reset.
That was a good push there by Lakeinator. The fact that Bartle just laid these tethers with such success to lay down a lot of damage on Cure, even with the sustain from the Narbash, is important. They're getting a very strong pressure onto this Mythic roster, making this dual lane feel uncomfortable. As you said, the rewind did come out. It was cleansed there by Cure, but that cleanse is now on cooldown, and there will be a chance for where Lakeinator will have that ultimate again to try to get that rewind without the ability to be able to cleanse it, and that's when they'll look to make their big play. Expect that to be closer towards the next large team fight or preparation for the next objective, whether that's a mini prime or this third final Fangtooth that is so important if they want that free Fangtooth Monty. I think that'll be the move they look, and it looks like we're seeing a lot of activity pressuring these sides of the maps to start forcing over some rotations. I would expect to see a little bit more focus on Appy. If he's rotating over here to the lane now to try to save, but if he just stayed in the mid lane, he needs to be cautious. This team's kind of grouping up a little bit better, getting a little bit more smooth in the transitions, Lance. First tower going down here in the solo lane in favor of Mach 10.
And that's a decent amount of gold. Just put into the pockets of Bondrewd and North. They're able to get that. Appy does move over with the rotation. But as I'm looking at this, we were talking about Lobber earlier. Bry is running the shield ult on the the shield on the ultimate augment here on this Gideon. Already has that true silver. Also, that Terra gets that unstoppable force. There are 2 heroes, and especially with the spell shield coming out of North, there's actually 3 heroes that just straight up cannot be ulted by Countess unless the timing for it is perfect or she is very, very patient in it. So I like, as I'm looking at this, kind of that denial of the strength of Countess that we're seeing out of Mach 10.
And that's what we're seeing as an entirety, Lance, as a whole by this Mach 10 roster. We talked about their matchup into Mythic, how it seemed almost countering, and it is very strong that way. I see a lot of chances to have counterplay on these champions throughout this as we see another neutral objective being fought over here, not going to be simply handed over by Mythic over to Mach 10.
All of our ults are up. Bry taking a bunch of damage in the early parts of this. Coliseum's going to come down on top of the black hole. Are they going to have the damage to be able to finish it? Yes, they will. That's a stack for Grady, and that's a man advantage in the side of Mythic. The rest of Mach 10 trying to have to play on the backside, kind of away from this here. Actually, once again, it looks like Mythic wins the fight, gets the man advantage, but the posturing and the positioning of Mach 10 just a little bit better. They are the ones on the inside of this pit. Lobber's going to catch himself with a tether here. Grady now on the inside, but this is the Coliseum is down. Bondrewd taking a bunch of damage. Lobber going to be able to come through, get it with the Blood Tide, and now it's Bartldew on the retreat. Tether's going to land, but not onto enough members to save his life. North going to reset as well, and that will be the first neutral objective for the game. Mythic going to be able to easily pick this mini prime up for themselves.
A very strong exchange again in the team fight here by the Mythic roster. We talked about all the counters that Mach 10 had built, but they weren't effectively able to use them in these large team fights. They're more of a singular pick-off scenario where they can try to attempt to grab Appy on the Wukong or one of these other characters, Cure, maybe even the Narbash if you have to. More of like a singular out and kind of blow up that one person. Unable to utilize that in those large team fight scenarios that time at least. We could see it in the future. Right there, though, it didn't work out effectively for them. They did finally lose one neutral objective, handing this one over to the side of the Mythic roster. Mythic really needs needed that. That gives them a little bit of comfort to say, hey, we're not giving them all to you. We got to let this crowd know that we do have some confidence that we are able to hear. We are here to play, and the neutral objectives on everything because we're winning a majority of these team fights, showing that we do have this skill exchange and this confidence in this brutal matchup between these two teams that are very fiercely interested in competing with one another.
But this Fangtooth going to be a very big one. It would give the third Fangtooth buff that permanent addition to their damages and their resistances over to Mach 10. Mythic has the inside pack or positioning here, though. Grady already hitting on to that dinosaur. And we'll see if Mach 10's able to make an engage. Bondrewd is going to go in on this opposite side. Black Hole is going to come out immediately on top of Lobber and cure the damage. So big. Legionnaire going to pick the first kill up. He's going to kill his old support in Toasty. And the cure, the ADC for Mythic, also going to go down. So that, easy peasy, should be the third Fangtooth going over for Mach 10. That is a massive buff for them to pick up, especially with the next one spawning being that Primal Fangtooth, and the Orb Prime only 2.5 minutes away from spawning itself too.
Lance, if you're Mach 10, this is the play. That right there, that play specifically was the one you needed. You showed a very strong exchange in the team fight, and now you have those permanent buffs, as you had mentioned. That's going to be the crucial thing to changing these team fights. We saw a lot of them go in the favor of Mythic. They were exchanging very well in the beginning. They had their advantage, but all this global gold is finally starting to add up on top of those permanent buffs. Those are going to be the big factor in this matchup, Lance. We see North going down, Grady getting a little active here, trying to get Bondrewd as well. Will it be quite enough as they chase him down here in the jungle, or is Bond going to be able to come in and lay something down to save him? Not enough there, Lance. Good 2 pickups there on the side of Mythic, but now you have to clear the entirety of that jungle, get yourself reset, get back to your lanes, start getting things more so into your favor. Controlling the tempo throughout the lane play is going to be important. That way you can hopefully get some good pickoffs in these fights, getting something similar to what we saw there. Maybe you don't win the neutral objectives, maybe you're not winning some of the fights that you're completely grouped up on, but if they can keep focusing on the pick nature of what they have in their composition, that could be their priority, to try to keep things into their hands as they go towards these 2 major buffs spawning on the map, because if they're able to secure those with these longer death timers, Lance, we know how crucial that can be. Maybe you didn't have the neutral objectives in the beginning, but slowing things down and picking the right picks at the right time allow you to get those major objectives that are neutrals, and then you can push this one straight down, an opportunity to get yourself a large win.
And a little bit of learning, a little bit of edumacation for our viewers, wherever you are at. Get off your KDA high horses. It is 4-10 in favor of Mythic right now, but Mach 10 is in control of this map. They are in control of this game so far. They've got 3 Fangteeth. They've got both of the mini primes. They have all tier 1 towers down. They have all of their tier 1s still remaining. They are playing well as a team. They are coming around these neutral objectives correctly. And yes, there is a little bit of life out of Mythic with the way that they are winning some of these exchanges, winning some of these 1v1s, these groups. However, Mach 10 in control. It's their game to win at this point. North, looking over here onto Appy. The rewind is going to come out, so Appy going to have to try to use all of those escapes a second time, but North is on the hunt. Appy going to be able to safely get himself over to the arc shot, join his offlaner Lobber on the opposite side, get himself out. So the cooldown for Legionnaire expended, though.
Rewind comes out, Lance, and then Appy out there looking like a prime Michael Vick scrambling his way out of that, not trying to get killed by North there. A good chance to get out of the escape, good chance for them to secure their first T1 tower here. As you mentioned, those towers being a very crucial importance. You want to be able to have the mobility and dominance across the map. Making sure those T1 towers gone is what you need to have. If you're going to try to set up some plays for picks or getting behind the opposing team, you have to make sure those T1 towers are down. And with the things going the way they have so far in this match for this Mythic roster, if you want to be able to start situating and setting yourself up this next major neutral objectives, you need to clear these towers out the way, get a little bit more global gold in your pocket, win that team fight or win that pick that you need, get yourself on that neutral objective. Because like you said, KDA is not the important thing. This isn't Call of Duty, friends. You need to be able to get some team fights, get yourself set up for a neutral objective, get you some global gold, get you those big buffs that you need to have to actually win this match.
And we have eclipsed the point in this match where that is going to start happening. And you see Grady already over by this Orb Prime pit. We know the importance and the pushing power that these buffs give you once you're able to do it. Primal Fangtooth still got about 2 minutes before it's going to come up, but that Orb Prime has spawned North on the opposite side. So it's going to be Mythic that has the inside track to set their vision up, set their stake. Bartledew is going to do what he can to thwart that during this moment too, but the numbers advantage around that pit definitely on the side of Mythic at this exact moment.
They're curling inside of Mythic, but the thing we've noticed here, Lance, in the start of this matchup is Mythic has been a little bit too aggressive in starting these objectives a little bit early. They start the objective, take a little bit of damage, and those were the minor objectives. Now that these major objectives out, if you start those at the wrong time, that's a lot more true damage coming out onto you and pre-start of the fight, of the major fights. The last thing you want to do is start with these objectives and have to drop it, or start the engagement and have to try to secure it while the other team is impeding on you and invading on you. So right now they may have had a good posture toward it, and they're all kind of floating that way. They don't want to start this thing prematurely because they've seen it happen on 2 objectives so far this game. If they do it at a 3rd time, it could be at a major cost in this first match of the set.
Oh no, Toasty gonna get blown up by North in that fight. The tether lands from Bartleby, and just like that, it is a man advantage. It is only the support, but that's a lot of sustain when you consider all that a Narbash could bring to a fight. It looks like Bry's got a pretty good flank into this mid lane as well, maybe able to get behind them with a black hole, but it's Bondrewd and Appy meeting around the stairs of the Fangtooth pit, gonna get pushed back here by Bondrewd. Looks like that flank did not end up coming out of Bry there, trying to peel back, maybe help Bondrewd in case Appy got him a little bit too sticky, but it's time for some monkey split pushing as Appy surely going to play away from his team for the next 5 to 10 minutes of this game and try to knock some of these tier 1s down. Grady coming in though, looking for this Coliseum. Can he find a target for it? Not quite into the range, doesn't quite have the backup around him. He's going to eat a lot of poke in his attempt to do so, but Appy and Bondrewd now on the left side. Actually, Lobber going to pick up North somewhere in the red side jungle, so Lobber sticking out, showing up on this countess as he is known to do, now sitting at 2-1-5. Also, just while we have a second to breathe, Lobber never builds a mana item on Countess anytime he ever plays her. I know this from trying to steal his builds off Omega City and not having the skills to go no mana Countess. So shout out to Lobber for his mana management and his ability to play a hero that's trying to spam and like cycle through abilities and do combos without building a lick of mana.
I'm glad he took a moment to shout out Lobber there. We've not heard a lot of him in this game. He's being more quiet than we're used to as we see this team. Look, it's going to start the objective here, Lance. That's why I was talking about. I'm not sure Mythic needs to be starting these objectives, these manners. You do have the Narbash, gives you a lot more sustainable, but this is a cautionary play. You can't start these premature objectives and try to dance around those as the opposing team comes in. I think this is not exactly the move we need to sell this Mythic roster, and now they have no chance but to commit to this buff and then commit to a fight, Lance.
They get in there. Black Hole's going to come out. Lobber gets Lakeinator on the backside, so a lot of the damage for Mach is out. Coliseum going to be answered as well. Bry falling immediately within this team fight. Now it's Bartleby health bar gonna get set back to 0. Just like that, it is a 3-4-1 early within this. Bondrewd surely going to be the next to fall. North, the only remaining member, and they do get the Primal Fangtooth as well. They start that while North is up. Know they've got the respawns, know they've got the timer, and Mach 10 is going to have to face check it. They play the team fight perfect, and they get their first big neutral objective of this series.
Indeed, they did play that well, Lance. I was surprised to see the posture and play for that. Maybe just I wasn't knowledgeable about it. Maybe I wasn't aware of their game. I wasn't fully aware of the sustain by the Narbash. You get that nice team fight there. You can secure 4 kills. North has nothing to do if he invades there. He's not exactly tanky with the Fang Mao. So then at this point, it's essentially just the same handoff to hand over the Orb Prime. It was a good handshake in a team fight. It's the one that Mythic wanted. They've showed that KDA was important to them. And now it's starting to turn at the point in the game. Like I said, Lance, you handed over those neutral objectives early, but now you got the 2 biggest ones you could get back to back. And now you have a chance to push these lanes through. There weren't the towers down early. They have still the remaining T1 in the mid, but I'd expect to see these towers come down fast. Appy maybe being on a split push without Wukong. You know it's menacing and he can rotate his way to those team fights. Now it's a chance for this Mythic roster to gain back that global gold. On top of those kills they were securing, now they're taking out these towers, these turrets, trying to get their chance at an inhib, and potentially, Lance, potentially a chance at the game.
Mythic got that get-rich-quick scheme going on, play to perfection, double buffed up on a championship Saturday. Looking like they have taken control, grabbed this game by the horns, and here comes the Coliseum out of Grady. They had their eyes on the North, who's going to use that Reaping Dash to get out. Bry, with the desperation, Black Hole will be able to trade one back the other direction as Cure going to be the next to fall. Now it's Bartleby also going very low. The health bar so low, 3 already down. Bondrewd and Bry, the only remaining members fighting between their tier 2 and their inhib, but they need to stay alive or this game will be over. Bondrewd has his eyes set to Appy, who it doesn't quite have, okay, he does get the verticality to get himself over the wall. Thought he may have gotten caught and fallen right down into the waiting arms of Bondrewd there, but it is turtle time for Mach 10. Gotta go slow right now.
Lance, everything is in the hands of this Mythic roster. Now, they did lose their dual lane, so you lost a good bit of damage, but as far as the team fighting is going, it already slowly was picking up throughout the course of the game and going in their favor. Now it's fully in their favor. These last 2 engagements have been the handoffs that they've needed, the exchanges they've needed. They secured those buffs. Would have liked to see them get a little bit more value out of those, other than just that mid T2 tower I believe they did secure. Would expect them to push a little bit more, maybe have a better chance at an inhibitor. Would have been really the prize goal you wanted to have, but with the confidence they're having and the way that these team fights are going, the way they're able to move around with Appy and Lava into these fights, and the aggressiveness that we're seeing out of Grady. He doesn't care if he's behind your inhibitor and your T2 tower. He's going to sling down the salt. The team was rotating in with him. He felt confident in the numbers that they were putting out, the damage they were doing. Right now, Mythic feeling very good in this setup where they wanted to play this roster so bad in this Mach Lock 10. We said whoever won this is going to be the one to potentially win it all. And right now, it's looking good for this Mythic team.
It's not looking good for Lakeinator, though. He's got Appy on him. Going to have to utilize that rewind, but Appy probably going to be able to just sprint right back at the ADC for this Mach 10 roster, and just like that, he's just going to knock him in the head with the staff, say, hey, 58 seconds, you're not playing this game, Lakeinator.
In the words of Ego, Lance, they were all over that man like a pair of skinny jeans. No matter where Lakeinator went, if he walked into the jungle there, he had seen that there was the Narbash and so on waiting for him, so he had to try to make a quick turnaround. There was no way to escape Appy. Appy being menacing. They heard this Mach 10 roster said that they weren't worried about the Wukong, Lance. Maybe you ban it going into game 2, because what I'm seeing right now, it's looking pretty menacing.
They had a good grip on it early within this game with their defense as they were playing around Bri, but as the game moves on, Appy gets unleashed and he starts peeling Mach 10 like a giant banana. They have cracked 2 inhibs. They've got their eyes set to the core. They're at a man disadvantage on the side of Mach 10 to be able to defend this. Still a little bit of time before these neutral objectives are going to respawn, but it does look like Mythic going to retreat, be satisfied with taking all 3 of those inhibs, cracking that base open. As I get my pixels back, I see that Primal Fangtooth is just about to spawn, and Mythic is going to be right on that like a dog on a stake.
Lance, they have no choice but to be right on that. It's essentially free at this point. Even if they want to take a quick reset, there's not much chance for Mach 10 to go in and start that and in hopes to get it, because by the time they would start it, the lane pressure would be pushing back at their core, and this roster from this Mythic team would have rotated in quickly. There's a lot of speed here. You got the speed up from the Narbash. We talked about the ability for the rip through the air with the Countess. You can teleport in. You got the Wukong infinitely mobility. There's a lot of chance for them to be anywhere and everywhere. And the thing that the importance I want to point out here is this secure here for this Mythic roster gives them that out of combat movement speed, Lance. They're already moving quick. They're already collapsing fast, playing very well. The last thing they need to have some additional speed on top of Primal Blaze. I think that would be the opportunity if Mythic's able to secure that one. It's their chance to win this game. Maybe not even have to rotate over to that Prime buff, other than you just want to do it for the statement, saying, hey, we're in control of this one. That's what I expect to happen here, Lance. We see them starting this Primal Fangtooth right here with little to no contention from a Mach 10 roster.
Yeah, they even have their jungler on the outside of the pit doing the zoning, keeping Bartledew and them away. We'll jump in just in time to make sure he's able to secure that with that hunt. But that is the second Fangtooth. That is the second Primal Fangtooth for Mythic. They are looking strong, and Mach 10 is going to have to throw a desperation fight. If they want to do that, they're going to have to find the perfect engage, loop their ultimates perfectly with each other, but it is looking very grim in game 1 for this Mach 10 roster.
This is the statement game, though, Lance. If you're going to make one count, this is the one. I know that you would say maybe to be the third match in this best-of-3 matchup, but you want to start it off strong. You want to come in and lay that punch right in the mouth. Maybe you startle them, get them staggered a little bit to say, hey, moving to the second game, maybe they try to set some counter picks, as we had mentioned, maybe eliminating the Wukong, but maybe that was the game plan throughout the course of this setup for Mythic. You want to do this to set this statement up to say, hey, we're not playing some of the characters you thought we played. We did play the Wukong, made some change-ups in the duo lane, and then maybe in match 2, you get them to force these bans onto these characters, and then you go back to the comfort picks, and then you really express what you've got. So that's what I'm interested to see, is how are they going to close this one out, and what is it going to do inevitably as we go into
Grady in the backside, North just kind of standing still. That is not a fantastic sign to see out of your jungler, and will probably spell the end of this game. Now it is Lakeinator going to get flashed on by Grady here. A couple of pokes with the spear will put him back into his own fountain, into his own core, and looks like Mythic should be able to just kind of march towards this core. Got to get the minion waves to crash. Don't have either of the side lanes crashing it at this exact moment. But Bondru taking a bunch of damage on the backside, going to get picked up by Cure. Bartledew going to use his ult, but it's going to be to no avail. He'll be the next one to fall. All 5 members of Mach 10 are down. That's the RGS ace. Surely that is game 1 of Losers Bracket Finals going over to the side of Mythic.
Whew, Lance, I saw a lot of confidence and a lot of words out of Mach 10, but from what was seen in that first game, I think that was potentially a DC there from North, right there at that final kill before that team fight started. But right there, that's the statement game that this Mythic team needed to have. They came right in, laid a good punch right on the chin. Will they be able to carry that into the game 2 of this matchup?
They landed the first haymaker of the series for sure, but early in this, Mach 10 kind of had a little bit of control. We're never really up in the kill score or like that area of it, but they got to 3 Fang Teeth before Mythic was even able to get their first one. They controlled the mini primes throughout the course of it. The neutral objective control was there. Objectives typically win the games, but it's the big boy objectives. It's that primal Fang Tooth, it's that Orb Prime that end up sealing games, and Mythic was able to control and take both of those. I want one more final thought from you about that before we kick it back to our desk to get their feelings.
My biggest thought on that is was it a strategy, Lance? We talked about this team loving to start slow and taking and picking up the speed throughout the course of the match. Was there almost maybe a thought that said, hey, we can surrender some of these buffs early as long as we're winning throughout the course of the lanes and our farming patterns and our soul exchanges and our team fights? Was that what we wanted to do? That's the thing I want to see. Now we're going to see the complete change of things. As you move into game 2, whatever you walked into game 1, whatever pre-planned things you had, we're in the mode, but as you get to that game 2 and potentially that game 3, all that gets scrambled. Now you're playing the game to play the game. Are your mechanics better? Are you micro, macro better at that time? Because the strategy out the window, and it's just time to beat the player.
Exactly. It's time to play. But before that, it's time to hear what the desk thinks about what we just saw in game 1.
Thanks a lot, Lance. Thanks a lot, Ritter. Back to us here. The Wraith, well, it didn't work out. Wrangle, you were excited, so I'm going to come directly to you. How do you feel about your funny pick not working, dude?
I think the type of game that you would want to pick Wraith into is not that one, not into the hypermobile Countess, Zarus, and the Wukong. So it kind of went as I expected. Lakenator played it very, very well. It's just extremely difficult to get the value that you need to from that pick into this comp. And in the end, Mythic were able to do what they needed to with the comp, which was group with the Narb. The Narb's going to let the Wukong, the Zarus, and the Countess, they're going to have a lot of movement speed with the Qs. They're going to have a lot of healing to just play these brawly fights that they want to with Double Bruiser and Assassin. And in the end, you see just how difficult it was for M10 to play into it with this draft.
Yeah, it was really tough. The Wukong was really kind of oppressive. That's what we saw. That said, a lot of the objective fights, or lack thereof, went to Mach 10 earlier on. Jay, talk to me a little bit about how we saw those Fangtooths go that direction and why Mach 10 wasn't able to hang on to that sort of energy.
Yeah, I just think even when they were getting a lot of those early fight objectives, other things were being taken across the map. So as you can see, like Appy's Wukong was playing in the jungle of Feng Mao, which was also allowing them to kind of keep an XP, even threshold and a gold advantage for Mythic. So when they did win those fights, they were already in a position to where they could just take over the game with a gold lead instead of being behind in gold off those objective fights and then kind of having to claw their way back into the game. So they did a really good job about being very active alongside the whole map.
Was the end of the game about that gold lead that you're talking about, or was it just weird team fighting better? Was it a brains like gold lead, or was it brawn just better team fight?
I think a little bit of both. I think generally their comp was a little bit better also in the team fights and easier to play, like kind of how Wangle was saying before. So I think it probably was just they were probably team fighting around the same, I thought, but it was just overall a little bit of a comp difference and a little bit about being a little bit more upgraded in the gold department.
That's the second time that we brought out how execution heavy this Wraith draft was. We haven't really dove into it, so I mean, well, Wangle, you know exactly what I'm going to ask you. Why is this so? What about the Wraith pick? It's fun, it's cool, plus it's different, but what makes it such a high execution draft?
Well, partially is one thing about it that I was under the impression of as a comp player is you want to pick the Wraith into a winning matchup, which is the Sparrow. That's, as far as I'm aware, what you'd want the Wraith into, but they banned the Sparrow in the draft.
Yeah.
Still went with the Wraith anyways, so I was a little bit confused. It worked well in lane, but in the end, like against that comp, it really just can't really work because you have to be able to group up, you have to be able to catch somebody out, but the way that Mythic were playing was super grouped up with the Narb as a 5. Every single time that you want to look for a play, everybody else is there waiting, so you can't catch the one person out with the Wraith Rewind that you need to catch out.
Still a cool pick, and you know, if you guys know me from anywhere, you know I'm the weirdo, man. I love off meta. It's always sad when the off meta doesn't work. Real quick, I do want to just Vanna White tap the sign. Yeah, we saw North DC. I don't think it obviously didn't help, but I don't think it was the difference maker. Guys, if we get in trouble for it, just blame me. Blue Jay, do you agree? It wasn't. That's not why we saw Mythic win.
Oh yeah, I do think it was heading in the direction of a Mythic win. It definitely obviously didn't help. North unfortunately did have a lot of the gold on him from some early skirmishes that they had. So I think that it definitely didn't help. We had both, I think me and Wingo both picked the Mythic comp to kind of pull through in the end of that game anyways, and it kind of looked like it was heading in that direction. So yeah, obviously it sucks. If you're a Mach 10, I think what you do is you just brush that game to the side and you say, hey, we're going to come back. We're going to maybe draft it a little bit different, and we're going to come out and just, reset everything.
I mean, you have to. You just got to shake the Etch sketch, move on to the next one, and kind of keep it trucking. Because if you get stuck there, you get stuck there. I don't really have a cute turn of phrase for that. You just can't be in there. It's sort of like an injury in trad sports or whatnot. But with that said, momentum in the wings or not, do we get to see the Wukong mid again, or is it insta ban, Wangle?
They might look to pick it. They obviously have the opportunity to pick draft order this game, M10, so we will see what goes on. If they want to play for first pick, they have Wukong players, mainly North and Bartledew. Bartledew will bust it out in the support. So, I think obviously going to be a contested pick for both teams, but M10 have the opportunity to
That's
decide
not an answer.
If they want
do you ban it? Do you ban it or not?
They either ban it or they pick it, if I'm them.
Okay. So okay, that is an answer. You just don't want to see, you can't let Appy play it again, is basically what you're saying. However means necessary.
I think the character is just so good right now. I think it's one of the top picks overall. It's good in 4 different roles. Each team can only play it in 2 due to the personnel. Bondru's not going to play it in offlane because he's on EU ping. Lobber doesn't play it in offlane either. Toasty doesn't play it in support. Bry doesn't play it mid. But each team has the opportunity to flex the Wukong, and it's good in every role that they can pick it in.
And then Blue Jay over here, any other pick, we were all looking at the Wraith, it didn't work out. We were all looking at the Monkey mid, it did work out. What's the next secret sauce? What's the next secret ingredient? Is there, or do we just kind of follow the meta?
I think it's going to depend on what side they actually take in the draft coming up. Mach 10, I believe, and I could be wrong about this, but had the side selection and chose to be second pick in that first match. It'll be interesting to see if they switch over to first pick and try to prioritize that Wukong, like we were talking about earlier. But I also think the Yurei trade is on the table, and I'll be very interested to see if that character gets out of draft now that Wukong Prio has kind of established itself in this one. So I think the side selection is going to be a big determination on what Mach 10 wants to do in this next game.
Interesting. And then if you're the coach, what do you do, Blue Jay? Which side do you pick, and which direction do you go into?
I think I would go on the first pick side. Most teams are taking that side right now just because it is a little bit better in the draft. So I think you take the first pick side. I think you either take the Wukong trade, or if both are going to be banned out, you take something that you want high prio with in the offlane side of the map. But I like to see that Wukong get played on North because he is such a menace on that champion. He is probably the best Wukong in North America right now, I would say. So yeah, that's what I'm looking for on the Mach 10 side.
Well, it'll be cool. We've seen the monkey in the middle. We'll see if the monkey makes it into the jungle. Game 1 in the bucket, and it's Mythic's Game 2 after the break.
The last Koru Shinzo, an ascendant warrior of soulbinding. Yurei is a flawless warrior bound by duty and discipline. Yurei's primary ability is Anima Burst, where she unleashes a deadly spinning kick that deals physical damage and inflicts Soul Rip, a status effect that enables the target's soul to be torn from their body for a short duration. Yurei can also use Anima Burst while jumping to leap in a direction of her choice, making her extremely difficult to pin down in a fight. Yurei's secondary ability is Severance, where she surges forward, slicing through enemies, dealing physical damage and briefly slowing her target. If the target is afflicted by Soul Rip, Severance's cooldown is reset and the enemy's soul is fully severed, spawning an entity that tethers to them. This entity can be damaged by all allies, and any damage it takes is transferred back to the enemy hero it's bound to. This ability synergizes perfectly with Yurei's other abilities, as they all apply Soul Rip. So try weaving Severance into your combos for maximum damage. Whispering Echoes is Yurei's alternate ability, where she throws 3 razor-sharp kunai in quick succession, each one exploding on impact to deal physical damage and apply Soul Rip to any enemy's hit. As the kunai are thrown one by one, Yurei can hit up to 3 targets at once to mark them all with Soul Rip. Try using Whispering Echoes as an opener before dashing in with Severance to sever their souls. Then hit them with Anima Burst and dash out with Severance again. Yurei's ultimate ability is Soul Storm, where she summons a raging maelstrom of spiritual connection around her, dealing physical damage and slowing all enemies caught in the storm, while also applying Soul Rip. When the chaos comes to an end, enemy heroes are pulled into the center of the vortex and their souls are severed for a short duration. With multiple targets severed, Soulstorm becomes a devastating setup for follow-up damage. Yurei's passive ability is Hallowed Strikes, where after casting an ability she gains extra attack speed, and the next 2 basic attacks shoot waves of pure soul energy towards the enemy, giving her extra pressure in trades and helping to weave abilities and basic attacks into a seamless rhythm of punishment. Try building into items like Malady and Pain Weaver to enhance Yurei's burst damage, mobility, and wave clear. Master your destiny with Yurei. Coming to Predecessor in Update 1.6 on Xbox,
We're up 1-0. Mythic specifically. We're in the middle of our PCC 25 Summer Series, and the draft is popping for match number 2. So if you're just joining us, first of all, where the hell have you been? Second of all, monkey in the middle. Appy went crazy on the Wukong earlier on, so that was the topic of our conversation coming into this one. Wangle and Blue Jay were just talking about how Mythic's not going to be able to play that Wukong, whether it gets banned out or taken by North. That's a different conversation, so we'll see. But Wangle, blank canvas. We've talked about the Wukong. What else is on your mind as we jump into draft number 2?
What's on my mind is what we talked about with what M10 can do in this next draft with their side selection. And if you notice at the bottom, they have picked second pick, meaning if they leave the Wukong up, Mythic will be able to first pick it like they did in that game 1.
Which is spooky. That's what we don't want to see. Blue Jay, I asked you before the break where you would go if you were Mythic. Is this what you agree? Is this what you said? And are you happy seeing this?
I thought Mach 10 should have switched to the first pick side of things. I thought that would have made it a little bit easier. But they obviously know their prep and their strategy more than I do, so they obviously probably have something that's cooked up. Mythic might just run back the same bans though, from what we're seeing, just because you did take that game 1 in very convincing fashion. So just going through that, we're seeing very standard bans, the Richter and the Sevarog, kind of the same as the last game.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Makes sense. To go one step deeper, Sevarog is, I said it earlier, kind of every offlaner's favorite pick. And then Richter specifically, Bartleby is like a mechanical man, so don't get hooked. So banning it is the easiest way to not get hooked in lane, so we take care of that. And then the Yode. She's new, she's strong, she's hot. Break it down, Wangle. Why don't we want to see Yode on the field?
I mean, most teams in scrims have been letting it through. This is the first time I've really seen it consistently banned in a set. The character is really good and has the ability to really carry a game. North as well, very notable assassin player, one of the few players that has consistently played assassins in jungle throughout his competitive lifespan. We run back with the exact same draft so far, pretty much, except Grim ban early instead of Sparrow, I believe. But the thing I would like to see that M10 didn't do last game is I would like to see an early Narb pick. And the reason I would like to see an early Narb pick is because there's an interaction currently, it is currently bugged, but Narbash Thunk hits Wukong while Wukong is doing his Cycle Breaker. So while he's destroying projectiles, Narb stun is not broken. But we're just going to run back the same draft and not pick the Narb here.
Listen, when it comes to games, if the admin doesn't say I can't do it, it's not a bug. It's creative use of game mechanics. All right, that's how we play it here. And apparently, we're all crazy because Wukong gets through. All right, we all agreed. Backstage, we agreed. I talked to my 3 friends. They agreed not to see the Wukong here. Blue Jay, in what world is Mach 10 okay? Like, why did we let the Wukong through? Is 7 Grim that scary?
I mean, I guess so. Like the Sevarog's very just a prioritized ban against Lobber on the side of Mythic, so it's a character that they might just have had a bad experience with him during their scrim games or whatnot, and so they ban it out. The Grim is very strong right now. I do agree that that's like is a prio ban right now in the meta. But Mythic just kind of running back the same draft, right? I think the only difference is they picked the Zarus here. I think they picked the Narb last time, so we might see a Narb ban or a pick coming out on the side of Mach 10, which Wangle wanted to see before. But I do like getting kind of like a similar draft, right? You're very comfortable in this draft. Grady's been on this Zarus for the last 3 games, and he's been very proactive on this champion. But we do see the Narbash coming out, Wangle, like you wanted to.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Mythic took the Zarus. I think with the Narbash, they had a lot going for him. I think there are multiple picks in the jungle. Grady specifically loving the crunch. I don't think they needed to prio this Zarus. I think having the Narb with Double Bruiser and Assassin would have been really good for them. But they have the Wukong flex still open here. Sparrow Terra getting banned. We've swapped the ADC ban order, but we start banning the 2 ADCs, Sparrow and Grim. Terra on the other side getting banned, though. Bonju not able to take the Terra off lane. Could take the Kwang. The Narbash on Bartleby, something that he has probably the most experience on. And we're running back the Wraith.
I I really like that we're running back the Wraith. I don't like that we're running back the Wukong, but I think that there's something to be said. It gets a little scary in a 1-2 world, a best of 3 world, but I think just because what you practiced didn't work out once doesn't mean that you shouldn't go back to it again. So I'm really not that upset about seeing this one a second time. The Wukong got me scratching my head a little bit, but double monkey comp, Steel. Wangle, I saw you make a face. Why did you make a face when Steel got locked in?
I think it's another thing that Wraith has a very difficult time playing into because of the wall. The Steel support lane is very much a neutralizing lane. I don't think that there's going to be a lot that's able to happen pre-6 or pre-level 6 with Steel Narbash. Both kind of want to neutralize the lane. Steel can't really go forward and play. Narbash wants to scale. Wraith wants to scale. So we have a bit of a scaling duo lane here. We're running back to the Fang. So the only thing that has changed is M10 have taken the Narb and Mythic have taken Steel this time. Kwang is going to be off lane for Mach 10.
Wild. All right, Blue Jay, before we jump in here, last time around, you were very happy with what Mythic did. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there. The one thing that I do want to point out, though, is that Mach 10, obviously, they're very confident in this draft. Otherwise, they would have mixed it up. So I do like to see them sticking to their guns and sticking to their prep, because when teams start to mix things around and think they have to change up their entire itinerary, then it kind of can get sporadic for some games, and they end up just losing in 2 anyways. So I do like the Mythic comp and what they're providing right now, but I like that Mach 10 is, kind of sticking to their guns.
Yeah, that's exactly how I was feeling as well. Last licks before we jump into our match. Wangle, you don't like this draft. You don't like this Wraith matchup. You don't like this situation. Let's pretend you're the captain. Let's pretend you're the coach. How do you win if you are Mach 10?
I think the draft is better. I'm still not fully convinced by the Wraith pick, but I do think with the Narb, you have more ways to deal with the Wukong, and the Kwang being put into the offlane means it'll get more levels, it'll get more gold, and has a higher opportunity to burst the characters like the Countess, like the TB, if he lands a tether. So I think this Mach 10 draft is better, and if they are able to help the Wraith play, Mythic don't have a Narb to heal the damage, meaning the Wraith poke will be more impactful in these fights.
Let's see if the poke is the key. Match point for Mythic. Let's jump into game number 2.
Hey, thank you to our desk. It's Lance and Rit back in this place for game 2, Mythic versus Mach 10, with a potential trip to the grand finals on the line for Team Mythic here. And Rit, I hate it, but it feels like we need to talk about the Wukong again. They let it through. Why, man? Why?
Lance, I'm not sure the reason exactly why. Obviously, there was some confidence that this roster had felt on the side of Mach 10. They can feel a lot of potential to be able to slow him down or stop him. We did see it mitigated and slowed down at the beginning of the game. Maybe this time they take it up to the course game, because if not, the lightning usually doesn't strike the same place twice, especially at this quick of a time frame. It's a good chance for Mythic to do it and score themselves a good win here. I do want to step back for a second and say Choice is probably happy you censored that one out. But the community probably wants Mythic to censor this gameplay a little bit. That first game was a little bit of a heavy hitter. There was a lot of destruction, a little bit of a massacre, some would say, is strong potential for them through the fighting exchanges. Like you said, not the neutral objectives, but the fighting in general was looking pretty graphic for what Mythic was doing.
They definitely were. So we had some run backs here, right? We kind of are getting similar drafts to what we had before. A little bit of the change here and there. I'm a big fan of the Bartledew picking up that, both Toasty and him, like we've been talking about throughout the series of these games, game 1 and 2 here between Mythic and Mach 10. That's going to be a contested pick. Bartledew very comfortable on it. We'll see how big of an impact he's able to have. Like they said, it does, Thunk does go through Cycle Breaker. So if they can utilize that in the right spots, it's going to go very well. But I think this is a good matchup for Lobber in the offlane as well. And if I was a gambling man, I'm looking towards Mythic here.
Lance, I'm actually with you on this one. I looked to his Mythic team. They have a lot of confidence, and I like the way they did this. Like you said, the Narbash was taken. Barlow does secure that, but Toasty right away with a good counter pick for the overall set in the lane. You limit the Wraith more than you already did in the previous matchup, and he didn't have quite the best exchange there in the hands of Lakinator. But I do like what you're saying here. The matchup moving more towards Soul Lane is something I want to point out. Lobber was able to kind of beast his way throughout the course of the game, no pun intended there. Got himself very strong in that lane, was able to rotate around and lay a massacre of damage down on across the opposing team. I think the Kwang a little bit better matchup into this. You can slow that down a little bit in the counters. We do see that activity going more towards the solo lane again to start the match. Grady not doing the gank, but just trying to steal some jungles here, Lance. Both going to come over to compete, but is it going to be enough with Lobber pushing that lane through? But it's still surrender over this camp. Maybe you have to force yourself into a restart or a little reset here. Good change here on the side of how things were going to be played by Mythic, not engaging in the lane. But let's do what we did previously. Let's starve this farm from North. We've seen this throughout this matchup as the times you'd mentioned. We'd seen these in practices of our own and scrims for them. Appy loves to get active and start taking those jungles as well. So if you can start on the early part of the game to slow this thing down and not let him grow strong throughout the course of this mid to late game matchup, you have a very similar result we saw in game 1, which would be a game 2 win for them, Lance, and a chance to get themselves into the grand finals.
And Grady's got good tempo early in this. He did his entire red side into the Cyan buff, into the 3 camp of North. So his blue side jungle completely wide open for him to pick up here. Toasty taking a lot of poke as we have to kind of take a second to pause about this, but Grady going to have a lot of farm. Also got a river buff on his way out as well. So acceleration towards that wild hunt, that extra 500 damage on those neutral objectives with that hunt ability, it may play a big factor in early towards this first Fangtooth spawning. We're going to have to keep our eyes open for it.
And I'm glad you mentioned that because that is going to be important to try to get that hunt down a little bit early to be able to have that smite down onto those neutral objectives. Maybe try to get a little bit more of those in your favor if you're on the side of Mythic. Like we said, those first 3 surrendered directly over to that Mach 10 roster. Didn't pan out for them to, of course, of a win, but it was global gold that kept them in the game early more than we would have seen them because we saw a lot of exchanges even in the earlier portion of the game going into Mythic's favor. If they're able to secure themselves some neutral objectives in this one, Lance, and be able to win those team fights, they'll definitely be in course to win this and take over the complete tempo and pace of this matchup. We saw them do so at the end of the last match with a lot of confidence. Be interested to see if we see the traditional start out of the Mythic roster. Will they start slow as usual, play farming, play smart, keep back of the tower, wait till you have the direct play, where you're playing clear and concise on your attack? Or will they just stay with what they've done previously? Will they move to something new, Lance? What do you think?
The first Fangtooth is spawning, so we're going to find out pretty shortly here. North and Grady are kind of on this side. Some ganks coming out early. North going to contest him for this first river buff, but it will be North who's able to take that away. So he's going to deny a little bit of that mana regen to the monkey in the middle here, with that we have just put so much attention into with our casting, with our desk. And it's because he's the main character right now in this game, in this series so far. Pretty much anytime Appy can get his hands onto this, he is redefining what the most effective tactics available are. Grady and North going to meet in this corridor here. Neither one of them level 6. Neither one of them want to take that risk of dying as this first Fangtooth has spawned, though. So they're going to walk away from each other. And just like what we saw in last game, cautiousness early. We're going to wait. We're going to see when that big opportunity to strike first blood still not taken as we eclipse the 6-minute mark.
Lance, I want to take a second here and peel back that Band-Aid, maybe even open up the wound a little bit. A lot of times there we heard the devs talk about that mentioning of the jungle switch up, and maybe that, Grady was a step down from the North pick here. We're seeing Grady kind of cleverly move and rotate around, playing very good pacing to stay right there by North. Earlier in the match, we saw him get to the outside, get to that 3 camp, be able to secure that with the help of Lobber, get himself a little bit of advantage. We saw him rotate over there into his own jungle, to his 3 buff, able to prevent North from taking the entirety of that jungle. So we're seeing that good rotation out of Grady to say, hey, you guys are saying North's the man, but I'm the one who can. I'm going to try to get my chance to get a win here and split my statement out to say, you might think he's the best jungler, I'm here to assert my dominance. Toasty kind of playing a little running up there. Cure not wanting the engagement that we're used to seeing, the aggression that we've seen out of Cure, going to kind of pace himself in this matchup. Like you said, we're going to slow it down and play the way we see Mythic play. We're not going to rush anything that's absurd and try to get ourselves picked off, anything outlandish. We saw it a few times on some neutral objectives, being a little hasty to start those. The start of this match, Lance, a lot more slowed down than we're used to seeing from Mythic, trying to get complete control of this one, as we saw towards the end of that first match.
We definitely are playing the slow game. We hit the 7-minute mark. The river buffs will spawn on both sides. Once again, neither jungler there, so they're just going to pick one up a piece for them here. No giant roaming. Lobber is into this blue side jungle here. North over on that camp should be able to come, but the Shadow Slip gonna just get Lobber out pretty much for free over here. And we're just waiting still. 6 online for all members on both teams now at this point. I believe even the duo lanes. Yes, as I'm checking the top, duo lanes already at 6. Bartledew, the only one that hasn't quite gotten that yet and should be getting it with one of these next few minion kills. But this is where we very regularly see the pop-off start to happen. The ults are online, the full kits are available for everybody, and now the kill pressure is there. It's going to be Mach 10 that starts the Fangtooth up.
Lance, this is a good opportunity for them. They got a nice little reset on some damage on Appy. He could rotate in here, but he's already at half health, so there could be a chance for some exit kills. It looks as far as actually getting the objective. Mythic going to do the same thing they did in that game 1. They're going to surrender of this first neutral objective. Hopefully don't continue to do that and have to get right back on the same scheme they had in that game 1, unless that was their plan throughout this, which I believe would not be the scenario. You don't want to give up those neutral objectives and that global gold, especially in the case where things don't go in the same favor you had in that game 1, and then you don't win those team fights that we had seen. So really cautionary, surprised not to see an attempt to maybe get 1 or 2 exit kills. But the things on side of Mythic are obviously they planned this out. They played so well in preparation to this matchup. They're just going to surrender over that first Fangtooth, give you a little extended time on those buffs, and keep focusing on what they need to focus on and what's worked up until this point, especially in the game 1. No sense in saying, you know what I'm saying? Lance, if it's not broken, you don't fix it.
Honestly, there is no team in the history of Predecessor Esports that I feel more confident from behind than Mythic. Formerly known as D-Lab, they made every single one of our finals in PCC Season 2, and very regularly, they are behind at the 15, the 20-minute mark, and they just out-teamfight the enemy teams. They just out-macro them in the late game. They get the important spots. Lobber does have his eyes set on to Bry. Feast is going to come out. Bry's going to get the thing down, going to have to use the Torn Space to get away, but Appy there with the Psycho Breaker. Health bar still very low, going to hit him in the top of the head with the staff, but the Onion going to be able to keep Bry alive. Still no first blood, 9.5 minutes in.
Ooh, some monkey business going on there. Kind of just dancing around. We see Happy rotating around as we've seen previously and throughout the course of the scrims as well. Just kind of dancing around in the opposing jungle like it's a jungle gym, Lance. And as you can do so on the monkey with all the maximum mobility you said. If it's not the kit that he already has, it's a blink he can expend on top of all that. So right now we're seeing a little bit better aggression. I will say here that we are seeing out of this Mythic roster that we didn't see in that first the matchup, Lance, is they're actually getting a lot more pressure on these early game towers. We see 2 plays down in this duo lane. We see a plate down in the mid lane. Not quite the exposure in the solo lane. So we see this mini prime buffs getting started here by North. Looks like it should hand straight over to Mach 10. They're going to keep control of these neutral objectives early. Seem to have more of their team rotated over, and we see the collapse from the remaining rosters. We see Bartledew coming over on the Narbash, grabbing on the flash or blink his way out of there. Excuse me. Not gonna have a chance to smite this one. Neutral objective once again, Lance, going over to Mach 10. So is this a strategy you think by Mythic, or is it just a better early game rotation and a different focus on prio in the match by this Mythic team?
I assure you, Rit, it is not the strategy to give up both Mini Prime and Fangtooth early. It's just better positioning, smarter positioning out of Mach 10. Grady was there to try to defend that, try to get their stake in the, into that Mini Prime pit. But they poke him out, has to utilize the blink over the 5 camp wall to be able to escape there. So we still don't have a first blood. We've had 2 neutral objectives down. We're almost to the 11-minute mark in this game. Second Fangtooth about 1.5 minutes off of spawning, and eventually I'm getting thirsty. We need some blood soon, Red. I'm begging for it.
Hey, Lance, I'm getting as antsy as you are, and you have to believe that one of these teams is as well. I mean, and I do want to point out there one thing as I kind of switch topics here. Lakenator staying in that lane. That's something we're accustomed to seeing out of this Mach 10 roster. Let Lakenator stay there. Let him get that solo farm. Let him get that opportunity to get this Wraith big and feds, get us any kind of advantage he can, whether that's just some simple gold or a level advantage. They need all they can have to have these exchanges how they want to. They have to sustain with the Narbash without anything other than the thunk and the rewind. There's not going to be a chance to really on a lot of damage, and Toasty on the steel has a lot of preventative measures to protect and save Cure in this matchup. So I'm not sure if that the kill we're talking about will come to this dual lane. If I'm more likely here in the solo lane or mid, if you ask me, Lance.
I think so as well, and it is kind of interesting to see this lower pace come out of this. Both teams have a decent amount of scaling. We do have a little bit of fighting going on over in that duo lane, it looks like. Health bars not necessarily being affected. Lobber is under the tower. First blood, Grady's going to get Bartledew on the opposite side, but North immediately going to trade it back onto Lobber. on that opposite side. Now it is Abby on this backside. Lake behind enemy lines will be drowned down in the waters of that. After 12 minutes and nothing, we get kills on both sides of the map.
We get some action lands, and we see two tier 1 towers as well. We see the effective usage of that mini prime buff to secure that solo lane, along with North getting a kill onto the counts and getting his chance to secure some of that jungle from Grady, which is getting the pace back that he had lost earlier into the matchup to Grady throughout the jungle exchanges. But then we see the other side of the map up. We see the collapse by the roster on the Mythic team, collapsing to that T1 tower, even fighting comfortably under that tower, cutting through that life bar like warm butter, racing them out of there, giving themselves a T1 as well. We see this Mach 10 roster staging themselves for their prime, but a little bit premature potentially because this whole Mythic roster is there as well, Lance. They need to be cautious now that we mentioned we have ultimates 12 minutes into this game.
Toasty is in on the inside. North going to use that feast right away on a Bartledew, and the feast going to come out to stop the black hole from Bry, but it's not going to be enough. Lobber's going to be able to fall down to that black hole, and here comes the damage. Kure going to pick Bry up on the end. That's going to be a double for him. Got his eyes set onto Bartledew, but it's going to be Grady who picks that kill up. Stun is going to land onto Lakeinator. Only the offlaner is surviving in this Quang, and he needs to be in retreat. Bondru, get the heck out of there, or you're going to be the 5th member to fall. That will be a Fangtooth for Mythic as they take a 6-3 kill lead as well.
And now they're going to steal that neutral objective they were unable to secure in that first matchup early, Lance. They're going to get themselves a hand's grip and secure that Fangtooth, but a triple kill for Kure, a great team fight for Mythic. They've been good at it the latter portion of that first matchup, starting off on the same note this second matchup. Almost securing the RGSAs. Looks like they've got full control of this one, Lance, but I will not take anything away from this Mach 10 roster. They're very good players. They're very good in Unity. Didn't have the exchange they needed there. They, like I mentioned, they started that buff a little premature and took some damage, but it's still a very early portion of this match. We saw neutral objectives go completely to one team, and in later portion of the matchup, the objectives shift favor or those team sites shift favor. So if you're on Mach 10, you're feeling completely confident. You drafted this roster into this exact same matchup without banning these characters. You know you can match up well into it. It wasn't there that time, but I'm sure it'll be there the next one.
I hope that it is. Otherwise, we're not going to get that game 3 that we are looking for. Everybody wants more competitive Predecessor. We do still have a series after this. Lobber with the dive down here onto Bondrewd. Tether's not going to be able to keep him in the tower. Soloed by Lobber.
Oh, and that single dingle there, Lance. Lobber playing very well. I thought the Klong was going to be the direct matchup they needed, but Lobber at that case with the sustain on the Countess. Sweet Boy say she's not tanky. You like the beefier offlaner, that bruiser. Not the case there. Lobber with the sustain able to stay underneath that tower and lay down some damage. Doing very good at winning his exchanges. The last thing you want to see is that Countess fed. We already saw some good exchanges out of him in the solo lane. If he's able to rotate around the map, that can be absolutely devastating for Lakeinator.
And Bry has to try to stop this split pushing from Abby over here. He's got his eyes set onto this tier 2 tower. Health advantage actually slightly in Bry's favor right now, but, you know, monkey business, monkey see, monkey get the heck out of there. He's got no problem doing that. Push 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 of your buttons, and just like that, you're out with the Coliseum. Gonna be answered up north, taking a butt ton of damage. Kure gonna be able to take that first kill of this interaction, but they're not done. Toasty goes in, has the shield slam available to him, but Grady's going to pick himself up a piece of the action as well. That is a clean 2-for-0 inside of Mythic.
Great exchange there for Mythic, playing very well in this mid lane. We gotta watch this cautious play here. Appy gonna have to run for his life here, kind of dancing around using some of the moves looking like MJ. And I'm not talking about Michael Jordan, Lance, I'm talking about Michael Jackson. This man is dancing around this map. We've seen it throughout the course of scrims. Now we're seeing it live in his gameplay on the big stage. Very good play so far by this Mythic roster, maintaining that same momentum they had at the end of the first game, driving it through the second game. You said we love a game 3, Lance, but the way things are going right now, it doesn't look like we're going to get that.
And it looks like, you know, Mythic post to not just go up 2-0 here, but 4-0 on the day, as they were able to handle Primal in our first series of the day too, looking very strong. And Bondrewd gonna try to stop Lobber here, but such a safe hero on this Countess. You have the ability to just kind of dash yourself away. The second mini prime of the map has spawned, is up north, gonna just rip it immediately. No reservations. Use the sweeper as he walks in. They have to get this. If they lose this fight, if they don't end up being able to secure that, it's not looking good for Mach 10, but it is looking like it should be free for them.
this should be free here. I was surprised just to see the solo fight out of that by North as he sees Lobber come here, but he has a good rotation over his team. Luckily, Toasty come over on behalf of Lobber. I think that could have got very bad for him there. Bri able to lay down a lot of damage there. Of course, he's not going to utilize the black hole because the ability for Countess to teleport out of there. Big thing is here, once again, the monkey business is going on, Lance. Appy has a chance to push this lane. Instead of pushing lane and securing a tower, he said, you know what better way to get us an advantage this game than to secure all the farm we can from North. This is what we did see in those scrim sets when you watched it. This is the rotations we saw out of Appy that made so much pressure across the map. It really made this Wukong more of a staple play and more dominant. It wasn't the split pushing that everyone's used to, where he's just going to slam down a lane and stay away from you. It's the part where Appy's utilizing him to steal all the jungle camps that he can and keep that jungler even further behind.
Yes, putting XP onto your mid laner to take it away from a hero that can carry a game like Feng Mao, a winning formula pretty much anytime you're able to do it effectively. Appy, the master at doing so. 10-3, we're about to the 18-minute mark. The next Fangtooth will still be one of the little baby dinosaur ones, as that third one hasn't been taken yet, but it will be crucial. Both these teams want that out of combat movement speed. They want to put the pressure on where if they get the next one, they are at that third Fangtooth Monty. Also, about 2 minutes from the Orb Prime spawning on the opposite side, the big boy buffs are about to come out, and Mach 10 needs to find a solution to what Mythic has been delivering so far in Game 2.
And Lance, the solution here is a good pick, preferably on Curie. He's off to a good 4-0 start here. To secure a shutdown prior to this Fangtooth buff would be important. The last thing they need is to premature start a buff, as we've seen both teams do either in this Game 2 or the previous Game 1, starting one of these neutral objectives a little bit premature and allowing this other team to funnel in and secure some extra damage on top of the true damage you're receiving. That's not something we want to see, especially on the side of Mach 10. You want to be able to slow this thing back down, maybe secure yourself a good pick or two. North needs to be cautious. He's been a hyper-focus in these fights early, Lance.
Ooh, Lobber taking a decent amount of damage, but has that sustain built into the kit, but it's not going to be enough. North is going to be able to pick him off, and that is a numbers advantage. Shield Slam and Coliseum going to be used in unison. Bullets flying in towards the support of Mach 10, but here, keeping himself safe, keeping himself away from Bondred. He doesn't want to get hit by this tether, so they will trade the jungler for the offlaner. Toasty taking a little bit of damage as well, but Bondred, I'm not sure if you want to continue to run this way. Oh, the rewind is going to go. Cleanse comes out to keep Toasty from getting rewound. Lincoln are going to have to use and utilize the Epoch. The Black Hole going to come up on top of a bunch of them. Bri too high to take too much damage. Appy's health bar is going low, but it's going to be Bri. The turnaround, the rest of the members of Mythic show up. They're able to take the mid laner down. The big ogre with the drums going to be the next to fall to the monkey. The Fangtooth has spawned. Mythic should be able to walk in and take this objective as well.
Mythic should be able to walk in and take this objective comfortably, Lance, especially with Lobber there. But with the respawn out of North, that is going to be the cautionary move here. Like I said, we don't want to start these objectives premature. Appy, not quite at the ability he needs to be out with that quarter of a life bar. They need to kind of get a quick reset as well, so they can posture themselves around it, but kind of need to delay it. They do have some lane prio and some favor there in the solo lane. Mid lane now being re-pushed up by Lakeinator. But you don't want to start this thing too early. Grady and Toasty feeling confident around it. Lobber floating nearby. Looks like this one should slowly fade in their hands. Mach 10 not positioning themselves in a way to counter this objective or securing X kills, just going to reset themselves as well, slow things back down, try to regain some footing here, Lance. Mythic starting off to a very strong start, got to feel confident with everything they're doing. So far, all the team fights at this point are going into their favor. So if you're on this Mach 10 roster, you need to be a little cautious. I think one thing they need to point out here is North needs to be able to not be able to get picked off. He's securing some good kills, but like you said, he's one of those champions where being able to lay down those chain executions is important. So for him jumping in early and trying to get those kills on this Mythic team, although he got that kill on the Lobber, and it was nice to go get that in there to say a statement down, keeping him at a lower start than what we saw in him in the previous match, he needs to not be able to do so unless he's going to be able to get a good opportunity to get himself out of there or chain in some more of those ultimates and secure some more kills, get his team back into favor.
And we're hitting these points where the death timers are just getting longer and longer. It becomes more and more critical for these junglers to be able to survive and stay on this map to either deflect the pressure or put the pressure themselves onto these neutral objectives. Because as I have said previously, and we'll say again, and we'll say again, and we'll say again, and we'll say again, these big neutral objectives are what win the games. You got to team fight well around the pits. You got to team fight well within the pits. You got to find the right picks before, and you got to find the right time to capitalize and take those objectives, or it does not matter the gold lead that you have. And Mythic looking like they are setting the tone, setting control of this map, putting the pressure onto Mach 10 as they are going to hover around this or Prime buff.
And this hover around here is just simply a staple to maybe get someone to come out of place, maybe get a quick kill, get that pick you need, especially if it's North that happens to poke his way in there. Other than that, this team needs to realize it. Ooh, Lance is gonna make it out of that.
Straight on to Lakeinator with the shield slam. That felt personal. The former teammates, Lake is going to be the first one to go down. Cure, going to cure him of that pesky disease that we call life here. The ADC down, so much damage for Mach 10 is eliminated at this point. Lobler a little behind enemy lines. Shield, or the sword will land onto Toasty, but it's not really going to have a massive impact. The black hole comes out, the Coliseum comes out in response to it, but Grady taking so much damage, he's actually going to get picked off. That's massive for Mach 10 if they can continue to capitalize onto this Bondroot. Is in retreat. Lobber's got his eyes. The feast is available, but Bondroot with a huge tether to save his life. 30 more HP than he needed.
Lance, the jungler's down on the side of Mythic, and that is what you want if you are Mach 10. However, during the course of that brutal team exchange we saw there, and a lot of ults expended, Appy was slowly just doing what the monkey is usually known to do, just slowly pushing that lane, the dual lane now pushed all the way through, inhibitor down. Gives yourself some advantage. Coming up for Q to get on this one on North, Lance.
Oh, does the Earth Shatter come down? That is a massive shutdown for Norvis. He's going to be able to take Cure out. So much of the damage is gone. They've got their eyes set onto Toasty. He's going to be the next to fall. And just like that, it is a 3-man advantage for the side of Mach 10. They've got their eyes set to Appy here. He's going to have to utilize that blink to get up that river wall here. Do they just rip here? No, okay. Grady has come back. They can't just rip this or Prime, but a little bit of life out of Mach 10, a little bit of confidence. We may have a game here, Red.
Lance, this is a lot of life for Mach 10. That's the exchange you needed, and that's a good shutdown there. If North was going to dive in and secure those kills, as I had previously mentioned, he needed to make sure he secured one that counted or multiple at a time. Being able to secure that shutdown kill onto Cure is very important for him. Then following that up with another kill there on Toasty, very beneficial. North trying to really tide his way back in these things. This Mach 10 roster very close to securing this objective as well. Grady can come in, Lobber can come in as well, and a lot of damage, but will it be enough to secure the Orb Prime buff? We still see it's got a majority of its lifespan, which is the cautionary thing here. If you're Mach 10, you need to get out of this one. Cure and them are coming in. They're very strong and they're fighting very well, Lance. I'm not sure this is
Appy's got Lake on the backside of this. He's going to chase him around. Black Hole's going to come out of Bright right away, but all of the members of Mythic going to be able to walk immediately out of that. North going to get Lobber. That's a bunch of damage down. Coliseum is going to come out, but is Grady trapped in with them, or are they trapped in with him? Oh, he's going to fall as well. The Earth Shatter comes out. That's a triple kill for North. He is going crazy, but it will cost him his life now as Bartledew and Appy trying to take down, or getting taken down here. And what a team fight. We got two members both up and alive on both sides, but minions on the core from that split push that we saw earlier from Appy Picker.
Lance, Mach 10, very good exchange there. North once again securing kills, getting those combo executions, which were so important we had mentioned. So the good force shadow there by us on that side, but he needs to be able to maintain to do that without the ability, without losing his life there. If he's able to stay standing, there's some small chance, a glimmer, that they could probably get another kill, maybe get a quick back in time with their team responding, get succession, to maybe try and get towards a neutral objective. But you mentioned the Winions, Appy setting up those plays. If he's not countering and stealing out your jungle or rotating into a fight at just the right time, he sets up a lane. You're forcing a fight. You try to extend it as long as you can if you're that Mythic roster, and you see that core losing a large chunk of its life. 33% of that core already taken down simply for trying to force a fight that was around a neutral objective that wasn't a clean handoff. They started it. They had a majority of its life by the time the team had rotated in. They didn't jump off it quite quick enough. So the exchange probably could have went a little bit better for Mach 10, but you'll take what you can get, and it's got to be building some momentum for you. North got to be feeling confident, scaling up very strong now, getting those shutdowns, putting him right back into the market, the economy, to get buy himself a win in this game too.
My mama said it to me. I say it to little Lance. You get what you get, and you do not throw a fit. And North gonna be happy to get that triple kill. Huge influx of gold into what at this point in the game, surely the most important member on this Mach 10 roster. He's got the damage. He's got the ability to get back there, blow Lobber up, blow Cure up. If it is needed, he could probably even get close to killing Appy in an elongated exchange as well. And just like this, they're just going to restart up this Orb Prime. There is no fear in the brains of this. Grady going to come in with the Coliseum right away onto Lakeinator, but the rest of the members not around to follow up. Pure with a good ventilator, but he's going to have to flash away from Bry, who he pulls the black hole right on top of him. Toasty gets North at the beginning of this fight, and that spells disaster for Mach 10. That is so much damage gone. That is their jungler gone. That's going to be their offlaner going down in that offlane as well. Lava going to be the one to pick this up. So at a two-man disadvantage, Bartledew and Lakeinator taking a bit of pressure from it as well. Bard's going to fall to Cure in the back. They've got minions pushing in towards their core as well. Lake's going to have to get here to defend this, but they're going to continue to pressure him. He's going to have to use that Epoch, but Toasty taking so much of this tower. If they can kill Lake, they can win this game, but Lake going to escape with just a sliver of help, with a little bit of help from the invisibility out of that Wraith kit. Cure now has to retreat. Bondrew has his eyes set to him, but I don't think with the teammates around, it's wise for Bondrew to continue to push this way. Grady and Lobber now onto this or Prime pit. They should be able to pick this up for free, Rhett.
Yes, that was quite the exchange there. Cure getting out the skin of his teeth. Bondrew, great rotation back to save the core, but you're going to surrender the objective here, probably potentially, and I'd imagine both objectives, Lance. And if that's the case, things are fully in the favor of Mythic here. They had some good exchanges. They're going to get themselves a reset, have a whole 5-man team ready for you. Probably double buffed up here on this weekend of the Grand Finals for North America, Lance. Got to feel confident with the way Mythic played this one. We mentioned whoever wins this one, we believe, has a good potential to win it all. And right now, if you're wanting to make a statement and a showing to say you are that team, I think Mythic's starting to make it right here, Lance.
Well, they are going to have to go through Flowstate in order. It is not free waiting for them in the Grand Finals. There is a behemoth of a challenge. Death timers are back up for Mach 10, though, so we'll not just be able to freely walk in, take this Primal Fangtooth on the side of Mythic. They also don't have the team fight buff, right? Or Prime's going to help you push, not going to help you exponentially within these team fights. It's a little bit of a stat increase, but nothing groundbreaking, earth-shattering. Inhib also has respawned for the side of Mach 10, so don't have to worry about that free push into it. Mythic feeling confident, though. They're going to send Appy to the opposite side, feel like they can win this 4v5 if they want to. And yeah, Mach 10's going to have to retreat, but they're going to retreat with the black hole. Toasty going to use the shield slam, but it's not going to find any agency. Cure going to get North immediately in this fight, just like we saw in the last one. Tough to do it without your jungle. Bondrew going to die as well, and Bartledew on the backside. Will they continue to chase? It's just Bright and Lakeinator back up. Toasty stalking his former ADC, his IRL good buddy, and they're going to be able to put him down. Appy down onto the core from the opposite side. They stop the backs. They punch their ticket to Grand Finals. Congratulations to Mythic.
Fantastic play by this Mythic team, and fantastic play by Appy. He got all the bananas in his basket, got himself a win. The Mach 10 said they weren't afraid of the Wukong. We're not going to ban it in the game 2. It really wasn't that big of a deal, Lance. I think that was the wrong move by them, by their Appy, able to rotate freely throughout the map, takes down the duo lane inhib. You get a big team fight towards Primal, thinking you're going to score that team fight objective. Appy slamming through your solo lane with those Orb Prime minions, takes the core, wins the game.
Not banning Wukong and giving it to Appy. Big mistake. We're going to start calling this guy bananas instead of Appies. He's named after the wrong fruit. What a performance out of Mythic. 4-0 on the day so far. Punch their ticket. They've got a date with Flowstate with the big paycheck on the line.
That's the date to have, Lance. That's the one you want. You got to be able to stamp it and sign the signature, though. Like you said, Mythic got to feel confident the way they played throughout the course of this day and the tourney overall. But Flowstate, a behemoth, a raid boss. Got to beat it if you want to take home that trophy.
It's going to be interesting. I can't wait for the Grand Finals. I can't wait to hear what our desk thinks about that game, too. We just watched. Take it away, F. Wangle and Blue Jay.
Thanks, boys. A little bit of a barn burner there, to say the least. Well, Blue Jay, is that what we expected is the question.
I don't think we were expecting it in that sense of such a dominating game from Mythic. I think we were expecting Mach 10 to come out with a little more fight. They showed a little bit towards the mid game there and kind of pulled back in a way, but Mythic just kind of took that one over. Obviously, they came out, they played pretty much the same comp that they did in the other game. They made a good, very small draft adjustment, and just kind of showed that they have the momentum going forward right now. They took out Primal, now Mach 10. They're going out, and now they're in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, Mythic, like we said, one of the more consistent teams in the PCC scene. There's the squad that we know, we love, we're familiar with. All right. We got to chat about the draft a little bit, boys. So I don't hate a world where you return to what you just lost with, especially if there's going to be an asterisk on that L. I think there's a conversation to be had. I have coached many teams where I have said just because you lose doesn't mean the strategy was bad, and I will maintain that results-based thinking is incorrect. It's always about the process. It's about the execution. Wangle, they got windmill dunked on, dude. Like, was this an absolutely the wrong choice to go back to the Wraith?
What this draft screams to me is ego. That's my thing. Because when you look at Mythic and what they're doing, they're on a roll. They're playing super well in these games. What does Appy want to play every game? He wants to play Wukong. What does Lobber want to play every single game? He wants to play Countess. What's Grady play like the most in comp? It's Zarus. Like, we're giving them all of their comfort picks in a comp that they want to do. They want to run at your backline. They want to sprint at you. And what are we drafting in the backline? We're drafting something that can't defend itself and needs help. It needs so much help. And we just don't have enough. We don't have enough for the three things that are just sprinting at the backliner. And I don't know. I'm more annoyed because I was super excited for this set. I thought that this was going to be a powerhouse. I thought it was going to be a 2-1, and Mythic dominated this set. And it's congrats to Mythic. You played really, really well. I'm disappointed on the side of M10 because I expected more from this.
This was supposed to be our marquee matchup. Like, this happens all the time where the, finals is sick, but the semifinals is you got to watch out, right? We can go a step deeper, though, because I'm here to dunk on these guys for doing the same draft 100%. But there's a secondary layer here. When we saw the bans come out with the Sevarog, like not going the Countess ban, I know a lot of people were scratching their heads there. And then letting the Wukong through as well. Like the oddball pick of the Wraith, Jay, was not just the only topic of conversation. There were so many other variables. If we saw the Wukong taken care of, if we saw all of the other holes filled, so to speak, does this Wraith ADC actually succeed? Was it the Wraith, or was it the choices around it?
I mean, definitely like what I was saying, it was the choices around it. That character is very comp dependent, and when you're picking it into a comp like Mythic has, it doesn't have a lot of options unless it gets just really far ahead in these games. Running it back, like you said, I don't hate it. I think it's okay, but I think you have to change a few things. I think you still have to look at the game that you played in game one, and you have to say, okay, even though we had a little bit of an asterisk on it, what could we do better in this next one? What could we tweak a little bit just to make it harder for them to play the game, for us to play the game a little bit easier? And I just think none of that thought process came in on the side of Mach 10, and it's really unfortunate to see, but that's okay. That they'll be around, we'll see them again, but yeah, that's just why it's a little disappointing.
Yeah, I 1,000,000% agree. We were supposed to kind of get a better matchup out of this, and I don't feel like we got our money's worth. This was a little bit of a letdown from Mach 10, and that's disappointing because going into our finals, we've got Flowstate in front of us. Mythic are the top card. They're kind of like a lot of people will say they're the better team, but Flowstate really surprised a lot of folks, and so. With what Mythic did here, this set is largely about what Mach 10 did. It's less about what Mythic did. That's definitely the headline for me. So going into this next matchup, the fact that they less played their game and more had to dance around what Mach 10 did. Listen, I'm not saying that this was an easy matchup, but does Mythic feel confident going into the next one, Wangle?
I think there's a couple layers to how this is going. I think Mythic are on their roll. They are feeling amazing, and the way that we've talked about how this tournament goes, a lot of us comp players have talked about how this tournament goes outside of on our own time in our calls and everything, and having not tempo, but being on a roll is an extreme advantage here. F8 are going into this maybe with some warm-ups, maybe with some ranked game warm-ups, maybe they found someone to do a small scrim with them before this, but Mythic have just played 4 games in a row that they have won. They are on a hot streak. They fancy their chances. They're feeling good about themselves, and they want to keep going. The advantage that F8 have here is they have the draft advantage. They have as much information as you could have on Mythic as possible because they've just watched them draft 4 games. They know what they want to play for. They know what the style of play is. They've been able to sit back in their chairs. They've been analyzing it, maybe seeing if they can find any weaknesses in the draft or how they're playing the map, any of that stuff. But Mythic are going to be feeling really good, and F8 might have a little bit of a tactical advantage here.
Well, Mythic know what they want to play, and I know what I want to watch. I want to watch the finals. Flowstate are waiting, and Mythic have made it there, and that's where we're going to go. One break, finals. See you then.
Another successful offer.
And we've made it to our finals. Welcome back to the PCC Summer Series. It's 2025. I'm here with Lance and Spooky Mars this time around as we jump in. Flowstate has been waiting in the wings, and we just got a chance to watch Mythic. Spooky, good to see you. Good to meet you. And I want your take on our last matchup.
I mean, honestly, you saw it for yourself, right? It was a fantastic match. And what we've seen a lot from Team Mythic is they take a little bit of time to get rolling in their matches, right? That first game, often very close, lots of back and forth between both sides. But once they get into that second game, you can really tell that they've figured out what they want to do and how they want to play against their opponents. I think we're going to continue seeing that, and it's kind of up to Flowstate now to be able to match that energy. They've had time to watch everything we've seen, and so far Mythic has put on a fantastic performance, utterly crushing their competition.
Lance, you're my guy that I go to when it comes down. You're the lore keeper of Predecessor, it feels like. And like that whole story of professors and Flowstate getting here and well, why are they in the fight? A lot of question marks around this squad, but ultimately they've earned their way. That matchup with professors wasn't an okie doke. They didn't just oopsie daisies in here. Mythic's hot. They've got the momentum. How does Flowstate stand up here? Do you think this is going to be an even match, or is this going to be a dogfight?
We haven't seen Mythic lose a game yet today. I expect that to change in this series. I would be shocked if this is a 3-0. Flowstate practicing in the wings, practicing behind it. I do think that they had a favorable meta during our summer prelims that kind of helped push them to this point. My sleep paralysis demon Maguli was standing on his head during this. And like, I'm going to go on a little bit of a story, a little bit of a rant here. Maguli used to be a West player. I'm a West player. When there was an NA West, I would play standards in NA West until I ran into Maguli. And then I knew I wasn't winning a game the rest of the night, and I would log off. Hopefully, Mythic's got a little bit better of a mental towards that than I would have at that time. But I believe in this Flowstate roster, they've earned their spot. It wasn't an oopsie daisy that they beat professors, where a lot of people thought that they were going to get knocked down to that losers bracket during our summer prelims. They stomped professors when they played them. They stomped everybody that they beat. It was a feast or famine occurrence for them. When they would win by 25 kills and they'd get every single neutral objective. When they'd lose, they'd pick up like maybe 4 kills the entire game. We're going to have to see how that plays out for them in this, because Mythic's got a little bit of a different style than what they had to play into in the summer prelims as well. And like we've been saying, Mythic's not hot. They are scorching, burning, on fire, blue flame hot right now.
Well, they're going to go into this Flowstate squad. We know all the players, but a relatively new roster getting these guys together. If you want a second look, a deeper look, we've got that right for you here.
Honestly, the mindset I've tried to keep for like the past 3 weeks is just a nice, relaxed, like mental de-stress mindset. I just kept telling my boys, listen, at the end of the day, I think we just keep the same mentality, the same mood we did before we got into grand finals, and we bring that into grand finals because we locked in, we clicked in when we needed to. Pretty much it. Just nice, cool, collected mindset, and when we need to click in together, I'm very confident that we will.
We are 100% certain we're gonna pop off in the grand finals. The question is, you know, how if the opponents pop off too, you know. But we sure we're gonna make this very fun and enjoyable to watch.
I'm just ready to lock in my team. We've been messing around in scrims sometimes here and there, but somehow we just all of us just synergize, you know, the day of the tourney, and I think we're prepared. We have what it takes to win this. So far, I've had the most fun against both Mach 10 and Mythic, but if I had to choose one of the two, it'd probably be Mythic because of mostly because of Kier. He's been the one that's giving me the most trouble, the one who matches my playstyle the closest.
The team that I would like to face more so out of all of them is honestly Primal. I really, really like to see the storyline of them going from going against Mythic and then into Mach 10 and into us. They gave us really good practice, and I respect it a lot, and I really hope to see them in grand finals.
I see Mythic going grand finals against.
Well, BKB had it a little bit locked down there. He predicted this Mythic matchup. I don't know if he's happy about it, because this is a hot team to come into. We didn't get to see Magouli's face, but he's kind of the lead singer for this team, Spooky Mars. Do you think that Flowstate kind of plays through Magouli, or is he just a large linchpin for what they want to do?
Honestly, I think a lot of it relies on Mercy. He seems to be the one that drives a lot of the aggression. If he's having a good game, the rest of Flowstate is going to be feeling pretty good about themselves. Magouli is that guy who you can just leave over in that duel lane, say, I know he's going to do his job. I know he's going to show up for these team fights when the time comes. He's going to land the shots. He's going to bring the damage that I need. You can't always rely on him to do everything. But a lot of the driving force is Mercy and how he's playing. If you can find a successful jungle pick and facilitate that, I think that's the main key to finding Flowstate's victory.
Would you agree, Lance?
I think that it is a combination of the two of them for sure. I think that if you get Mercy onto a pick where he can be the playmaker, be the engagement for his team, you get him on a Zarus, you get him on a Rampage, something where he can like hit that Coliseum button, he can hit that rock under that primary target. The rest of Flowstate always able and willing to follow up and participate after that point. However, the rest of the members of this Flowstate roster have been pretty important as well. Peak plays a little bit of off meta with his supports. We saw him on the Quang. You have to respect his Decker play as well. So I think it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Magouli can perform with Revenant kind of taking a hit within the nerfs that he got, because Sparrow's still very, very strong, but the big signature exclamation point performances that we saw out of Magouli were on that Revenant pick.
And that's one of the bigger questions that we had coming in here. In fact, I think you mentioned it, Lance, that this is a very different metagame than when we saw Flowstate kind of like surprise people, put on a fantastic performance. Give me like one step deeper. What is the large difference? Rev obviously is front and foremost, but like what else is going to affect Flowstate jumping into this grand finals?
And it's interesting because I've been in the belief that it is a mage meta, right? Like they lowered magic resist across the board. They buffed a bunch of the damage that a bunch of the mid laners do, a bunch of the mages do. So we're starting to see a little bit of like mage support stuff. But Mythic just crumpled the patch notes up, tossed it behind him and said, monkey in the middle over and over again on repeat. We don't care if magical damage is more effective right now. Yeah, they're doing a lot of prioritization into that Grim and the ADC role that obviously does that magic damage. But Mythic doesn't care about that. They're just saying, hey, we're going to play what we like to play and what Appy is comfortable on, what he can carry from. And I think it's going to be up to Simba, the mid laner for Flowstate, to try to find that answer. But I believe in rank 1 Simba.
Well, I mean, now's where we get a chance to figure it out. P's and B's, pretty please. We'll jump right into the draft here for game number 1. And when it comes down to it, we saw pretty much the same bans time and time again in our semi-finals matchup. No Sevarog, like a lot of the same stuff. Spooky Mars, do you think we're going to see pretty much that? Is that the metagame bans, or now that we're in a different matchup, are we going to see different things taken away?
I think we're going to see a few different things taken away. A lot of that Sevarog attention is paid because you've got Bondrewd and Lobber in the same lobby. Both of them very well known for their Sevarog gameplay. And you can take a step back. My mind kind of goes more towards things like, well, the Wukong. That is very much targeted towards Appy. Also just a generally good ban, but you've seen this team perform so well with it twice in a row. And I also kind of want to talk a little bit about why I think it was so successful. Lance, you talked about it kind of being more of a mage meta. By having something like that Wukong, you can almost bring an anti-meta to it, because one thing that mages aren't super good at is getting away from that double dive that Mythic was kind of facilitating and doing their draft with. Take that off the board, now suddenly those mages begin to look a little bit better, a little bit safer, and you can go towards a more traditional draft with the rest of your composition.
Well, that's a different ban. I think we all know where that comes from, Lance.
I know exactly where that comes from. My sleep paralysis demon, Maguli, piloting that Revenant, hitting every fourth shot and landing all of the roots. You can't give that over. However, that does leave a lot of other things open. A lot of targeted bans coming out of this Flowstate side right now. You can't let Appy have that Wukong. You can't let Sevarog over onto this Lobber. I would be shocked if this next ban or the very first pick of this draft is not Countess.
That's perfect. That's exactly where we're going to go. Last semifinals, both of my analysts were like hulking out. Why no Countess ban? Why no Countess ban? It's going to be the big Z. Are we happy with it, Lance? Are we mad that there's no Countess?
This is respect bans. Zarisk, you can't give it to Mercy, right? He just plays that hero super well. He can carry from the jungle role with it. You can't give Maguli Revenant. You can't give Sevarog over to Lobber. You can't give Wukong over to it. So there are a couple of contested picks. Yurei going to be the one picked up. This does leave the Countess up. Maybe BKB has some sort of counter pick to it if Lobber locks that in this first rotation. Yurei, strong, tuned well right now is the respectful way that I will put that. So it's nice to see the Yurei be picked up first. I'm not terribly surprised by that. I kind of forgot about her because I'm so accustomed to her not being around. Here it is. That will be in the hands of Lobber. He won't build any mana on it. That dude is a demon. Also Appy on the Gideon.
Yeah, Gideon and Countess across the way. I'm still stuck on Yurei over there, though, Spooky. Can you break down a little bit? You know, she's new. She's big. Give us the juice. Why is she so highly contested, and how is she going to make her mark in this game?
Well, it kind of comes back around to the mage meta, right? She's not your traditional jungler we've seen a lot in the past, where we see a lot of bruisers, we see a lot of CC coming out. Yurei is all about the damage, the mobility, getting into that back line, causes some disruption with the ultimate, and just blowing up those high priority targets. She can bring damage very quickly, and she can come from very unexpected places with the amount of mobility that she has. So you have to be making sure you're warding all around. You have to make sure you have eyes around you. If you get caught by this Yurei and you don't have someone right there to make sure they're dropping CC, and you got to make sure the CC lands well, because the dash can really throw it off, you're pretty much dead, and it can be a very quick number swing in your team's favor. And the fact that she can do it very early on in the game, she can start getting very aggressive pretty quickly. She doesn't have to wait for that ultimate to come up. She can start ganking level 3, level 4, no problem, and really start setting the pace of the game. And Grady loves being aggressive.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, you've got your pixels, but now the people, Grady, this makes sense for this player as well. So I'm interested to see how this one rocks out. A couple more picks on the left-hand side. Any beef here, Lance, as we see Sparrow on the right?
These are comfort picks coming out of the side of Flowstate. Peak, unquestionably the best decker in North America. Simba, very, very potent on this Belica. I also want to point out, I've been following BKB on Twitter. He posted something the other day about how much he likes Yurei. So this may even be an off-lane Yurei coming out to try to match this Countess out of BKB here, which would make sense why they're prioritizing it. If that's the case, he must feel very comfortable in that matchup. Sparrow picked up by Mythic. I like that a lot for Kier because it takes probably the secondary ADC that we've seen Maguli on away from him. There's not that he didn't perform fantastic on heroes that weren't Sparrow and Revenant, but there seemed to be just a little bit of a gap between there for him. There's some good targets. They're also going to take this Rampage off to target Mercy even further into that jungle pool, which means Mythic probably privy to the fact that this is likely a Ure off lane.
Meanwhile, you've got Quang banned out here, straight up and down, so interesting towards the end. Okay, this is the character that we saw banned out pretty much the entirety of the semifinals. Terra making it to the field finally. Mars, your take?
Looking like maybe a Terra jungle coming out here. I don't hate the pick, but I do think it's not
You don't like it.
effective into flow state here, especially with this Aurora pickup, because the main thing this Terra does is goes unstoppable, walks through all your CC. One thing she does not do is walk through player-made walls. Now we've got 2 of those on the side of flow state. So while typically she's very hard to peel off and make sure she's not getting to your backline, the draft that flow state has already constructed really limits how effective this pick can be, and I'm not convinced we're going to see a ton of success from it. Add on to it now, you're trying to dive into a Kira who can dash away from you, put out a ton of damage very quickly. I'm not sold on this. I'm not going to completely discount it until I see it in action, but I think the Terra pick's a little bit harder than something a little bit more traditional.
Do you think the Terra pick overall, do you like the flow state draft better because the Terra's on the other side?
Oh, for
You
sure.
don't like that Terra pick. You're being nice about it, but you don't like it.
No, I kind of very much dislike this Terra pick. I don't think it really functions super well into flow state. I think it's going to have a hard time running this Ure down if they want to try to engage on her, because she's just going to dash away from you. I'm not seeing the magic in it. I'm going to have to be shown.
Lance, you agree?
I disagree. I'm very curious where she's going to go. Even Lauber, very well known for this Countess, but also plays a very mean Terra. I'm not familiar with Grady being a big Terra player, but I know he plays a lot of Countess. I actually think that the Terra into Ure matchup, if that's what they get in the offlane, could be pretty good for them. The Aurora definitely going to go to the jungle. I know that is a Mercy pick, and BKB does not play that, so that solidifies what I'm seeing out of the flow state roster and the flow state draft here. I'm just curious where they're going to put Terra and where they're going to put Countess to match up into this. But like, honestly, especially with the Zinx picked up in the last rotation, I really like this draft out of Mythic.
Our mid is almost certainly going to be, Gideon, right? And so we know that Appy and Grady like to sort of play this aggressive mid-jungle duo, Terra or Countess. Which one feeds more into that play style? Spooky?
Oh, go ahead, Lance. You got something to say.
Yeah, Lance, take it.
Definitely the Terra. She's got a better early gank potential. She's got the Highland Hurl to be able to lay some CC down. She's got the ability to dash in if that root goes off from the Gideon as well. Big true damage if she gets the empowered mark on her primary ability too. So the ability to blow somebody up just a little bit earlier on the side of Mythic. And yeah, the player-made walls are going to be tough for the Terra to walk through, but those player-made walls are on a decent cooldown of like containment fence and the glacial prism. You're normally not using that to just cut a Terra off, at least especially out of the side of the Aurora. You're using that to engage or to like kind of get yourself into a favorable position or split a team fight. And then, Terra's just going to turn around and walk the other direction with no crowd control effect here. So it's going to be interesting to see.
I think that's it. I think that's what we're going to see. I think we're going to see Grady on the Terra. That makes a lot of sense, knowing how this team likes to just be around that mid-jungle synergy. It's a really, really big deal. And so I guess that leaves our off-lane matchup to kind of chat about, Mars, where we've got Yode versus the Countess, these assassin over there in the off-lane. A very different style than what we've seen. We've seen more of the tanks earlier on.
Yeah, I think this is very much a skill-based matchup with how squishy these characters both are. I think Yuri might have a slight advantage just because she has those ranged basic attacks. She has a little bit more mobility than the Countess, who is not lacking in mobility, just a little less consistent. However, the Countess also has some very good sustain over there, so it's going to be a question of who can outpoke who, and really how much aggression comes out of that jungle. We've already seen a couple games where Grady has proven he likes to play that side of the map. He likes to be on that offlane side, look for some aggressive plays early, and try to get Lauber ahead over there. I would not be surprised if we see that continue here, and I think that's going to be the main difference maker in that offlane.
Well, Flowstate have been waiting patiently in the wings. Mythic have made it here, And now it's time to jump into our grand finals. Ego and F6 are on the mic. We'll see you on the other side.
Gamers! 31 teams wanted to be a part of these 5 games, but these 2 get 1 shot. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in the grand finals. F6, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good, man. We had to take the jacket off because we know this one's going to be an absolute heater here. Ego, Mythic fighting their way from the bottom side of the loser bracket to be able to contest F8. F8, a little bit cold in my opinion heading into game 1. They haven't had the chance to really be able to play just quite yet. So I'm really kind of feeling how this is going to feel out. I think it's going to be having a great time, but it's all going to be happening down in the Sanctuary, and I can't wait to drop on down.
Yes, indeed, as we're going to be sending it down to Sanctuary. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the grand finals. We got F8, we got Mythic. There can only be one. And I'm going to be honest, man, taking a look at this first game composition, it seems like both teams are going to be comfortable stepping in to what could be a pace-defining fight. F6, man, this is going to be such an exciting matchup. We've seen a lot of these players within the competitive environment, and this is what it's all been for.
Oh man, dude, this just gets me so pumped up. This is a second grand finals we get to cast together. We are so lucky here to be able to do it on this biggest stage possible for Predecessor. As TDM highlighting our arguments for us, quick look at what to expect out of all of these heroes. But man, I'm really excited to see this matchup here. We've got the ability to cast that match. We saw the quadra kill. We saw what he's been able to do, Ego. If he's able to do that at any amount of time in this best of 5, we're just going to be having such a great battle happening down here in the Sanctuary.
Man, we didn't only get to see the quadra kill, right? It dang near took my throat away, dude. That was one of the best moments I think I've seen in the entirety of PCC history, and I can only allow myself to believe that we're going to get much better coming out of these 2 juggernauts of a team. Sharp, straight to the point, Lance has told me time and time again that if you want to be the man, you got to beat the man. And F8's done it once before with this acclaimed team in Mythic, but now they have to do it with all the stakes on the line.
A lot of stakes are on the line here. I think our comfortability here is going to be on Simba. We've seen him on this Bellica. We talked about his aim. That's really why he kind of pilots this character so well. Also kind of goes into the augment that he chose to be able to get those enhanced magical damage on his autos as well. And that's going to be favoring into this meta that the shift came in with that balance. We talked about the magical resistance going down throughout this entire map. So I'm excited to see how he plays into it as well. But Mythic, they're going to need to find a way to shut that down because Maguli on the Kira, Bellica with so much damage. Just a lot of damage there. Combine that with the CC coming out of the Aurora and the Decker. Oh, man, that's a world of hurt.
Oh, yeah, and this is exactly what Flowstate likes to do, right? They like to draft out these high DPS compositions, and then they're just going to try to kill you off the map. And where they try to start that is normally within this first 5 to 10 minutes through Mercy, who we know loves to get active in these lanes.
100%. I mean, Grady also likes to get active. We saw a little bit of that in the first series there, definitely invading. Not seeing too much of that, though. I think he feels like he needs to feel out F8 a little bit to see how they're going to play this one. But it's Mercy to be the first one to kind of head into the jungle. Not going to be able to pick up anything, but a big thing is going to be able to pick up the timers. Potentially be able to gank this dual lane a little bit pushed up. Might be able to get a little bit of flank going on.
Yeah, Mercy gonna have access to that glacial charge in order to force a cut into space. However, Kira Toasty happen to be pivoting to the right side of the lane, and as such, we're gonna be able to create a little bit of space. Though it won't be enough. Maguli is gonna be able to get first blood.
First blood. Also used the blink there, but being able to press your Q on that Kira, secure that kill, almost got away with it. But that's the rotation we're talking about, the aggression coming out of F8. Mercy, he didn't really get anything off in the CC, but what he did was corral him as close towards that back wall to be able to create for Simba to potentially have a play, be able to create some time for it. That's how they're able to pick up the first blood. F8 looking ready for this game.
A little bit of a callback to the desk, pointing out my main man Lance yet again. I actually had the fortune of playing with Maguli in a ranked game recently, and all the rumors, everything you've seen on screen is true. I think if we could count the autos he hits, the miss rate would be sub 4 or 5%. He seems to just be so locked in these high moments, and he doesn't miss a single instance of damage. If they don't do something to disturb him within this game one, I have no doubt in my mind we could see him take over.
We can. I mean, he does have a contention against Kier, but like you said, you ruffle the feathers a little bit. Going to be able to start to create that animal instinct to come on out. Definitely going to wait to see if he's going to be able to pilot that, especially being securing that first blood, having a little bit of advantage economy-wise, a little bit of XP. First Fangtooth to me, though, Ego's really where we start to see how these teams are going to play out this match. Who's able to get that first game advantage? Who's able to kind of find a little bit more of a groove and really set that tempo with that first neutral.
And both of these junglers between Grady as well as Mercy are going to be trying to help do that. These junglers like to play in these lanes, helping establish prio, so you get that first reaction, that first kick, if you will, towards these objectives. We're going to see it here, though, as Mercy, Simba, going to be playing for the river before migrating their way to the objective. Peak Maguli, as you can see, are already going to be shoving this wave under and left, so we may see a play for a pick before the objective.
Something I'm liking about Mercy right now, he's kind of being the aggressor. We talked about how Grady was really being the aggressor within the first couple of series, but it's really Mercy kind of just telling him, like, you know what? You're aggressive. I'm also aggressive. Let's see who wins. We haven't been able to see Grady on that terror just quite yet. The first Fangtooth in sight, down to 2K. And here comes that rotation from Mythic.
Oh, it's going to be a rotation from Grady, but he's just not going to be able to get in a range containment gate. It's going to come down off the back, and it's going to be a glacier charge in space, but Black Hole over the top is going to eradicate Peak. It is going to be a little bit of CC to try to stifle the aggression, and it will do just that. It's going to be a 1-for-1 at 6 minutes in.
Good lockdown there to at least get something out of that trade. But first, Fangtooth, ladies and gentlemen, is going to go over towards the side of F8. F8 fans are cheering a lot there. They're going to be able to get a little bit more time on their buffs, the big buffs, red buff, green buff, some of those rivers as well. So they're going to have a little bit more play time and agency, especially when you think about the junglers. This first Fangtooth is really a strength towards the jungler side to really help them to be able to kind of create a little bit more impact. If you're talking about that red buff, that bleed, the blue buff, have a little bit more mana to get those abilities off, stay, and clear a little bit more of those camps. So I'm excited to see how they're able to utilize that on Mercy. Already, though, man, I mean, I think that was just a good exit frag on the side of Mythic to at least tell themselves, you know what, we're not out of this game. We're not losing too much tempo. We're still there to be able to answer. They just need to be a little bit quicker, a little bit slow paced, like you were saying.
Yeah, and a large part of this has to be the proactivity that we've been seeing coming out of Simba, right? #1 ranker, and okay, and the #1 seed here. Yeah, hey, he's been putting in the work for it. He's going to always be the first one stepping out of lane because he's willing to give up a little bit of that micro in order to help his team get ahead, especially in that dual lane with Maguli. So I'm expecting to see him, kind of playing into the Pilgrim play style a little bit. Any place my feet are is home, as now he's already made his way to the mini prime.
This is the kind of pacing you're looking to see. They're able to get the Fangtooth. They set themselves up for the mini prime. A big kind of contribution to that is going to be from that Ure inside that off lane. A lot of times we see Lobber really get the advantage to be able to poke out, be able to win that lane, so they have control on that side of the map. But this Ure, BKB, being a little bit more comfortable on it than Lobber's on the Countess, which is kind of a surprise to say, in my opinion. But it's going to be leading towards F8 creating their second neutral objective, and still kind of waiting for that big spark to really get that flame underneath both of these teams, really see those killing blows, and kind of really find out who's really going to come out with a big bang on game #1.
Yeah, man, and I'm gonna give the people what eastward really means. We're gonna pull an example that you just brought up, and we're gonna enhance it a little bit here. Lobber has had some success on this Countess in the past, right? But BKB kind of looked into it, saw the Countess pick up, and he's like, they're gonna want to play the assassin, then we can play assassins. This Yuri pick seems like it's been kind of difficult for Lobber to handle, at least in these earlier instances.
Oh, it's going to be a little bit of rough. They're trying to use that mini prime, but here comes that rotation. Not a lot too much kill potential. Gonna have to back out here. Don't want to lose too much. That's a good rotation, though, to really stop them from taking down that T1 earlier on. He needed to show up there on the side of Grady, on the side of Team Mythic, to be able to stop that. But it's going to be on the side of F8, though, with a little bit more of a just retreat. Take a little play, push in that wave. kind of control the entire wave state. But look at this inside the mid lane. Simba just getting caught out and completely deleted, as it's going to be Mythic picking up their second kill of the game.
Dude, Appy with an expert use of that black hole on the tower edge. Let the objective do a little bit of the work for you. Mercy gonna drop down, and Appy's gonna drop a little bit of damage, but the crowd system coming out onto 2 is gonna be able to disrupt the degree of the aggression. BKB playing close to that right side corner by that prime pit, and because of such, we're gonna see Lauber, Appy, Grady looking for a full reset.
They had a reset there. They know the missing call came out from Duo. Any second longer, they would have been capitalized on, especially when you see all 5 members converging into that small spot. But yeah, still, he's going to be able to get that river buff, though. All worth it in the end for that Gideon, even though just a little bit, going to be on a 3-minute coming back. Still, we have a second feint tooth to be played for here in about 30 seconds. BKB getting caught out, has that mobility. I don't think he wants to challenge this too long. Countess is on the prowl.
Yeah, Countess kind of playing over on this right side, prioritizing pushing out the wave. As Grady is going to lose a little bit of farm out of his jungle. BKB is going to be able to mosey his way over into that solo, while Simba is going to be able to peel off some plates here within the mid. But as you said, this Fang coming up soon, and you're already seeing some of these players starting to converge towards that duo side.
Yeah, and this is going to be an important one, right? We talk about that out-of-combat movement speed. Mercy in the side of F8. Not waiting, not taking any hesitation. But here comes the slow corral. It's going to be the Mythic fishing up that left lane. Going to have Prio. But here comes that conversion between the mid as well. Yure's not going to be in this fight, so it's a 5v4 in the favor of Mythic.
And this Fang is getting bursted out relatively quickly. Maybe a little bit of a preemptive glacial charge here, as Grady is going to be able to get in. It's going to be a burger flip that ultimately Mercy does win. Onto the backside, it's going to be process him into the inner fire. It's fire and ice, and one member gets their HP burned through. Simba falls.
He's going to go down. Cure picks up a kill there, which is good for that Sparrow. Any amount of gold, any amount of XP to get her into that mid to late game to start really pumping out damage. As soon as she gets onto that 3 items, she gets that Demolisher, and she's able to really start to get through that damage with her inner fire. She starts to become dangerous. I think that's what Mythic is playing for. It's just unfortunate that they're unable to get that 50-50 on that feint tooth, and it's going to be F8 with this side going with the out of combat movement speed. That's going to help them with these rotations and still keep up that aggression that they've been doing this entire game.
Oh, I have to agree with you, but onto the side of Mythic, one thing that we've seen from them in the past is BKB blinking and getting absolutely zero from his ult underneath that tier 1 tower. No shade, of course. But as we've seen in earlier sets today, Mythic, they put a lot of value on the early game. Yeah, they like to get active. Cardio enjoyers they are, but they don't mind, as gentlemen, just giving you those first couple, you know, because they're really going to start defining their engagements in their overall game plan when that primordial, when that big prime comes up, as it's going to be a blink that prevents Cure from getting put down. Toasty left the lane for a couple moments, and he almost got assailed.
Toasty is like, hey, chill out. I'm going to pull out a ward, calm down. But Decker said, I got a stasis ball to say, no. We're full on aggression over here. I'll be able to force out the blank on Kier. It's going to be a big resource down, especially considering the mini primes up next. Attention and I should be on the right side of the map. BKB does not have that soul storm, but the feast is up. Lauber might be able to make a play if BKB gets a little bit too aggressive. But you see the rotation already. Both teams are looking to capitalize on a neutral objective. Going to be the side of Mythic, though, that really needs to get this. Not in the sense of they need the mini prime, but more of the sense of they need to get some objectives to their name. Taro, though, needs to be careful as well. It's going to be a controlling this mid, controlling this offlane. It's really who's going to get Prio into going after that mini prime.
Yeah, and being able to push that under, it's just going to be great for getting some of that tower damage through, being able to take that first step towards the objective. That being said, it doesn't look like it's going to be an immediate play here. We're going to see a reset coming out of Appy as Grady's going to be corralling around the back. Blast Flower will be available, but why use it? You're an intergalactic cosmic wizard who can tear fabric with that torn space to get your team in and out, as Simba is going to cycle through Toasty. That's going to force the blink out, as the support for Mythic is going to be looking to reset. Maguli going to be looking to turn him to a memory. They're going to get a second chance at life, but how long is it going to last? Maguli is going to be able to lock down the kill onto Zeke. That's one of the 9 lives down. Inner fire is going to go burn through, but the CC is going to be able to lock it down. Maguli gets a double.
Peek on that gameplay. Criticism does hit on the Gideon, though. Has to use torn space, and Murky CC's looking for blood. Just not going to get it, and here comes that reverse fight.
Glacial Charge going to be able to not only split up the engagement, but the pathing here for Gradius. He's going to have to watch as Ice Queen hits a little bit of a slide out of that enemy side jungle. A reset for the jungler here as F8 is going to close the difference in that kill differential. 3-4, ladies and gentlemen, 14 minutes in.
Man, I want to draw back to that CC chain. Maguli was dead to rights. Tosu trying to play some space so Cure can be able to rotate on in, but he goes on in. Maguli picks up the kill. The interfire is popped. But man, Stasis ball into an Eon Strike. You try to cleanse it, but it's just not enough. And just enough to trade that damage. And Maguli with a little bit of style points, being able to dash through. Oh man, this duo lane is playing absolutely perfect right now. But attention, ladies and gentlemen, back towards this mini prime. All eyes are set. Not a lot of vision down. Just trying to get that control.
Mercy, Grady, having a little bit of a stare-in contest as they're going to be looking at each other. BKB only has eyes for the Cyan, but what can we say? He's a loyal solo laner. Highland Hurl is going to come out, not going to be able to steal it, however, as both of these teams are going to slowly be migrating their way towards this objective. We're going to see them start linking up in that right side red jungle.
The big thing is they're missing their ADCs. Both ADCs here on the opposite side of the map. Third Fangtooth, though, is up. So no team's going to really push towards that mini prime. All eyes has to be on this third Fangtooth. On the side of F8, they need that 3 Fangtooth Monty. And on the side of Mythic, they need to stop it. But F8 here seems to be having the kind of wave. But Kira's going to be in trouble. No Neuroregenesis, and he picks up the solo Dolo, and Toasty has to just run away, but cannot. It's going to be Maguli about to pick up Stu.
No. He's going to be able to get the double. Ultimately, he does lose life, but Mercy has now started the rotation. On the backside, it's going to be a black hole coming up, getting in. Happy is going to get shut down as the damage is not going to be nearly enough. Peak there to assist the assailment of the opposition, as now Grady is going to be forced to play a little bit closer to the T1. The team fight, much like me, it's going to slow it down just a bit as they make their way to the Fangtooth pit.
Just my absolute word of perfection there. The dash reset, being able to capitalize, and now giving them the advantage on their third Fangtooth. Mythic cannot contest. That's the third Fangtooth, ladies and gentlemen, towards F8 as they're looking to sweep this game number 1.
Dude, they are absolutely cooking here. Appy's going to fall. The only question, who gets the kill? The answer going to be Simba. Now they're going to be pushing into this mid lane, and these small interactions and plays are just giving them so much value. This all started with Maguli being able to lock down the kill. They used the power of the agency given to them to then play for that right, force a back, get an objective, force down mid. It's like dominoes getting knocked down, and Mythic, they're struggling to stand up against it.
They are, and it's really Maguli being that foundation of this F8 team. Just seems to be finding the damage, and here comes Simba into a knock-up, and just the amount of raw damage. My goodness, chill out a little bit there, Simba. They're going to be able to push out into this T1. Should be able to get this. There's not too much contention on damage, and nobody else on the side of the map. Looks like Mythic and Grady are trying to trade at least an objective for these T1s going down.
100%. Grady, Lobber, looking to just get something on the map, right? We've been seeing a compounding series of growth coming out of this Flowstate squad here as they've been able to get kills, get objectives, and get structures as well. With all of these T1s now having had fallen, you got to get what you can from Mythic, right? You got gold on map. You can't just step over it. You got to pick it up, take the time, reset, and maybe start playing for this mid to late game that Mythic is known for. But it seems like it is just going to be a hard-fought match through and through for this team.
Hard. It's going to be rough, bro. I mean, this is going to be, like you said, not Mount Everest just quite yet. This one's going to be a tall hill to really be climbing out of. On the side of Mythic, though, they do have a little bit of room here to potentially kind of draw back. They can get Lawber to kind of push that back line towards the Kira, shut her down with that feast. A lot of damage missing out on the side of Fate. They're able to knock down that giant. It might be their way back into this game.
Oh, 100%. And if they are able to find their way back out, Mythic is not in any way a stranger to a comeback tale. As we have said before, not only on the desk, but, you know, in our cast from time to time, we've seen Mythic, with all love in our hearts, throw away their early game in order to try to get a couple picks that don't work out. That hasn't changed the foundation they've been able to set in the past, as now Mercy might be looking to set his team up for a kill. It is going to be the jungler of F8 looking for an engage, but he's going to find 4 members and find his way into a cryosystem. A little bit of CC and damage going to come out. Containment field is going to be able to lock down Grady. BKB off the rotation. Soulstorm is going to be able to pull on the 2, but the black hole is going to be there to answer on the back end. Inner fire is going to burn through the HP of not just 1 but 2 members. 2 for 2 trade here in the middle. As now it's going to be the Blood Tide coming out of the contest, counting the moments left. It's going to be another member who falls. Severance, reset, cure, double. It's an onslaught in the mid lane.
And it's going to be 4 kills down. BKB to be the last one, but he's going to try to fight his way out. And the chase is still on a Robber picks it up. And that's going to be the 5-man white ace coming out for Team Mythic.
And what did we say moments ago? We'll let you have the early game. When they get in these 5v5 situations, there are few that are better in the business. Mythic are going to strike back, get an ace, and now get your tower.
And taking that down, we're taking a look at the replay, the black hole to kind of counter that Soulstorm. BKB did what he needed to do, but it was Cure being able to pick out Maguli first off into that fight. I said we pick off Maguli, man. You're going to be able to have a chance to win, and they did. Pure did end up going down, but at what cost? That's going to be all 5 members. A T1 in mid to open the map up, and a little bit of shift in momentum off to that side of Mythic.
Yeah, man, and taking a look at the scoreboard, as we just did there's about a 2,000 gold differential between these two teams. 1,000 of that gold difference is going to be solely on Maguli here. That's not what you want to see if you are a Mythic fan. Flowstate definitely has a lot of life left in them as these objectives are going to be rolling up.
Yeah, they're going to have to take a little drawback on that drawing board. There you go. They're gonna have to, that play wasn't drawn up like we expected it and didn't go as well as we wanted it. Seeing a little bit of life from Mythic, and Mythic fans out there cheering on. It's going to be Peak and the rest of F8 looking for a possible pick here in this T2. They can't over chase, can't over put too much kind of residency inside this red side jungle where they might be able to get picked out. You're going to see them back up. The Primordial Fangtooth is up and the Big Orb Prime. The question is what play is going to be made. Division down on the side of Mythic over Orb Prime, so they at least know the eyes on one objective, but still, there's not a lot of vision on the board here. Both these teams need to get prio inside of these lanes, push the waves up, get their vision line up to really contest any of this. This is still a close game, Ego.
Almost definitely, man. And for those who may be a little bit newer to Predecessor Esports, I'm here to kindly let you know the game has just started. 20 minutes in, we're going to have big objectives. It's going to be that Primal Fangtooth as well as that Orb Prime now stepping their way onto the map. And we've said it in the past F6, that Primordial Fang, that Primal Blaze, that can help you win fights. And that can be something very scary if Mythic isn't able to get it, or at least get something in exchange.
I mean, we probably said it so much. Some of our loyal followers probably just be like, ah, yeah, we've already heard this. But it's just so important because it's really sends the flow of this match. But it's going to be F8 looking to try and start up a little sneak here, but Grady's going to be able to shut that down. Still, no team has real control over any of these objectives. The vision lines are still a little bit scary, but he has too much agency. But on the side of Mythic, they need to push out dual lane to really contest this. And they're going to be able to try and get them control. And they're able to push out F8, surprisingly. F8's going to give them room to really get themselves set up. Still a little bit of a waiting game here. We're still waiting for everything to kind of fizzle back on into this objective. And this one is going to be a big fight.
And this is kind of where the dynamic of the team composition really starts to come into play. Being able to take control of the pit, that's easy. Being able to hold it is hard. If you're able to maintain it, get a couple picks, then you'll get guaranteed its contents, those big objectives. But we've yet to see that fight, so it's really up to anyone.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing here, Simba is showing right lane. This gives a numbers advantage over towards the side of Mythic. They might be able to look for a fight here.
I mean, do they care? Over the top, it is going to be happy. They're wanting to take this fight as a mercy. It's going to be able to hit the crowd. So Inner Fire is going to be able to help burn through some of the HP bars, but BKB won't be there to see it. Lopper going to be able to pick up that go over onto the left side. It's going to be Maguli who gets another kill onto Toasty. That boy's cooked. Lopper, though, with a double, is going to be able to try to even up the odd pouring space in between the space between the glacial charges. It's going to be able to delay some of that onslaught of damage. Peak is going to still be looking to support his team. And what is a 3-3 trade? Mercy hunting makes sense. He has ice in his veins while Simba is playing for the inhib. Lobber does get the reset to save it, but what's the cost?
Oh man, I mean, they had the opportunity to change that fight, but Maguli with the spin to win there just did so much damage. They got the early pick. Peak though, unfortunately didn't go down with the black hole. The inner fire was pop up. Look at this dash in here on that replay by Maguli. He got all 4 members, took down Toasty. They didn't have the sustain from that point on and just could not take that fight. They had the health bar into their favor on the side of F8, and then that's how they turned it. But in the meantime, Mythic is like, do we continue this fight or do we stop Simba? So that split push ended up turning out into the favor of F8 here because Mythic was unable to really capitalize on those kills early on.
Yeah, man, and that's one of the more worrying things about that fight. Mythic was in a 5v4 situation. As you said, Simba showed on map, they're on the right side, and you are the team that has that inner fire. And you still ended up in a 3v3 trade. I don't know if it's a mechanical position or just overall difference in game state. That 8% doing a lot of work here for Flowstate, but it feels like as far as trades go, they won that one pretty solid with what they ultimately got.
Pretty solid indeed. I mean, definitely in their favor 100%. But it's still time though. There's been no real winner of any fight, right? They've still been able to defend the inhib. They're still able to stop anybody from winning a 5v4. But it's still really down to these ADCs. It's Kira and Maguli really battling this on out. Whoever is able to survive the longest, who's ever be able to really output that DPS, if I may say, really the one in that favor. But Grady, he might be caught out. He's going to have to use that dash to get away. You're a BKB fighting, but look at this fight.
It's going to be splitting over to the right. Kira going to be a little bit of an AD deviant, but Maguli, hey, that's a trade of the way. He gets the kill onto Appy as they're now quickly going to make a rotation towards the river. Grady could be in hot pursuit here on Slobber. It could technically pincer them coming from the mid, but it looks like this fight is going to be over with the glacial wall separating it in two. Mercy could potentially get caught out here by Lobber, but coming off the top end, it's just going to be Maguli and Simba who set themselves up for another easy kill. The play now going to get taken into the corridors over by the buff. It's going to be Maguli who's able to pick up yet another kill as Mercy is going to be able to blink it on the charge. He's going to be looking for the sweep, but they will be able to survive. That doesn't stop the bloodlust, though, that is radiating off this team. Flowstate tie up the kills.
Oh, man, Peak is playing out of his absolute mind right now. The CC after CC. Maguli's able to also just kind of get the vision there. Countess walked over a ward, and here comes the spin to win to be able to get that damage through without really dropping down to that fog wall. And that is going to be the big play that they made. The one thing to be able to stop Maguli on Kira is not going to be able there to be help them. That's going to be big with that Primordial Fang Tooth pickup.
Dude, I apologize. I sincerely do, but you're getting the Dalmatian treatment. I'm going to put you on the spot here. You've been losing these team fights already, and now this squad in Flowstate already has a lead, and they've extended it with that Primordial Blaze buff. On the side of Mythic, what do you do in order to kind of shore up the difference of what we've seen in some of these team fights?
You have to take down Kira. We talked about how much damage Maguli is doing. We've seen him do it in the preliminaries, getting into the stage of the finals. He was doing it on Revenant, but now he's doing it on this Kira. They have to stop that DPS. There's a reason why you have a Countess, ladies and gentlemen. Mythic, use it. Get towards that back line, lock down Maguli, burst him down, then turn your fight towards the rest of the damage dealers. Simba should be your next prio target and focusing throughout that fight. Everybody else is just causing commotion, trying to get the CC lockdown. You guys just need to find a way to get to that back line, create some commotion, and split this F18 fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. You want to be able to win this game, all you have to do is kill God. Maguli going to be playing with Mercy near the Pride Pit. Slobber is going to be looking to shore up the space over onto the left side. Grady looks for a way to get out, and he's going to find it. You can see in the mentality of how this squad is taking space. F8 isn't even playing for objectives right now. They're playing for this fight, and with 4 members at about half HP, if they take it, they're going to win it. Appy now going to be stuck in the containment fist. His options are going to be limited. Torn space will be available to him, and he is more than happy to use it as F8 is going to make a play for the Prime.
I mean, they did use the Yon Blaster, but a big thing is they're able to push out the side of Mythic. Just a huge amount of damage, especially considering the Primordial Blaze, but they can't back. They're going to come into this fight a little bit low on HP. They might be able to make a play, but the convergence happening, aka HP.
Brady going to be showing up over to the right side. He's just going to walk into the waiting arms of a Glacial Charge, and BKB is going to be Aura Prime now being brought to about 3K, 2K. This looks like it's going to be an easy enough grab. It's going to be a Soulstorm that comes out, though. Happy over the top, and is going to be looking to get a little something back. Interfire is going to be able to burn through not one, but two members HP. Maguli, though, gets the kill onto Happy. And listen, ladies and gentlemen, you have the instructions, the manual. Kill God instead. You get 4-man wiped, and F8 is rolling.
How do you survive that, Maguli? I tell you what, with the dash reset, and looks like Lawber's trying to save this fight, but the EO Blasted Peak is going to pick that one up, and that's 5 members down, and him is going to be in trouble, and the Death Timers are saying this is game.
I've been waiting to say this all day. That's a peekaboo. It's a jump scare coming out of the support as Decker is going to be able to lock down the solo laner. And this squad in F8 is going to be able to hand Mythic their first steal of the day. Flowstate take game 1.
Oh man, Pig even finished this game out and styled the solo bowler towards Lawber, even with that feed stop. But my goodness, what a game coming out of this F8 team. They played well. People were questioning if Maguli can even still compete with these top teams with Revenant out of there. They even banned it out just in case, and he still was able to perform on that Kira.
There's a brief moment within that game where Mythic had control of this game, at least to a degree. We saw them lose a couple of objectives, but they were 1-4. They looked like they were rolling. And then Maguli said, hey, red means stop. And he kept that HP bar in the red the entirety of the rest of the game. You have to find a way to deal with this AD carry, no matter what characters he's on. A fantastic game 1 coming out of both of these teams. That's going to be it for us for now, as we send it back to the desk for the post-game breakdown.
Game 1 Flowstate, you love to see it. I think that there was a definite top card in this matchup, but by no means was it a 9-1 or something insane. And Flowstate, so ever so technically, I guess we'll call it, an upset for game number 1. But Lance, we were watching this backstage. You were going nuts, man. This was a fun one to watch.
It was so much fun. It's part of why I love Predecessor Esports so much. I was saying it to you guys while we were doing this. Like, this stuff just gets me so excited. I got goosebumps on my arms watching that last kill where Peak catches Lawber at the end of it. That seals that game, that locks the core down, locks game 1 in the first defeat we've seen Mythic have today. We got a series on our hands here, guys. That's all I want to say.
Not wrong at all. I mean, we were talking we were all talking about Mercy. We were talking about junglers, but the duo lane and specifically the support. I love when a support winds up coming through and making noise. So, Mars, this was Peak's game, was it not?
I would have to agree with you 100% on that, F. So many times we see Peak come in and just make these clutch plays from downtown with the stasis balls, stunning key priority targets, and really allowing Maguli to just push through that game. You saw the early 1v1, actually it was more of a 2v1, where Maguli is fighting against the Zinks, takes him down. Here comes Cure with the inner fire. And he probably gets that kill onto Maguli if Peak isn't there with that stasis bomb, shuts him down, gets the kill, and that pushes Maguli ahead. And that's not the only time we see those clutch bombs come in. He got a 2-man stun around that Fangtooth that just completely broke open the whole fight for his team. And frankly, without it, Flowstate probably has a much tougher time getting into that fight. Hands down, Peak stood out in this match.
What's kind of wild is that, Mythic are coming in here knowing that Flowstate, everybody plays ranked. We know that Maguli wants to get active early and often. You know that this duo lane is coming for your brain, Lance. It's not a surprise. How come Mythic weren't able to deal with it?
So I think that it's a combination of things. First of all, just a little bit longer range out of the Decker, a little bit more of a hard stop with that containment fence that comes out of the Decker as well, compared to just the slow and the ricochet stun.
But don't you play safe then? He's got all the tools.
He does have the tools, but how safe can you play? Because you still have to be able to stay within the range to be able to get that XP, to be able to get that CS. Mercy also made the correct observation that, hey, my duo lane, probably the win condition in this game. I'm going to go to them early. I'm going to try to get them ahead. I'm going to play to their side. We're going to collect all 3 of the early Fang Teeth. We're going to get that buff, that permanent stack to our damages, to our resistances. We're already ahead. And then it just allows you to be able to stat check them. Maguli is a stat checking person. Sometimes he's checking those stats when he's behind, but in games like this, when he can check when his stats are better than your stats, it normally goes this way for Flowstate.
Here's my thoughts though. I love being able to see a player's history on the server, and Peak coming out playing support, but there were moments where he was just walking at people looking like an offlaner, right? My question to you, Spooky, is that, yeah, we know the Decker thing. Let's pretend they ban it out next time around. Can Peak do the same thing on other selections, or is this the Decker moment? Banning it out changes the gameplay.
No, I think you're going to have a very tough time getting Peak to stop doing what he does. You can ban away the Decker, he'll pick something crazy. We talked about it in the draft for game 1. He's a guy who will just pick something like the Kwang support and say, oh, you don't like it when I walk at you? What if I just teleport to you instead, and now you don't get to walk away from me? He is more than happy to pick out any number of different picks. You cannot ban Peak out. He's going to play the game that he wants to play, and he wants to play a game that facilitates the rest of his team and make sure that Maguli over here is getting big so he can play the game he wants to play.
So to that, you're not going to ban this guy out. Got it. Affirmative. Do you ban the Decker because that story is a little too crazy, or just learn how to deal with it for game 2?
I don't think the Decker is worth the ban here. Not to say that Peak wasn't phenomenal with it. He can just do so many things on so many different characters. I don't think trying to limit down this support is what you want to do. If you're looking at trying to make Flowstate a little bit more vulnerable, maybe take out some of those mid pools, make them play something a little bit riskier. A lot of what they had going for them is Bellica is simply a very safe pick. Simple, yeah, he does get caught early on, dies to a gank, whatever. He's got a knockup, he's got slows, he's got stuns. He can just play back and put out so much damage from range. You don't have a good way of getting to him. Maybe you change something in your draft. Terra was not able to get into the backlines the way you wanted it to. Try to find something that can close those distances a little bit easier. There's a lot of tools to play with. I don't think you'll find success in banning Peak's Decker.
Gonna be tough. He's got a wide hero pool. We've got a wide break right in front of us. Game 2 after this.
When it's time to ball,
The wait is over.
Get it back though. It's going to be a 2v1 situation.
No
HP
blink.
are going to be a little bit low. It's Pizzo done so with the double.
play to win the way that we play.
Going to be a kill, a shutdown. The big horizon is on a comeback. The soul
Been to the bottom, ain't nothing to
I can do it.
I believe in you.
Air Force One are back in the grand final. Piercing shot. A counter engage.
A rematch for the ages.
Comes in at the clutchest moment. They take revenge in the best possible way. Air Force One are your new Creator Cup champions. It's that time.
Welcome back to our coverage of the PCC Summer Finals. It is game number 2. We've got Flowstate going head-to-head against Mythic. And Lance, Flowstate wound up just taking the last one. A big part of it had to do with that duo lane of Maguli and Pete.
I think that they did. I am still scratching my head, kind of wondering, like we were discussing as we went into our break, whether or not they are going to ban this Decker, if they're going to target it. I think that we might see very similar bans because they all were very targeted at who they think the problems on the enemy team are. A lot of questions early as to why Mythic gave that Ure up, let it go through in it. BKB did kind of have a decent performance, but didn't stop Lauber from getting that ball rolling. Unfortunately, the rest of Mythic weren't able to roll during that along with Lauber. So we might see a similar progression here. Mythic now on that first pick are going to start by banning this RS out. They might look at taking this Ure with the first one. If this isn't a Wukong ban here in the next 2 for Flowstate, I am incredibly disappointed with them, though. There it is.
The Ure was where I was going to go, Mars. Like, give us your professor take. We saw the Ure and what percentage of the victory was brought to you by the green girl?
I'm going to take the easy cop-out answer. I'm going to say an even 20%
Yawn.
was brought by the Ure. Yeah. I mean, it had a few different things going for it, right? It's probably a little bit more than that, because in the early game, you saw him controlling the lane pretty effectively. Lauber wasn't able to do a whole lot. He was kind of kept in that lane, wasn't able to make any rotations outside of it. If he tried to, his health bar was a little too low to do anything. But once we saw BKB rotating out of that, a lot of what you saw was he would go in deep and he would kind of die. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, because what he was doing was drawing out a ton of cooldowns from Mythic and setting up for the rest of Flowstate to make that second push into them. It's hard to quantify exactly how valuable that is, but suffice to say, just because he's going down does not mean he's useless.
Very, very real. This is a game about resource management. So make them burn those resources. 1 million. Sevarog ban, tried and true. We expect to see that stuff. We talked about this possible Decker ban before the break, Lance, and y'all definitely agreed that we really shouldn't see it. It's kind of hard to ban this guy out. If he doesn't do it on the Decker, he's going to do it on a different thing. I'm here for that, but I also think there's something to be said about putting the newer roster. I know these guys are like vets of the game, but they're newer to just making them a little uncomfortable. Like, if you can do it on the Decker, sure, do it on something else. I know you can, but prove it to me.
Right, and we might see the proof within these first 2 picks. The Revenant is up. That also leaves both Richter and Mourn up for Peak if he wants to pick them. Peak kind of revolutionized. Okay, actually, they're going to go with the Countess and the Ure. So I'm going to put a full stop, a pause to that. BKB has been a very proficient Countess player when he has gotten this. I have not seen Mercy on the Ure yet, but I know that he can play it because that dude is a solo queue grinder, and there's no way he hasn't got several games onto it at this point. We'll save our idea, but maybe this Mourn is contested in this next rotation here from Mythic, because I know Toasty can play it as well.
The biggest thing for me here is seeing the double assassin, right? Like, when we look at that off lane, we talk a lot about the matchup between, it's not even assassin versus, it's just Countess versus the rest, right? And so now that we've got both of the assassins, you're kind of guaranteed an assassin versus traditional tanky off-lane matchup. Mars, how are you feeling going into that off-lane? Is that a part of this thought process for the draft?
There's a lot of flexibility in where this Ure goes right now. I think we are pretty much going to see this Countess in that off lane, and frankly, she does pretty well into the tanks. She's not too concerned about what happens there. Your bigger question is, do we get a frontliner in this composition? Most likely going to be looking at a tankier support. Lance, you were talking about the Mourn, the Richter, maybe even a Steel in there. But one thing you could see is this Ure go mid. It's not super common, it's not super popular, but it is something that's been picked up now and then, so it's an option on the table. And what it could do is provide some good dive into this Belica, who we were talking about being so safe. What's the best way to kind of remove some of that safety? Get a better diver and make sure you still have that front line. With the Aurora locked in next to this, I'm expecting that to be Well, I would say jungle, but could also be the support as well. So there's still so much flexibility in what Flowstate is drafting here, and I think that's really crucial heading into this next phase of bans.
Lance, you're begging to talk. What are you thinking?
Yes, I am. This is a Countess mid 100%. That is Simba on this Countess. BKB is going to stick to this Yurei Aurora signature pick of Mercy here. As this is unfolding, it's becoming more clear. They did a decent job of hiding this first, unless you had these teams scouted out very well, which apparently I did not with what my initial point on the first rotation were. However, as I see this kind of come through, I don't believe that Peak is going to be playing this Aurora support. With the Terra coming in now, I don't know where these guys are going. They're drafting a composition for sure, though. I'll tell you that much.
My big question here is, what's the pacing like for this composition, Mars? Is this an early game comp, or we're going to see them get started like rather quickly compared to game one?
Gonna depend on what this last pick is, but from what I'm looking at, this does feel like Flowstate is looking to be aggressive. You don't pick 2 assassins because you're saying, oh, we're gonna scale up, we're gonna wait for the late game, guys.
Exactly.
For the team fights. You are looking to make rotations, pick off some of these targets. Frankly, that's actually a Bellica in the support lane with this Howie being locked in. So one more target for you to look at. And frankly, the Terra kind of looks good here if you are looking to just be aggressive. I don't know exactly where you want to put it. I'm not a big fan of the Terra jungle myself. I think you have 3, call it 2 better junglers on the draft right now. But it does play very well into the draft that Mythic has right now. If you're looking to try to put the dual lane behind and push Maguli ahead, get Terra in the jungles. Just start running CC immune to people because there's nothing that Bellica can do to stop you. There's a lot of tools. Really interested to see what they do with them.
I like the Howie pick here, specifically because of how actively we're going to be walking around the map, right? You're going to look for those early engagements, you're going to look for those early ganks, and you're going to find a couple of landmines, and you're going to write home about it. It's not going to be fun. So I really like this. This is where I love MOBAs, right? This is the answer to that question. But Lance, Flowstate has really solidified themselves as an early game team. I don't really think that we saw the early game team in game one. We just saw good old-fashioned Predecessor. Here in game 2, Twin Blast locked in last. Is this that early game comp that we're kind of like used to? Are we going to see that like Flowstate that we're used to seeing here?
I don't think so. I think this is also a team that needs to get like an item or 2 under their belt. Just like with the composition that they've got built. Countess is trying to burst 100 to 0 to somebody. Yeah, she's got a lot of assistance with her passive, but she's going to need an item or 2. It's also, if she is in this mid lane against Appy Picker on this Howitzer, Howie, fantastic at zoning melee heroes. Going to be hard to just walk up directly to it. Yeah, you've got the Shadow Slip to be able to instantly pop to him, but then Appy just puts the boop down right at his feet, hits it, puts the landmine on top of you, pokes you with the R2000, and there's 3/4 of your health bar. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play it, and I still really want to know where these are all going. The more I look at it, I do think this is peak on the Aurora here. Kind of surprised to not see the Mourn or see the Richter out of him, but I know as a former offlaner, he can definitely play Aurora. I think this game's going to be spicy. Also, just want to point out the comfort pick of the Crunch onto Grady here on the side of Mythic. That is a signature, probably most played hero out of Grady. This one should be electric.
All right, well, Myth leaning on some comfort picks, just going back to what they're good at. Is it good enough? I don't know. Game 2, let's find out.
Gamers, welcome back to Sanctuary. We got a game 2 for you after Flowstate took game 1 in devastating fashion. I will say Maguli obviously warmed up, and hopefully we can say the same for Mythic. It's E Squared rocking with you, and alongside me, your main man Ego, I got the legend F6. Are you ready for the games?
Oh, baby, I'm pumped. I'm ready to go. Game 1 was a showing out of F8. They showed why they were made the #1 seed. They fought through the preliminaries, through where people didn't think they were going to get to. And they're showing here today why they need to be at #1. Taking down Mythic in game #1. Nobody expected that.
I have to agree with you, man. Nobody, I can say factually that players of the comp scene were like, they had the hot hand that day. I don't know if they're going to be able to maintain it. And now we've seen Mythic within game one take a little bit of a backhand here as Simba might be able to take a little bit of damage for free here. Appy going to be looking to zone control this melee character and countess through the mid.
He being a little bit cheeky here with that wall, being able to create the wave state that kind of just helps him out, especially when you consider they're on the strong side with the red. To be able to stop that wave from pushing too far up, they're going to have a little bit of advantage. They can play safe or be aggressive and wait for the jungler to show. But it's going to be the Countess. It's going to be playing inside the mid lane here. We haven't seen Countess in the mid in a long time, Ego. I mean, I feel like it's been forever, ages since we've seen a Countess in the mid.
Oh yeah, man, she has most definitely been picked primarily within the solo lane, right? That's where you're going to get a lot of the value out of that hemorrhage. Considering those characters like a Crunch, a Kwong, a Greystone, are going to have a higher amount of HP for you to be able to bleed through. But in the mid lane, she most definitely can work. We've seen it work in the past, but is it going to be able to work into Appy on this howitzer?
Might be, but we did see that he picked up moving speed on his ulti. He's going to be able to be zooming in the skies. Might be something to be able to catch up to the Countess in the mid. He's able to use her mobility. That might be an advantage that Appy has. And we know this howitzer is kind of like a comfort pick for Appy. A lot of these picks throughout the side of Mythic is very comforting here. And that's really what's making me a little bit hopeful for this team of Mythic to be able to take down game number 2. But we're going to have to see how this plays out because we still keep on the year rate. Slobber inside this offlane with that Kwong.
Yeah, man, and I'm kind of going to double back out of a little bit of caster personal preference on this Appy howitzer. A comfort pick, it feels almost like an understatement. We could get a virtuoso 12-2 out of this, but we've also seen this, how we go like 1-7, right, in past PCCs. I really am going to be looking towards Appy as well as Grady on his comfort pick of Crunch out of the jungle to kind of set the tone and help this team in Mythic get rolling early and, unlike last game, try to maintain their lead maybe a bit better into the mid game.
I mean, that's what we want, right? I mean, that's just like where you're at, right? It's a coin flip. It's how do you perform if you're going to be able to be that dominant force throughout the mid. But I've seen more games with this howitzer being on top, especially in the hands of Appy. We also see Cure with the Kira being picked up, and we saw how that sounded in game number 1 when he's able to pick up that quadra kill. Insane play by him. So we're going to be able to see how that works out. I'm still confident in it, though. It looks like they're very comfortable. But Toasty getting aggressed on here. Forced out with the blink. Blink for blink is going to be able to go on. A first blood gets picked up by Moguli, but Cure is trying to return the favor. But Peak is just not letting him.
You're going to be able to buddy hop over that degree. As CC Maguli going to be peeking around that corner, no pun intended, seeing if he can maybe get a kill onto the opposing AD carry. Now, Grady is actually going to be able to catch out Mercy along the stairs. A little bit of a fight, but that's a lot of HP between the both of them. Wild Rush will be utilized in order to create some space as Simba is going to be able to reset after getting some HP back off the Siphon. A little bit of boxing here coming early out of both of these teams.
Oh man, but the first blood goes over towards the side of F8. That's a big pickup there. We saw in game number 1 how Maguli was just being the foundation of this F8 team. And when they needed him most, he always had the damage. So I'm a little bit worried on that end. Brady's gonna have to find a way to get him on the shutdown, but good thing he's on this Crunch. A lot of times being able to close that distance, this Crunch is gonna have that. It's gonna be a little bit troublesome though if Peak is nearby because he has the CC to stop him.
Island Hurl gonna go wild, won't find purchase though. Wild Rush will. Off the backside, it's gonna be Peak once again, just looking for the fight. Cure brought low, but not low enough as he's gonna be able to survive the onslaught. And at this point, Brady's just looking at the engagement like there's no point for me to step up here. This first Fangtooth is gonna come up, and for now, if they want it, it's gonna be Prio to F8.
And so close. That Highland Hurled hit of an impossible kill there to the side of F8. Seeing level 6 being turned over now. One more way for Appy. Fangtooth, like you said, was pointed out, is going to be up. The priority is going to be on the side of F8 here. We're seeing them already dominate throughout that duo. Mercy playing to that side. Grady, though, still hasn't been able to find an answer to help out that duo lane come back, but it's going to be a Soul Stormy on Lobber to look for a 1v1 fight.
Severance reset is going to be good. Coming out of the ulti, Lobber, they're going to be re-looking for the engage. It's going to be another Severance dash reset yet again. Lobber's going to have to work to close the space as BKB is just going to be able to make more of it and make Grady miss blink over the top end. That's going to be a piece of utility getting burned from the solo laner.
Oh man, what a style play there. Grady just didn't know which way he was gonna go. Unfortunate, missing a dash, but it's dual lane again. We're seeing them getting pushed back. Peak on another aggressive support, and I think he's going to be very important into this fight already. We're already seeing it right early on within the first 6 minutes here. He's been able to be such a free roamer, creating space for this TB to kind of just blast from the back end without being in too much danger. I want to see how they play that into this first Fang 2. Still nobody yet has gotten prio. Mid has been kind of stale. Dual lane's really the only thing troublesome for the side of Mythic.
And Peak on this Aurora just opens up like a different avenue of engage, especially in these early 2v2s. It's like having two rooks on a chessboard. You have to keep in mind at any moment he can just cut across, leaving you not just exposed, but vulnerable to a quick kill coming out of Maguli. It's not like he, of all people, is going to be missing a lot of damage. So having to play a little bit more warily there, despite playing into that double range. Peak and Maguli definitely feeling good early.
Good early on indeed. Still want to see where these teams are going to finally contest. We do know level 6 is up. Appy's looking to trade here. Have to use that mobility to get out of dodge. But I'm still confident though Aurora Peak might be able to make a play here in mid. Appy needs to be careful.
Yes, he does. It's going to be Peak just kind of walking him down a little bit. Glacial Charge will be utilized once again to cut off an avenue of escape. Blastmire, though, into the R2000, into the Make It Rain. Lucky enough for the opposition, they brought an Umbrella knockup, though, coming out of Crunch, as it's going to be Toasty who locks out a kill onto Maguli. That's going to be a lot of damage now missing as we get a Soulstorm over onto the left. Toasty is going to be brought into it. However, how low is he going to be brought? Severance, reset, damage is going to be too much. BKB helps them lock down a third.
Such an important rotation there from BKB, out-rotating Lauber to be able to be so impactful on that fight, and then now gives them the chance to be able to secure this first Fang Tooth, and they do. This is looking like game number 1. F8 being able to take control. First fight, first blood to their name, and first objective.
You know, and within game 1, we kind of talked about how Mythic was more than willing to just kind of give up some of these early objectives. And the dynamic of that has really changed within this game because Mythic is stepping up and F8 is just taking it from them at this point. It's going to be F8 with the kill lead, with the gold lead, and with the objective lead here now as BKB is making its rotation back.
I mean, even at that time, Lauber's not going to be able to fight into this, and Peak is on a rotation, and look at the damage here. The Tether's going to be able to save him to create some space, but it's going to actually force out the blink because BKB just does not miss those.
Can we, yeah, I'm going to take a step back, and I'm going to say it for the game's coming next, despite us being in the middle of this one out. BKB going to be in the middle of a difficult situation. Grady, though, going to be aware that they're on that mini. Prime doesn't want to overextend, wary of the gank. He's going to be looking to play towards the pit. Crunch going to play over on this right side. We do know he has a quick way to get inside, but that's 4 members waiting for him. That's going to be another objective getting picked up here by F8 as they're going to just walk away basically scot-free.
And they just can't get to them. They have so much mobility. It's like they just have these cars, just high-speed Ferraris getting ready to get out of dodge as soon as they're able to take something. And that's really their strong suit there. They don't need to get in towards space to get everybody out. They just all just jump out and run away. That's 2 objectives into the name of F8. And you go. This is not looking good for the side of Mythic. They're down on kills. Oh, never mind. Lauber being able to get the solo polo inside the offlane might be that turning factor towards Team Mythic.
I'm gonna maybe say something a little bit unpopular here. Big kill, Lauber. Very happy to see him get it. Mythic having a little bit of life getting breathed into them there, but off to the back end of that dive, there is something that you have to be concerned with later, and that is the fact that he had to dive. If we could take a look at the map previously, we would see Yuri was almost into the middle of that lane, but that mobility that we were talking about before just allows her to get out and get in a lot of situations. How is Mythic supposed to be dealing with this as that damage is just going to go up throughout this game?
They kind of have to do this thing I like to call a counter engage. They wait for the enemy team on the side of F8 to use a lot of their mobility to engage. Once that's down, they're able to hop in, but we're going to take a break here. Crisis unpopped. Grady's going to have to try and create some space. Going to be able to get out of dodge, but there's still some fight brewing.
Same should be able to be said here for Toasty and Kira. Ventilate, it's going to get used here for Maguli as that Prime Wave isn't going to be able to push in. It's only going to be able to make its way to the edge. Blood Tide, though, coming out. It's going to be able to stop the back coming out of Grady. He's going to ready up an empowered hit as he's going to be looking to group with his team over onto this left side. Team fight most definitely brewing as these plates do start to get broken. Appy, Grady, all playing with this squad as we got a 4v4 on this left side.
And all just had to contest here, but Peak still being a little bit cheeky, trying to stop the backs from everybody. I mean, I think FA just doesn't want anybody to back at this point. I mean, they just kept like, hey, you know what? This is not free. Not to push them back. It's still going to be a fun time, though, as they kind of just figure themselves out going back in. Still a lot of room here to play. There's not a lot of kills, not a lot of objectives, but my goodness, Lauber with the damage adjustments from Heavens and still might be able to pick this up. One tether might be able to get it.
BKB just doing everything he can to try to survive. Going to be forced to utilize that blink, though, over onto the backside, as it is going to be plates that do fall from the aggression of Lauber. And this is kind of the benefit, right? You're going to be able to pull out of this Kwong pick. Those engages are going to be hard and fast. No. BKB, though, being a master at baiting over on that right side, as it's going to be another 2 members making the rotation. That portal is looking awfully nice. Simba, though, going to be looking for the kill as Lauber ultimately does fall. It'll be the mid laner, the captain of Fate, who picks up a kill.
Oh man, you should have just took what you got and get out of there. But I mean, that's just a big pickup. Not the fact that he just dies there, it's just the fact that the second Fangtooth of the game is up. That's going to allow for them to have a member advantage. They got 10 seconds before Lauber could even think about working his way back over towards this pit. Oh man, this is not looking good at all. F8, though, being able to pick up that kill is going to be able to have a lot of room to kind of control this pit here going towards the second Fangtooth.
I think we might just be watching a little bit of a replay of game 1, right? We've seen F8 get, a kill lead. Mythic at around this point with the last game was able to reclaim it, but off of their kills, they're getting crucial engagements on some of these engagements by taking the space and I'm gonna say blatantly killing off anyone who tries to step into it. We are gonna have Kwong Lauber now back up, so if this is gonna be an engage, you're gonna have to deal with everyone on it. But Cure not gonna be present gives them all the knowledge they need to be able to just play into the second Fang.
Second Fangtooth is going to be huge for the out-of-combat movement speed. It's already down to 2k HP. Nobody knows the HP on this. They're not going to be able to steal it, but they might be able to get some exit frags.
Soulstorm into the crisis, Mourn to the back end. It's going to be an engage that comes off of one. Maguli will be the one who picks up that kill. Grady just looking for a way out before he gets scrapped. It's going to be a 1-for-1 though, at least for the moment. Pure going to be looking for a kill as Happy. Going to be looking for a way out. It's going to be a frag over to the left side. Toasty going to be left for his lonesome. That brother got hooked as Maguli picks up yet another kill. Kill lead extended to 4. Objective lead extended to 3 for Flowstate.
Man, it was looking like they're able to make a play there, but this Soulstorm is just so impactful towards what F8 is trying to do, and using that unstoppable force just to be able to play around. They just have everything that to go against what Mythic is trying to do at this point. I mean, they're just playing so well. A lot of times they're just so late to these objectives, they can't really do anything. Mythic, they need to find a way in. They need to stop letting F8 get in these prios. They can't get picked off into the off lane. They can't get picked off before these big objectives. They have to get grouped up together and get that first initiation.
There's a meme on the internet of like Willem Dafoe looking up in horror at something in the sky, and I feel that's like what Mythic is going through every time they consolidate. They're like, we're ready for a fight, and then BKB just dashes above them and starts channeling the Soulstorm. They're just like, what? Why? What do we do to play into this? And the answer is just don't group up, I guess, within this instance. BKB off the engage is, as Spooky said on the desk, setting his team up for success in this game too.
And just absolute great performance coming out of F8. Like we talked about, showing everybody why they're the #1 seed, even the doubters, throughout this entire time leading up to the finals here. But Mythic not out of it just quite yet. Still trying to find a pick. BKB might be it. Soulstorm pops, but this might be the pick that they need here.
That's going to be BKB down, and now they could potentially look for more over to the left, and it is going to be an engage coming out of Grady, but onto the back end of it, it is going to be Mercy. The crowd size is going to be good enough to force a blink out of the jungler, as now Peak is going to be playing with this team. Lauber hovering over to the right side alongside Appy, but what fight do they take here, if any, at this point? It looks like they're going to take the kill, and Mythic is not going to be able to catch F8. That's just going to take off.
They're looking to take down this T1. They do. They're going to be a little bit pressed up here. Grady's coming back and doesn't have blink though. But look at this, make it rain.
It's going to be able to do some solid damage, but the terrain is going to be there to mitigate any kill potential it would have. They fall off the edge after taking the mid T1. F8, Flowstate is just doing so well, F6, at getting more value out of every pick.
And just kind of like small plays, right? I mean, there's getting the small wins here and there, being able to pick up a win. They did get picked here from BKB, and just Mythic was unable to do anything about it. As soon as they used a lot of resources on BKB, they turned the fight. He shows up, and he's just been playing phenomenal. He locks down Grady, forcing down the blink, and he's going to have to play through here. Once again, they're looking for another fight, but BKB just gets out of dodge and says, "You're not going to pick me twice in a row before this mini prime."
Dude, it's so funny, right? Like with the mobility built into this character, you see Grady's name just zips across, and then you see BKB's zips in the other direction. Like if this character doesn't want to be caught, you're going to struggle a lot to catch her, right? And as such, BKB is going to be able to play aggressive, but also simultaneously safe into any of these groupings we're seeing.
And that's really the big thing about Yuri, right? Just being able to just outmaneuver anybody trying to contest. But contention is going to be towards this mini prime. Looks like F8 is going to be the one to start it once again. We've seen this story, but maybe Mythic could find a way in.
Grady going to be grouping with Cure over onto the left side. It is going to be a little bit of Boreal Soulstorm coming over the top. It's going to be locked out on 2-2, but it's going to be in a erratic of Lobber. Where'd he go? F6. It's a magic trick triple kill going over to Maguli as he's turning people to ghost. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an RGS ace in game 2.
Maguli getting down 3. They just walk in and there's just nowhere to go. Grady starts to get in, but the Soulstorm pulls them in, and there you see the Boreal sweep coming out of nowhere, locking everybody down, and then TB just hitting bullets in the back, man. I mean, he's just throwing hands and flames down on everybody that contests, and they just cannot seem to find a win here.
You know, Mike Tyson has had a couple good bars within his day. One is, "I'm going to bite his ear off." The second one, Maguli seems to have listened to. Everyone has a plan until you smack them in the mouth. Maguli, laying down obscene degrees of damage, has put his team in a situation, once again, to be able to lock down this third Fang Tooth, getting that plus 8% to their armor, to their power, and now all power to them for the next team fight.
Grady's just continuously going into his back end, but it's just not going to be a place where you want to be. No flash, going to be burned down, but look at the damage, Ego.
It's going to be make it rain coming over the top end. Lobber's going to be looking for more alongside his mid laner, though. Grady sadly won't be there for the engage. It's going to be the Tesla with hands who gets scrapped. We could have a 3v4 situation here, possibly within the mid, with this Terra making a rotation back. Cure, Appy, gonna wisen up, play back. Soulstorm will come out, but not get any value. It's gonna be a Severance into a blink, into an engage coming out of Symbol. Over to the right side, it's gonna be a Glacial Charge dropping down onto the fight. It's gonna be Peak, who's gonna be able to help his team burn through the HP of Appy. Tony Stark in the fursuit. It's an animal cemetery, not for one, but for two, as it's gonna be Cure who falls. BKB, Peak are gonna back.
Oh man, BKB just putting on an absolute show right now. I mean, a little bit of a questionable play why you re-engage there, but he was able to force out the aggression out of Mythic. They fell for the trap. They re-engaged, forced to blink out, and that was just not what you want to do. And they're able to re-engage that fight, pick up some more kills, and get the advantage once again, Ego. I mean, Mythic is just not playing their game right now, and it's F8 just setting the tempo over and over again.
100%. At this point, you know, if I was wearing the striped shirt, if I was a ref, I'm not. Guys, I'm aluminum tier within this game. I say this with a large grain, a brick of salt, if you will. Brother, put your hands up. You guys got to start doing something to, if not win these fights, defend against it. As you said, that re-engage looked nice. But what fight have you taken so far within the game that has been as such? You got to lock down one of these objectives, lock down some of these towers, pick up the gold on map, and maybe, just maybe, Mythic can turn the tide of what's been a devastating game 2.
No, we talked a little bit about Maguli just, you know,
he's
being the god mode of this game. But I mean, I think it just comes down to Peak, man. Game number 1, we highlighted how much he's been able to play, just creating those opportunities. He's doing it again here in game number 2, Ego. I mean, we're seeing some huge glacial charges, that wall being able to lock down targets in a small spot. capitalizing on the roots. I mean, the cryocism being impactful. I think he is really the one that's just kind of carrying F8 throughout game 1 and looks like game number 2.
Oh, I couldn't agree with you anymore. Peak is putting on a masterclass of anything that he puts his hands on. Right. If I got supports like these in my ranked games, my boy, I might just make it into bronze because he's just making it happen. You need CC, he got it. You need setup or space denial. I mean, it's basically guaranteed. As now Mercy gonna get dropped to about that 50% threshold. We're gonna see Mythic though wisen up. They're not gonna take this fight. They're just gonna scare him off, secure the farm, and maybe reset.
Taking a look here, I mean, they just need to create what you just said, right? Get that farm, being able to kind of just buy some time. If they can create a decision where they can possibly trade the Primordial Fangtooth and the Orb Prime, I think that might be good for them there. I mean, they might be able to stall this game out long enough to where they can kind of get some farm back and make some plays. But the big problem with that is the crutch does not scale well into the late game.
Yeah, man, and with all that big body, that's just a larger canvas for Maguli to paint L's on. Maguli going to be helping his team burn down this big prime. It's about a 50% lobber, though, playing on the right side as the Glacial Charge is going to prevent Cure from immediately joining over the top, and it's going to be another big Soul Storm, but some damage going to be able to follow it up. It's going to be what relegates Toasty to the gray screen. His world doesn't even have color at this point, as left and right members of Mythic have just been dying. It's going to be another retreat coming out of this team that has been the epitome of high caliber predecessor play. Mythic, it just can't handle Flowstate.
They cannot. I mean, you go into that fight, you're trying to get a pick there. They're able to create some space, but it's just F8 creating a better opportunity for themselves. The Soul Storm has always been ready for the counter engage. Big opportunity for them every time they're able to utilize that to be able to get one pick or two. And now that allows for them to get the big Orb Prime. The Primordial Fangtooth just spawns. Appy, I don't know why you're taking this fight. That blue buff is just gonna oh, never mind. You were able to take that. Good steal. But still, they have the big Orb Prime. Primordial Fangtooth. Yeah, hopefully, right? They're just gonna get a lot of tempo shift here, and it's not looking good for Mythic. They just don't have a way to engage here, and they're trying to find a way in. It's just a little bit too late, and at this point the power spike is too real for F8, and there's just no way for them to really enter any of these fights.
Yeah, it's any time they step in, there's too many avenues of engage that I'll just be honest are too potent. That Soul Storm coming out of the Yuri has set them up for failure various times. The Cryosystem or even the Feast to lock down their primary damage and force them to get a reset. Peak now going to be playing over the alternate entrance as this squad once again gets that Primordial Blaze, and as such they're going to just start burning through HP. Cure going to try to fight for his life, but this team is sick and they're disgusting as they're going to be able to turn their eyes to the support. Toasty is going to get cooked and there's no room to butter the brother up. He's nothing more than a +1 for F8.
Oh man, and they took that fight being so aggressive, even with the split push going on with Appy and Kwang, with Lauber inside the off lane. They might be able to get some pressure here inside the right lane, but they have to back to be able to defend this core. The inhib is going to go down on left side. There's only 2 members left, 5 members pushing down, and they stop it.
F6, why are they posturing like they just want to end this game? Kira comes up in 5 seconds, but Crunch is going to be up in 8, but it doesn't seem like they care. It's going to be an engage coming in off to the backside. Maguli, of course, is going to be able to pick up one of the kills, make it rain. We'll be able to make it a trade at the very least, but with the core going down so expeditiously, it's going to have to be a perfect play coming out of this team. But as they're back against the wall, Soul Storm is going to be able to draw back into Q. As we see, Simba does fall. Appy might follow alongside him. A Soul Survivor, but only for a moment. Yore is going to be walking in looking for the kill, but off of the defense, we're gonna see Mythic nearly complete an ace.
Almost be able to flip that script if they got way too aggressive. They didn't play that one through. Happy looking to hunt for the kill, but BKB with that mobility, you're not going to be able to catch up. And this is big, ladies and gentlemen, for the side of Mythic. They got a lot of shutdowns. The core is going to heal back up slowly here, and there's still 2 inhibs up. This is a lot of time. No more big buffs are coming up for at least the next 2 minutes, and this is where Mythic could come back. But looking back at this play here, they push. They're like, we could end, but just not quite. It's going to be Mythic looking like they want to stop this, and they do. Big shutdowns, big agencies to clear, and this might be that opening.
There's no way to describe how close this match was to going game point, right? They were maybe a play of CC being established onto 2 instead of 1. One more kill, a couple more shots coming out of Maguli away from taking Mythic to the edge, 2-0. But Mythic, when they needed to shine, hey, I've said it time and time again, Diamonds, they're only made under pressure. And when this team needed to make a stand, they managed to. Back still going to be against the wall. It's going to be all eyes on Mythic as Simba has eyes for Cure.
Still have to be wary, though. They have to worry about that left lane. I mean, the core is just so low HP, man. It's one little wind gust is going to be able to knock that thing down. Somebody's going to have to answer BKB. At the same time, though, it's a good thing, like we said, the objectives are not up right now. It's just a defensive hold. They cannot get picked. They can't allow them to lose any more inhibs. They just have to keep this defense, potentially find a play on a big objective to be able to try and get a comeback.
Dude, you can feel the bloodlust coming out of this team in F8. They are just going to be grouping slowly, insidiously towards these towers. These mid inhib is going to be under siege, as we can see. Peak now it's going to be looking to push down the right side. They have eyes for the core. And right now, it has to be Myth who sets up an amazing defense to stop it from happening. If this team gets through, it could be the end of this game too.
It could be indeed. It's going to be a little bit of pacing here. Left lane is going to be constantly pushed by the Ure. They took down the T2. They'll be able to open up this map a little bit more. Still got about another 30 to 45 seconds before the big orb prime to where big decisions have to be made. Who do we keep back on the side of Team Mythic to clear these waves? That's going to be a lot of DPS missing, or maybe a potential engagement tool to toke this fight. Definitely going to be looking like a 5v4 where that core is going to be exposed.
Oh, most definitely, man. And now with the core exposed, you're still waiting for that left side inhib to eventually respawn. And BKB looks like he's a fan of setting up the pressure to keep it from doing so without someone being there to catch the waves. You know, free goal fed to you. I'm sure that Mythic is very appreciative of the offer. But with these objectives coming up, you got to step outside of that tower. You got to make a stand, and you have to, in some cases, go on the offensive, as this game may be coming to its end, F6.
Everything always has to come to an end, but we're going to still wait to see how the real outcome is. The potential play here to be made, potentially trading out big objectives. If they can catch F8 on the side of Mythic, being able to do one of these objectives to be able to trade, that might be their way out. They still have to control this left-hand side, control that wave pushing on in the core, a little bit more in a safe space, but nobody here on the side of Team Mythic can get picked out. They have to still be able to see the HP. A lot of times, like we talked about before, they have not been able to contest it in time to even try for a steal with the hunt. Still, though, they have a lot of time and a lot of field to play around.
Cure and Toasty are going to be on the back end. Lobber now taken out of this fight. Soulstorm is going to be able to hit on to 3 as BKB puts Lobber on a t-shirt. He's not going to be the only one. There's going to be 3 members gone in the blink of an eye. That one got eviscerated. That one got evaporated. And now they're looking for the core. Simba, Maguli, BKB. It's going to be F8 who are going to be looking to take Mythic to game point.
Oh man, just complete annihilation. One slip up. I said nobody can get picked, but 4 members just got caught out in an instant. Grady fighting away. Nobody to stop this core from going down. And ladies and gentlemen, that's game number 2, going over towards the side of F8 with an absolute dominant showcase.
100% dominance, man. No margin for error. The number is 100 pennies, 20 nickels, 10 dimes. I'm gonna keep it a buck. This team in F8 looks like they are playing the best predecessor in competitive right now, F6. This has been a phenomenal showing of them so far. I'm excited to see if we see any adjustments get made from Mythic. But before we can, we're gonna be sending it to the break for that post-game breakdown.
Well, that happened. Giant fist fight on the field this time around. Welcome back. It's Lance and it's Spooky. And watching this one was very different from watching the first one. Lance, game number 1, we saw some back and forth. We saw Mythic really put up a fight. Game number 2, we saw no such thing.
No such thing at all. And it's kind of what we saw out of Flowstate during our summer prelims that we had 3 weeks ago. Flowstate kind of rolled everybody or got rolled themselves. The second game or the first game of the series was close, like you alluded to there, FDOT. This game was very typical to the fashion of Flowstate. They got ahead in their duo lane early. Peak and Maguli were able to just facilitate, find those early spots, move their advantages around the map. Mercy where he needs to be when he needs to be there. Event day page for Mercy really coming out to play today. But I take my hat off, reveal my bald head to Peak. The way he has performed in these first 2 games has just been another level of support gameplay.
It's been a support clinic. I mean, it really has been. We talked about, should you ban the Decker? He's going to do it to you anyway on a different character. Well, we banned the Decker, Mars, and he did it to us on a different character.
That's just what Peak does. You can't stop him, and it's very similar to the whole team, really. You can try to ban their picks away, but it's not about what you ban so much as what you pick for yourself. You can try to limit the tools available to them, but they have deep pockets, and you're not going to clean them out. And this was, quite frankly, a little bit of a different style than we've seen from them before, just in the draft, picking these double assassins and just kind of running across the map, bringing so much early game damage to make sure that the game was swinging in the favor they wanted to. And a lot of times we've seen Mythic take some a little bit rough early games, but they're a team that doesn't typically care about that. They can usually come back to the mid games, come back to the late games, take those 5-on-5s, and feel pretty good because that's what they're strong at. But Flowstate did such an excellent job of pushing that lead so far that by the time those group ups started to happen, they simply didn't have enough gas in the tank to get through those fights.
Yeah, we usually see honestly, MOBAs are pretty simple. Sorry, folks. And we really see this kind of classic matchup often. We see an early game focused team and then a late game team that can fight from behind but are better than you at team fights. That's kind of quintessential MOBA matchup. And that's largely what we see here with Flowstate. They pick their mobile assassins and they just run it down. The key to this approach, and Lance, back me up here, the key to this approach is making sure you close before it gets too late. No 24-hour clubs here. If you start with that early game focus, you have those assassins running around, as long as it doesn't go too late, you can take it home. But if it does get to that point, Mythic's comp is going to wind up beating you. Very important that we were able to see this amount of violence essentially in that mid game to make sure that we make it to the late game, but not the late game. And that's why F8 winds up winning.
Exactly. And them closing the door around that 30-minute mark really seals that for them. I don't know if they necessarily get outscaled in this composition that they had for game 2, but in general, what you're saying is very true, and it plays to the style of Mythic and the way that they've done it. We've seen this team, if you've been paying attention to PCCs and you've been watching esports in Predecessor since the beginning of it, this Mythic team, formerly known as D-Lab, very, very good at base defenses. They will lose 3 inhibs. They will ace you on their own core. They'll stall out 7 more minutes. They'll hit those crucial item spikes, and then they'll just win the game off of it, right? We weren't able to see them capitalize on that spot. I thought we were going to see it during that very first base defense where they killed everybody but BKB. It's like, oh, this is classic Mythic in the finals. They're going to get here. Unfortunately, it's starting to look like we're going to start seeing the other classic thing we see for Mythic in the finals, which is getting second place.
Oh, no. We got best of 5. We've got more time to go. We've got more games to kind of look at here. Ultimately, this is a large hill to climb out from underneath, Mars. I mean, we've seen 2 different approaches now. I think game number 1 was kind of more traditional MOBA, back and forth. Game number 2 was more Flowstate's style. Now game number 3 in front of us, Mythic, they've got to shake something up. What do?
I mean, I think it's time for a little bit of a switch up from what they're doing right now. They can't play passively in the early game. They can't say, oh, well, we're going to just go ahead and wait for the late game. We'll give up a few objectives. Let them take the first couple of Fang Teeth. No problem. It's time to start playing for an earlier game. You have to be more proactive against Flowstate and not allow them to control the map, because what they've shown you today is that they have the capabilities to lock you out of the game. If you give up the early, they're going to take more than that. They're going to push it for everything it's worth. To switch things up a little bit, we've seen Grady have a lot of aggression in the earlier matches today. bring that back out. Get Lobber active. Use that jungle off-lane tenacity, that synergy we've seen, and make some plays. Take away from Flowstate and give to yourself, because that's what's going to get you ahead.
Well, one thing that we didn't address here was Yore, and Mythic didn't address it on the server either. They've got one more game to do so. We'll see if they're able to do it after this.
Witness my power! Can you taste it on the wind? Fresh glory awaits. Perish amongst the weak. Leave this to me. Come to me, fools!
Tournament point for Flowstate. Win one, and it's all done. Mythic, they got a couple of chances, but they're all out of losses. Tough one. Tough position to be in. Welcome back, Mars. Something big has to change here. We've seen an approach to ban some comfort picks. Didn't really work. We've seen the approach to ban the meta pick. Didn't really work. If you're coaching this Mythic squad, how do you bring us to a game 4?
You know, I think the first step here, maybe we take that Yuri off the board. It's been a problem 2 games back-to-back. BKB has been phenomenal. And one thing we touched on earlier is taking people off of what they're comfortable on. He's had 2 games to run it. Take it out of his hands. I like this switch up from Mythic. That takes a little bit of that early power out of the hands of Flowstate. Put him on something he's not warmed up on. Find a power pick for yourself here. Maybe something that tries to do a little bit better in that off lane. Maybe look for one of these comfort picks that Lobber's known for. Sevarog has been banned away. Could try to pick him up here.
Goku banned out on the right-hand side. Lance, kind of the opposite question. Flowstate, everything's coming up Millhouse. They can't keep it exactly the same because the opponent's going to kind of get in there. And what do you change? Because you don't want to change much, but you gotta.
So you got to change the heroes, but you don't have to change the play style that you're going for. Put Peak on a playmaking support. Put Mercy on something that can facilitate it. Put Maguli on anybody with a gun or a bow, and you're going to be just fine.
I mean, it makes sense, you know, just click heads. There it is. Maguli. He's been doing it. We've been celebrating Peak a lot, right? The setup support, a very, very big part of this, of these wins. But Lance, right back at you, man. You're a big Maguli fan, and I understand why. This is just the type of impact he brings.
It is the type of impact that he brings. They're going to have to try to find a way to slow it down, and this might
be it.
Sevarog makes it through the draft. They might as well rename this hero, if they ever have to Lobber, because it is his signature hero. He will be at max stacks very quickly. He plays this hero perfect. He's going to be able to use that Colossal Blow to separate the important parts of the team fight for Flowstate. If he can get into the back and they're not already low enough to get killed by the Colossal Blow, they'll at least have to reposition with that. That can change a team fight. I think that's an excellent first pickup for Mythic here, with it being unbanned for the first time this series.
Yeah. So game number 1, we see the Decker come out. We see some like highlight reel plays from said Decker. Gets banned out. You get beat up by Aurora anyway. So here, Mars, the Aurora ban comes out, and just Decker on the other side. Decker, Aurora? Either way, you're getting beat. So, I mean, the fact that you're banning the Yore means that you know you're going to deal with one of these. The assumption is that the Decker is the lesser of the 2 evils.
Yeah, I'm not sure I 100% agree with that either. Granted, the Aurora does have a little bit more utility in the Glacial Charge, being able to wall off so many objectives, so many fights, and split you up. I think that was a big part of how Maguli and Peak kind of controlled that dual lane, was splitting up their opposition in that lane. But the fact of the matter is, now you're against the Decker and the Bellica once again reunited. So much long-range CC comes through. I'm actually surprised by the first 2 picks from Flowstate, because I was thinking they kind of left the Sevarog open because they were thinking of picking the Countess and counter-picking it and trying to keep it under control that way. But with the Revenant now locked in alongside everything, there's so much damage. Maguli is known for this Revenant. We haven't gotten to see it so far today, simply because respect has been paid towards it. Now in a do-or-die situation for Mythic, $10,000 prize pool on the line. You let him get the best pick he's shown in this entire tournament so far. It's a little worrying, but they do have this steal to kind of interrupt some of that damage that comes through. The wall is very good at disrupting the roots, just trying to slow down some of that damage. They've just got to be on top of everything to make sure they're executing correctly.
That's what I'm looking at the most here for Myth. Like Rev, you want to talk about the Revenant, don't you, Lance?
I do want to talk about the Revenant, but I think it's more important to talk about how BKB might be able to answer this here, right? So the heroes we've seen him play pretty much through all courses of this are Sevarog, Yurei, Countess, and Greystone. I think Greystone, not the best option here for them. They're going to pick that Squang up here first, which I assume will go to BKB. I'll go back to the Revenant here. Just crazy. You can't, I can't imagine a world or a draft where you think it is a good idea to give Maguli Revenant and give Peak Decker. Toasty going to have to play the game of his life, put shield walls up. He might have to run the double shield wall augment, even though it drastically reduces the size of them, to be able to deal with the obliterate and the stun balls that are coming out of it here. Mythic going to round their comp off. I like the Feng Mao, and then putting Cure onto the Twin Blast also feels like a winning-ish formula here. But I think if you give Flowstate a free draft where there are no bans, this is almost the exact heroes they pick outside of this Quang right now. This looks scary to me.
Yeah, the comfort pick is definitely the scary bit. I do like what Mythic is bringing here, simply because Flowstate 1, game number 2 is definitely the one that's more etched in our brains. Game number 1, and by ours, I mean Mythic and us and the view, like everybody, right? Game number 1 was a nice little matchup. Game number 2, we got stomped. So how do we address it? Spooky, if Mythic went like full crowd control, there's so much control here between the steal, the Gid, and the set. Like, this is, if they were moving too fast, now you can get them to stop. Is the red light enough to deal with the Seraph and the Rev and all of this pure? This feels like red versus blue. This feels like power versus control.
I think it's very important to control the timing from Mythic here. If you want to stop the Seraph, it's crucial that you're timing your CC abilities for after she has used that Heaven's Wrath ability, goes untargetable. When she comes out of that, that's your best time to hit her. Otherwise, you're probably swinging at air. Shield Slam, gonna be a little bit difficult to land where you want it to, I think. Between Decker stunning people out, caging you off, Revenant being able to just go into the Nether Realm and not even be affected by the Shield Slam. There's so many ways for Flowstate right now to disengage, to avoid the CC. However, if Mythic can find some good early aggression with this Feng Mao, I think there's some real potential there. It's going to be, I think, a lot of pressure put onto Grady to get that ball rolling and find a way to build momentum for his team. If you can get that and transition to those fights with these heavy CC comps, you're looking good around the pit fights. It's just a matter of getting there in a good position, which Flowstate has shown they are very good at depriving you of.
It's an execution-heavy draft, Lance. Like, this really just, Mythic, sorry to make it very banal, but it really is. If they can execute, can they press their buttons at the right time, they can win. The statement that you mentioned, though, about Flowstate, if there were no bans, if this was blind pick, the draft might look the same. That's always the scariest moment for me in a MOBA matchup.
Mm-hmm. And especially picking the Seraph up with the very last pick in the draft, Mercy's favorite hero right now. Yeah. I hate to say this, but if Mythic doesn't get out to an early lead in this game, this series is over. This is exactly what Flowstate is looking for in a draft outside of maybe that Quang, but I do know that BKB can do this. I have a feeling that this is a butt whooping on either side here. I think either Mythic gets ahead early and Flowstate can't catch up because none of these heroes play great from behind. But if Flowstate gets a lead here, there's no coming back.
I'm not going to let you play ifs and buts. Mars, do we see a game 4 or is it a sweep for Flowstate?
I'm going to be
one word
here. I don't know I can answer it with one word. 4 games.
No.
Lance, do we see 4 games or is it over here?
No.
All right, Lance thinks we got a sweep. We'll see if we go into a game 4, but for now, it's a game 5. Everything on the line for Flowstate and Mythic. Let's jump in. It's E squared.
Yo.
Gamers, maybe for the last time, we got Mythic, we got F8, and we got E squared. Happy to bring it to you. F6. This is what it all comes down to. Big man Mythic has to stand tall, or will F8 stand over him? We got game 3 coming to you now.
Game 3, my man. This is going to be a fight I know on the desk they're talking about drafts, which ones are good, which one are not as great. But to me, honestly, this is a team draft on both sides that fits their play style. This is just going to come down to who is better mechanically, who's going to make the right decisions, because I believe these comps are set for both of these teams.
I'm going to be completely honest with you, man. You know, same old, 100 pennies, $1, 10 dimes. Let's skip the math. This feels like a quick play match almost for F8 as far as their composition does go. If you loaded them in and, as Lance had told them there were no bans, it feels like these are just characters they would pick because they are comfortable on them and they are very, very good on them.
Very, very good. I mean, I'm just excited to really see Lawbra on his comfort pitch. He hasn't been able to play this in the entire final series. And I mean, right now he's going to have a little bit of rough time against BKB. We know Kwon just has that out trade potential, but we know the impact Lawbra has into that mid to late game once he starts to rotate. If we see the Swedish Warrior that we know about, I think this one's going to go to the side of Mythic.
Most definitely, man. I mean, those shoulders are to carry teams, right? They can hold a lot of weight, but you got to trust the process first. Get them big, and that requires time, something that we haven't seen within this series. F8 has been willing to give Mythic.
Geek with a deep ward there. He wants to know anytime Grady makes a presence towards this blue side. That's going to be able to at least thwart a little bit of that gank potential. They're going to know that Grady's on that side of the map, so they can't be too aggressive how they want to be. Peak might have to be a little bit on the back foot here, but it's going to be the side of Mercy that's on the same side as well. That's a lot of information going towards the side of F8. Might be able to potentially give them the first blood. Here he doesn't be careful.
And I think that's something that they've been able to do very well with their information, is play aggressively into it. Peak, though, going to get a sailed on here by Toasty. A little bit of a tankier pick. It is going to be an engage off the back end. Grady going to be brought low. Blink is going to come out of the rabbit. Blink for Blink, though. It's going to be through in a first blood. That's Grady's going to strike first, though. It is going to be Sizing Assault to avoid Bob into the grave. Cure's going to go. It's going to be a full-out bloodbath here at 3 minutes into the game. Torrent Space is going to be able to put it to an end, though.
Hey, to me, that's worth it, baby. Grady getting the first blood. He knows he's going to die there if he full on commits. But that's what we're here for, baby. Game number 3, already looking spicy. Mythic, Big Grady trying to send a message straight away. And that is why we're here.
This is precisely what I want to see coming out of Grady, right? 2 feet, 10 toes, stand on business. Blink for Blink early, even if you know it may cost you your life, because you want to set the tone. They don't have the time, they don't have the opportunity at this point to be a little bit more laissez-faire. It's win or go home. Appy gonna blink or get sent back to base the old-fashioned way. Mercy, tell me if you've heard this before, is gonna be making yet another early rotation.
Oh yeah, he's on the Seraph, but we already know we need to start that countdown timer of when he ganks mid lane next. He's going to be all over the place. It's kind of a feast or famine when it comes down to this kind of Seraph gameplay with Mercy. He's either going to go straight all the way down, pushing it back into your lane and just not letting you play the game. Well, he's going to make a lot of mistakes. He's going to go in when he doesn't need to. He's going to go in when he doesn't win that fight. We're going to have to see what kind of Mercy we get out of this one. But Greg has been playing his heart out this entire game series.
Oh, 100%. Both of these teams have been, giving it their all, but one side has been getting a lot of results. And as the death said, we've been putting a lot of glaze here on Peak. And I'm going to be honest, it's because he deserves it. Maguli has had an exceedingly easy time in this role. Not to say that he could have handled, or has handled, I should say, 2 of these 2v1, 3v1 situations that he seems to catch every game with ease. That being said, though, F6, Big Fang, going to be coming up here soon. Ward Vision, obviously going to be going in favor of Mythic as far as it goes, and Grady is on the rotation.
He's looking here to kind of just potentially get something, but it's the duo lane. But here comes Seraph looking to help out. This might be a kill. Maguli doesn't go down, but look at Mercy.
It's going to be a reset on to Cure the old-fashioned way. He's going to get sent back to base, and Mercy is going to be a hot pursuit wing beat. It's going to maybe kill Grady here, but it's going to be a reset and a double kill going to the support. Peak gets 2 kills, and this dual lane is in shambles early.
In shambles early, they're not able to pick up another early kill there. Grady just not able to pick it up, and this gives a lot of agency for this first Fangtooth. Going to be a rotation. Appy looking to potentially contest. Yours back in, but I think this one is going to go to the side of FA.
Black Hole is going to catch all of no one. Now Appy going to be forced to utilize the blink, considering that torn space was down. Toasty going to be rolling back. They're kind of low on HP. I'm not entirely sure if they want to take this Grady. Not going to have access to that Earthshaker yet on level 4. Instead, he's going to deward, take a little bit of damage from the Void Bomb, but Mercy, as always, is going to be looking for the action until he's not. He's going to reset, utilizing that bit of mobility coming out of Seraph, as these teams are just going to put their toes in the water here off of an invade.
They almost had to be able to get that invade off, but with the fact that they went in, didn't get anything out of that, that's a big loss for them. They lost the objective, lost that fight. But Maguli has no blink, and that's going to be a huge advantage when the next rotation, because when Feng Mao rotates next, that Earth Shatter is going to be up, and then he's not going to have a lot of mobility. Hopefully he's going to have that ult to kind of put people in another realm, be able to kind of create some space to get away from this Feng Mao when he heads on over there.
And that's something that I do want to see this team in Mythic start to do, and that is just put the squad of F8 in urgent positions, make them make reflex calls where self-preservation is on their mind, because the only thing they've had to think about so far is what they're going to be spending this prize money on. They have absolutely dominated within games 1 and 2, and I'm going to be looking at Mythic, or more specifically Grady Lauber, to make this team at least a little uncomfortable.
I mean, they have a little bit, especially within the first blood, but I think it's just they're feeling good. You know, they're feeling good. They're 2 games up. They're allowed to make mistakes in this game. They're not too worried about it, right? Because they're just in their head. They're like, we can either close this out. If we make mistakes, we make mistakes, and we have another game to play. So they're kind of just sitting on easy mode right now. It's really down to Mythic to see if they can kind of create a play here. They have to come back with a reverse sweep if they want to look at the top prize pool, if they want to be number 1. And I believe it's going to start with Sev, nobody else.
Oh, most definitely. Lauber does have just the weight of the world on his shoulders here. Now he's going to be fighting the BKB for this buff. Sadly, it is going to be the Kwang who ultimately does take it, and I just kind of want to take a step back here and talk about this team in Flowstate broad. They have participated in multiple PCCs, and this is obviously the furthest they've got. They've had this glass ceiling over them for so long, and now they are 1 game away of 6 from finally breaking through and being, if not the most prominent, the best team in competitive Predecessor.
I mean, when you just grind so long, man, it just all feels so nice to be able to get the respect on your name, but they're not out of it yet. They need to close this game out. They need to win, right? You need to get the dub. You need to finish the race before you get your medal. They still have a tall task. They have to continue on with this aggression, as Mini Prime is going to be the next target. Might be a contestant here. It's going to be a 4v4, already down to 2K.
Mercy going to be the only one in the pit until he's not. It's going to be an engage here onto Lauber, able to definitely dodge the boulder rush coming out of the steel onto the left side. It is going to be an ulti coming out to Toasty. It's going to hit nobody, but you know who does hit? Simba. That's going to be a big kill onto Lauber on the top. It is going to be a black hole onto Simba. Appy looking to get some degree of the damage, but Earthshatter is going to come through. Sadly, it's not going to be able to find too much purchase on the secondary target, but a kill is a kill. Grady is going to be able to pick up 2. Same can be said for BKB. His Grady is going to be forced to do some jumping jacks due to BK's hot pursuit.
Oh man, this is big. Grady right now got the double there. A big move into his passive. He now has the secondary stage of his passive going in, so he has that increased power, and that's not a good sign for F8. The worst thing you want is a fed God of Feng Mao, right? He's going to be able to start to get those executes at a lower threshold. He's going to start to be able to be a menace and to clean up a lot of these low HPs in those fights.
Oh, I have to 100% agree with you here. That isn't like a segue into me making a talking point. I am just avid about wanting to get Feng Mao fed. Grady knows what it means to be at the mountaintop. He won his PCC over with the professors. He's been on this D-Lab team, and now it's going to partially be on him to help guide them to a win here. If he's able to get some good dive onto the Simba, onto Bellica, or even onto Maguli, although that damage is going to be a little ridiculous later on, he can help put his team, much like BKB on the Yuri, in a winning position around these fights.
100%. And he's going to definitely be that factor. Still want to see kind of how they play into the second Feng Tooth. They haven't been able to really secure a lot of these Feng Tooths going into the game. I don't think they've been able to get one yet before the 3 Feng Tooth Monty on the side of F8. So this might be a contestant here. It's still going to be started up on the side of F8.
Yeah, and I mean, this has just been the tale of the tape. This time, though, we are going to be able to see them being maybe a little bit more proactive. They're going to be looking to get into the pit. It's going to be close, but ultimately, it is going to be a steal away from Mythic. Into the pit. It's going to be a fight. Earthshatter coming out of Grady. He's going to be able to lock down one kill. Maguli is going to fall as well. And the blast fire would just take them back to a safe place alongside Cure. Appy going to be looking for more peak. Going to be looking for a way out. They'll find it as we see Mythic catching up in kills.
Put some respect on his name. That is Gradimus Maximus there, being able to steal the Fangtooth, still getting the double kill. And I'm going to say it again. Here you go. Watch out for him. Watch out for the man as we look at the instant replay. They zone out Maguli. Great job on Toasty, forcing the blink. The Earthshatter pops down on Mercy. And here comes right over the wall, Grady with some style, baby, being able to put himself onto that board. And that is another kill going towards that man Feng Mao.
Dude, being a jungler, it's 60% getting objectives, it's 20% ganks, but that last 20% aura farming, brother, and he is smooth the way he's slipping in and out of some of these engagements, able to lock down the kills and put his team into the position, not losing all now. Don't, you know, get it too mistaken. Our F8 still has that kill lead. It's only by a threshold of 1. Obviously, that could be turned from a solo bolo, a small skirmish. This is really anyone's game, but this is the most life we have seen get breathed into this jungler for Mythic.
And the big thing that I'm seeing is Toasty just running at Maguli, not giving him any space. The best person to do that is going to be the steal. You want a free cast? Nah, not today, buddy. I got a shield bash, I got a shield slam, and a bull rush to keep you on down. And they've been able, on the side of Mythic, to translate that damage towards everybody else, while Maguli has to fight for his life.
Yeah, and up to this point, we've been hearing from these competitive players about how good enchanters are. But they're a little bit less good when the Maguli's on the other team. You just need a thick slab of beef to make him spend his damage on and to maybe prevent a degree of it. It is going to be an ulti that does come down out of the steal. That's a lot of damage being put out on the Toasty. His peak is going to be able to lock down yet another kill. Black Hole does come up over there. Cure utilizing the ventilate over to the right side. It's going to be able to get some members low, but the question is, can he get them dead? Grady most definitely can. That's going to be a double kill that goes in his favor as the team fight is going to be split into 2 for 2 in the pit.
Timbo gets a big shutdown there. They're going to look to keep fighting this objective. Not really a lot of contention here from the side of F8, but they're still close on by. Maguli's still healthy, but here's come Cure and Appy. They don't have the HP to really kind of battle this one out. And Seraph is going to be up before Feng Mao, so they have the ability to get the hunt.
Oh man, dude, it's so just devastating, right? I mean, somebody get Maguli a Scooby snack. Brother is a dog. The moment he sniffed out somebody looking to maybe contest, he turned around. What objective? My only objective is you, and you're looking like a walking gold buff. Maguli is on absolute demon time on the bounty hunter, and if he's able to get some kills, maybe, you know, get a couple of those bounties we've talked about, we could see him take over this game. Right now, though, going to be quiet. After the objective goes down, both of these teams, F6, they're looking towards the mid game.
They are. Here, though, seeing a little bit of his build path here. He does have the Vanquisher online, waiting for the Soul Chalice and the Solaris to kind of be built out, where he really starts to become impactful in those fights. It's going to be a Mercy, and here comes Grady potentially to be able to stop that engage going off. Still waiting for Cure to get online. Maguli is going to be a threat, but TB is also just as strong as long as he's able to kind of get a little bit of peel, kind of get a little bit of space. Mid one and T1 inside of the mid lane. He's going to go down for the side of Mythic. Open this map up a lot more for F8.
Yeah, and if this map is open, there's going to be less avenues, right, to be able to retreat. And that's something that we have sadly seen Mythic doing a whole lot of this set. BKB going to be able to maintain a level lead here as Lobber's going to be looking to get some XP, get some gold, and more importantly for the character in particular, Sevarog, he's going to be looking to get some stacks put on him. Cyclo Salto into the Void Bomb is going to put Appy in a tough spot. Neural Disruptor comes out. Simba with the solo dolo is going to lock down the kill.
Just nowhere to go. The Neural Disruptor just pops out to silence him from evil, being able to use that torn space and getting in that last set of auto attacks to be able to secure that kill. Great play there by the big man Simba. Number 1 in the rank, if y'all didn't know. He may be able to play himself, and that's going to create a lot of opportunity here for the third Fangtooth of the match.
It's going to be an engagement here off of Grady. A blink is going to come out, but it's just going to be a blink for blink. Earthshatter does come through as BKB is going to be brought to his heels. That's going to be another kill for the jungler, but onto the other side of the map, this is a much more important objective. That's going to be the Fang Tooth that easily goes to F8.
I mean, I believe that was the last stat that Feng Mao needed to create a full passive there where he gets the 5 kills. And if so, he's going to be in a world of pain for the side of F8 and nothing that they can do. But it's going to be Simba with a big knock up here, but Toasty with the peels to create a little bit of room here for him to survive. They do give up the Fang Tooth, like you said, it's important. But the big thing is they got the second one, Ego. They don't have to worry about the 3 Fang Tooth Monty just yet. It's going to be around the time of the primordial Fang Tooth where they have to make that play and potentially kind of have that into effect.
Brethren, we're talking about being in a world of pain. This is something that Mythic is not unfamiliar with. A lot of the time when we change the camera to these different angles, showing their just presence on different parts of the map, something seems to be missing, and a lot of the time that's their HP bar. It's been absolutely, I'm not going to say horrendous, but difficult to maintain some of these team fights when F8 gets an engage. And that kind of leads to my question for you. Do we just have to wait for Lobber, for Mythic to be able to get some of these engages, or is there something that they can do that doesn't result in them just dying, maybe around Toasty?
And they have Toasty to be able to enter the pit now, to be able to get those HP down. You at least kind of mark it out, which is great. And Lobber's kind of there as well if they need to. But I mean, you look at the shoulder pads right now, and I think this is where Lobber's going to start to be effective. Man's got shoulder pads like this is in the 70s of football. These things are huge. There's a lot of HP and a lot of power between that siphon. I think that's really where we're going to start to see Mythic kind of evolve. I think him with the combination of the Feng Mao are going to start to do some world of hurt. The next fight, though, is going to be around the mini prime, and that's where we're really going to, you know, kind of get our kind of answer of, is this where they're going to turn it around? Who's going to help with that?
There's a lot that is going to be riding on that mini prime, as you said. It's almost more of a momentum play more than the stats. Don't get me wrong, the stats and what it enables you to do is going to be great. But once again, every time we see a grouping, we're going to just see a reset as F8 steps up, Mythic steps down. Lobber going to be present in this one, though. Containment Field is going to be able to mitigate his attempts to try to get it engaged. We got a grouping here in mid.
And I mean, you already see the aura when Lobber enters the lane. You're just like, hey, no, I don't want to fight that. Let me get out of dodge really quick. The big thing about that is, like we talked about, the shoulder pads. The late game Seth, he's healthy, he's beefy. He's going to be able to walk at you, and there's not too much that you can do about it, especially if you don't have Maguli near on by.
100%. Maguli, he's been anywhere but a fight, right? He's trying to scale himself into the late game, get that damage down, so that 4th shot is the last thing a lot of these players are going to see. Grady going to find himself in a 1v3 situation, grouping over onto the left side. No objective up as far as Fangs go, so Grady's just going to be looking to clear the 3, and also, much like his carry and Maguli, make his way quicker to this late game.
Make it a little bit quicker, a little bit on the fast-paced kind of things. And I think right now, it's been getting a lot of farm. Been awfully quiet for this AD carry. Might potentially be able to get this T1 on the next wave push, but it's the mini prime that is up. They have about 45 seconds to make a call, but nobody's moving there quite yet, so we might be able to miss out on the second mini prime.
And now we're going to see Toasty playing to peak a little bit of support on support violence here before Appy makes his presence known. Is going to be able to discourage peak just enough to reset Grady, though. Going to have to utilize that spell shield to mitigate some of that damage coming out of Simba, as now with this grouping coming, we're going to see a fight more than likely around this river.
And it's nobody can really get it quite yet. Both teams are present, so nobody can really force this objective on down. More of a kind of stall moment. They're just kind of pushing everybody back. F8 just doesn't want anybody to be able to get that mini prime. Let the big orb prime spawn and create a different type of pacing into the game. Because now, ladies and gentlemen, we're in a late game stage. This is where the big objectives have spawned. This is where everything starts to become a little bit more impactful. Every pick becomes a lot more detrimental. Every late rotation starts to become a big problem when these objectives are on the board. How do you play against this? You get the vision down. You look to get your own picks. And if you do that correctly, you're the one in charge, and you might be able to possibly get one of these big objectives like Cure. You're the one getting capitalized on.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3-man rotation, and with no utility, no blink available, it's just going to be an evisceration. McCooley easily going to be able to pick up this kill, but they're going to be looking for more. It's going to be an engage actually on to Labra. He's going to be looking to make his way back to the rest of his team. Shield wall is going to come up, but that's not going to be able to save him from BKB. There's going to be a double ulti onto 2, but tell me if you've heard the name before. McCooley is the one who gets another kill. Onto the shutdown, though, will be Appy. Putting down Simba. It's going to be a 2-for-1 until the Earthshatter does come out. It's going to be McCooley who gets picked up as it is made a 2-for-2 in the mid lane.
Happy getting that solo. There's a big shutdown towards this F8 team. They look like they're winning that fight. McGrady went back in, Earthshatter up to be able to get something down. Like I said before, the Separog is tanky until Maguli shows up on that Revenant. You saw that 4th shot just come out of nowhere and just be like, yeah, you're no longer a tank. You're just there. You're fodder. With the Primordial Fangtooth being taken up, this might be a risky call. Be good here to back on up, especially when you don't have Lauber inside the game. They might have a little bit of room here to kind of get themselves to set up for this Primordial.
As you called it, right, we could see Grady also coming to the conclusion that this is a little bit of a risky call. He goes in, gives the Fang a little bit of a tickle, and then he kind of thinks better of it, getting a reset there out of the pit. And now Plango to clear these right side camps. It's going to be the 5 in the red, able to get some gold, some XP, as we are going to see on the other side of the jungle, F8 is also gravitating towards this right side of the map. Both teams are going to be looking to establish vision here because these objectives are just so important, F6.
So important, man. I mean, we can't talk about it enough. I mean, the Big Orb Prime gives you that room to start to siege these waves, start to take down T1s and T2s, potentially inhibitors. Like we talked about, that Primordial Fangtooth, the blaze, it burns, not through your heart, just through your HP. Does not allow you to even fight back. So there's a lot of plays to be made here. On the side, most of the time, it's that Primordial Fangtooth that these teams are looking for, especially on the side of F8, to be able to get that 3 Fangtooth Monty, 8% extra HP, damage, armor, be able to go yourself down into these fights.
Mythic trying to get a little cheeky there. Previously had that wave set, but Kwong is able to catch it before making his rotation to this left side Fang. We could see both of these teams looking to show a little bit of extra attention to that Primordial Fang. Yeah, the Orb Prime is nice, but let's be honest, man, this is in a Predecessor. We like to fight over here, and that Primordial Blaze is conducive to nothing, if not that.
Oh, man. I mean, both these teams are just setting these waves, just patiently waiting for their time to shine, trying to get a pick. But, I mean, it's just a standard, typical waiting game, right? You're just looking for everything. It's going to be peeking BKB a little bit aggressive, but McGeely taking that 1v1 with Kira. They don't win out on that fight.
He most definitely does not want that fight. Now, Appy going to have to use that torn space as Labra's going to be looking for the fight over onto the right side. We are going to see the Crestas get triggered off to that backside. Simba going to be looking to play into the left side as now it's going to be the evisceration here of Grady. That's going to be the hunt down with the objective still up. It has to be a big play coming out of Mythic as now they're going to be looking to play for Ghoulie onto the backside. Cure is going to manage to survive, taking BKB all the way out. 2-for-1 trade going in favor of F8.
They do get the jungler there, which is huge for the side of F8. They're going to have the potential to pick here, but the HP on Mercy is not looking too good. This is the Primordial Fangtooth, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about. If he takes any amount of that burn, his HP is going to go down pretty low, but it's going to be Peak that sets it up. They still have an opportunity to contest.
Happy playing over onto the side until he simply isn't. Maguli able to get an easy kill here as it's going to be the Primordial Blaze that goes over to F8. A little bit of a rumble in the pit, but at this point, it's not a question of if Lauber dies, it's who gets the kill. The answer going to be Mercy. That's 4 members down from Mythic.
Oh, man, just not able to steal it. Appy getting a little bit too overpressed, and Maguli just one-taps him as soon as it goes around that corner. Just able to take him out of the fight. If they had him, they would have potentially been able to burst down and get some picks before that HP. But with that Primordial Fangtooth, there you go. I mean, this is all that F8 needed to contest Sword Prime. Going to be a rough one for this side of Team Mythic to try and fight their way through this. They might have to just give this one up, look to farm, and hopefully kind of burn the time down on the Primordial Fangtooth. This is still close, but with the buffs, it's going to be the side of F8, especially with that 3rd Fangtooth.
Yeah, it's kind of discouraging in a way to say that this is oddly maybe a better position than Mythic has been in for the rest of the set, as we're going to be watching F8 get double buffed up on a Saturday. Awfully devious work. They're going to be able to now migrate anywhere on the map and apply a surplus of pressure not only to these towers, but to the lives of the opposition. These fights are incredibly difficult right now for Mythic.
And it's just like they can't find any room. Mercy's just pushing towards Cure in the back line every time they engage up into that front line of the side of F8 for the team Mythic. So he really can't do any damage, especially when he's just being focused down. So they need to find a way to peel for Cure a little bit, get him into that match, maybe kind of set Toasty on the back line. Hope Lauber can survive through everything and they can dive Maguli, take him out in the fight on major DPS that he has.
Yeah, now we're going to see Mercy, Simba look at a group over on this side, start pushing down this mid. It's going to be BKB looking to solo down Grady here. A lot of that early lead has been just mitigated by the objective advantage that we've seen coming out of this team. BKB still going to be playing it relatively cautiously, though, as he should. Those enhanced mids can do a lot of work, but they don't guarantee you these towers.
No, not at all. And Mercy kind of looking for Cure one more time, but doesn't want to push out too much. That might be a possibility if they get a pick here. This might be huge.
Oh my God, they're going to just put everything in more into it. It's going to be ventilated. It's going to be a black hole. It's going to be every button they can click. But now what do you do? Into the next fight, it is going to be a 4v5. Yes, you got the numbers advantage. But onto the other side, it's going to actually be BKB who falls.
Right.
Now this is a big pickup as Grady is going to be able to lock down the solo laner. This all but secures their inhibs.
This does, and with a long death timer like that, there's a lot that F8 could have done with those double buffs, but now they're not able to. You're saying, yeah, they press all their buttons for Mercy on that Seraph, but I want to highlight how Toasty played that. He knew Seraph was going to queue into him. He's the one that uses Bull Rush. He queued back into his team knowing where Seraph's going to land, and without a lot of mobility, they take Mercy out on that Seraph. Nobody's pushing towards Cure. And then you get a solo bolo by Grady. Oh, man. I mean, this is what you're hoping for. They now get to invade this red side, get some more XP to their name, and no type of farm is going back towards this Seraph when she spawns up.
And this is exactly what you want to see if you are a Mythic fan. A 5-on-5, get a little bit of value. Incremental it may be, but it all goes to the same place. Maguli barely gets out. Grady had murder on his mind there as he was looking to make a play onto the carry. It will be Maguli who's able to reset. Sev Lauber going to be doing the same with 2.5 thousand gold.
And he's getting in towards that Frost Guard here, it looks like. And he's a pretty tanky, beefy boy. I just want to point out, Peak right now as well has been just exceptional in this support role. I mean, you talk about long range CC, that stasis ball has been hitting everybody. I mean, the man's like Curry out there shooting 3-pointers, just hitting every single shot. But ladies and gentlemen, we're coming down towards that primordial Fang Tooth. This is a do or die situation for the side of Mythic. They need to get this, and they need to get the kills to correlate with it. If they don't, it's going to be a big problem. Toasty needs to be careful. They're setting up their side.
Oh, no.
This might be a gank.
Bull Rush is going to be down. Active Assault is going to be up, though, into the Void Bomb, as it is temporarily Mercy in hot pursuit. That little engage is going to cost Toasty, the tank, about half of his HP, as now Peak is going to be playing onto the right side. Mercy won't be far behind as the tank in this steal, and Toasty is going to be forced to reset before any fight for this objective can reasonably be had.
Of course here, but they're playing safe, which is good, right? They're kind of holding back. They know they can't get picked off. They know Maguli is a danger. Toasty also needs to utilize his wards here to kind of clear some vision because he's sitting on one right now, which gives him a lot of information. In the meantime, it's going to be that off lane that's being pushed up on the side of Mythic, which gives them an advantage to not worry about one of those lanes. You need to be careful, Lauber.
Full man engaged. Oh my God, where does HP go? Onto the back end, Maguli answers the question to the grave. It's going to be Simba splitting up the fight with BKB over onto the right side. Mercy will be able to fight a fight, but it's going to be that eye out. Let the dust come down, making that double kill all but secure. 4 members are going to rush forward, but only 3 are going to be able to step up. The HP is getting low. Maguli gets a triple, and there's only one man left to tell the tale, and he has his tail behind him as he runs away. Mercy runs him down. We got an ace in game 3.
Oh man, and there's 40 seconds left until anybody can test. This inhibitor is going to go down, and this is not looking good for the side of Mythic.
Dude, you look up for so long, and all you see above you is the glass ceiling. D-Lab, the professors, all these teams that were better than you will look down, because now you're the best. Look up, and there's nothing but stars as F8 sees the throne. They're your champions.
Man, what a sweep coming out of Flowstate, the underdogs of PCC NA Summer Series. They took down every single top contender that everybody thought was going to win. They doubted them, and there's no more doubt left in anyone's minds.
There's no more doubt. There's no more opponents. Maguli and the rest of this squad and F8 killed all of them. Fantastic showing coming out of this team. Really showing if you continue grinding, if you continue working, anything's possible. Now, they're the ones who stand at the peak, and the only thing left to do for us is sign off. This is going to be last for E Squared as we send it to the desk for the post-game breakdown.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much. Great cast, F6 and Ego. 3. That's it. That's all we get. I honestly, really and truly thought that we would get a little bit more. We didn't get as many games as I thought, but we got exactly the amount of drama that I expected. Lance, they lit the server on fire, bro.
And I keep thinking about this, okay? We haven't mentioned it up to this point. Mythic swept their way to this grand finals. They 2-0'd Primal, they 2-0'd Mach 10, and then they get 0-3. What would have it looked like if Flowstate would have played one of those teams that Mythic 2-0'd? Like, clearly, unequivocally, the best team in North America Predecessor right now.
I mean, transitive property is a big deal. Spooky, Lance just said something big. Do you agree?
I don't know if I can agree 100% because, you know, there's always different dynamics between different teams, but I do agree with the overall sentiment that Lance has put down here, right? Team Mythic has shown themselves, not just in PCC, but in other tournaments as well, to be the top dogs. They've been blowing competition out of the water. And quite frankly, Flowstate came in here and they made quite a few statements. 3 statement games in a row, back to back to back. Did not allow any breathing room for the competition. Granted, Game 3, I did think Team Mythic was going to start pulling things back. They looked very good there. But Flowstate, they just have something to dig deeper every time and pull something out.
What I really loved about this was Flowstate played their game. Like, they came through ready to roll. They even played the Revenant post nerf, you know what I mean? How bad, like check it out. I said this at the beginning of the broadcast, and I'm going to say it again here towards the end. The idea, you got to follow the meta if you want to be second or third. You want to be a leader, you got to make the meta, man. And so that's what Flowstate did. They came out and they said, this is what we play. Our support player is our lead singer for now. Like, everybody coming into this one, everybody was like, watch out for Maguli, you know, that's the guy. Watch out for Mercy, that's the guy. Even Big Man Bimba got a couple of footnotes on my notes. But Peak, I mean, that's the dude, if you ask me. But we ain't gonna ask me. We're gonna ask the man himself. Peak joining us here for the post-game interview first and foremost.
Oh my God.
Bro, nice to meet you. Big trophies in the back. You got to put a Predecessor one up there. He can't hear us right now. We'll get him back. Well, soon. They're going to fix all that stuff. But, yeah, I like how man shows up with all these trophies.
Why's my camera?
And he's got a Predecessor one to put up there. It doesn't look that bad, I promise. It don't look that bad.
He looks fantastic right now. He looks absolutely beautiful.
Honestly, yeah.
I can't hear anything.
Not yet. Still not here yet. We're figuring it out. We're getting there. My favorite thing when they can't hear me is it makes it look like I'm talking about a lot. You know, the fish was this big. He's got no idea what I'm saying, but I feel it looks really animated. So then I'm going to look at him and be like, what do you think?
Everything should be
fine. Right now he's panicking. He has no idea what's up.
He's not looking at you at all. I've got.
Oh, hello?
Yo, are you here?
I don't hear anything.
No, not quite.
Oh, wait, now I hear you guys.
Oh, snap. All right, well, okay. Well, all that nonsense, all that crap you were talking, Lance, we got to stop that now because Pete can hear us.
Cut it out.
Pete,
whoa, you're talking shit?
No, don't watch the VOD. Don't watch the
VOD. Brody, first and foremost, you know, like, thank you for being here. All the polite stuff I got to say. Dude, what an incredible performance. Like, you turned out, man. How? Why? Like, is this just what you do?
I don't know, man. I think I'm just born different, not gonna lie. Like, I'm there. I'm in it, bro. I don't know. Like, I'll be honest. I think I was underrated for the longest time. People thought I was like not the greatest player, but it's mostly like I didn't find a team yet that suited me that with my playstyle, because I'm all about W king and playing aggressive. I don't care who I'm up against. I'm gonna run them down and ego check them and try to, you know, like win off that. And Mercy, I click with really well. He plays the same playstyle. Maguli as well. Like all my teammates were amazing. Simba was like the guy who like kept us in place. Like he was like the foundation of the team, in my opinion. So yeah, I would alter them.
Mars?
Well, you've definitely proven quite a lot here today, Peak. I want to talk to you a little bit about what things were like going into this, because obviously Mythic looked fantastic coming in, right? Swept their bracket, came in undefeated 2-0 across the board. But it was a team that you guys had faced previously. This was a song and dance you were familiar with. What were the mentals like going in? Where was the overall mind state of the team? What did things look like approaching this?
I'll be completely honest. We were not that worried about their team. They said it was a fluke. Lauber said it was a fluke, and we just proved it to them. 3-0. It was not a fluke. We actually dominated that series, so that's about it.
I love the dogs. I'm a big fan of the dogs. Like, I've got no complaints about this minor interruption whatsoever. Big fan of the canines. Peak, I want you to know, by the way, that like when I was doing my research and talking to the homies in the Predecessor community, every single one of them told me that it wasn't a fluke. So the fans that like people know. They know that win against professors or whatnot, like they know, man. I guess this just proves it.
Wait, you guys hear me?
Oh, you, Lance. Yeah. We hear you now.
Oh, sorry. Okay, good. Yeah, I said we proved it here first, so.
Yeah. Peak, first of all, I just want to congratulate you once again. I never doubted you for a second. I definitely wasn't talking any crap about you, and that's not a meme. I actually wasn't. I've been singing your praises since the second the grand finals opened today. But I just want to give you a second to kind of shout your team out. You did it a little bit earlier, but the other members of the Flowstate roster played super, super well. I've been a big Maguli guy since he was playing on the West Coast server and was running down all of my solo queue games. I've lost a 3v5 to Maguli once before. You know, Mercy now a back-to-back PCC champion. I just want to give you an opportunity to kind of shout your team out and tell us like why it worked so well with all of you guys together.
We just click. We all are on the same like wavelength. I don't know how to explain. Like we all want to go in and skirmish. Like I remember I used to play with these other people, and like it was always hesitation, and I hated that. And when we started playing together, I was like, oh my god, we're all going in. We're all fighting together. We're all doing what we want to do together. So I was like, oh my god, this is amazing.
I mean, it's a giga aggressive team. Your history in the off lane, moving over to the support, like it's all W key, baby. Looking at the way some of the other teams play, you guys have a unique style, man. Like Flowstate looks different from the other teams from the outside looking in. Can you shine a little bit of a light on that and tell us what makes you different and what the identity is of this new championship team?
I'll be honest, I think we know what we want to draft, we know how to draft, and also I think we're mechanically better than most people in this tournament. That's my opinion. You could take it or not. I think so. I think I'm better than Toasty. I think I'm better than all the other supports. I think Maguli's the best carry. This guy proved it. He was going crazy. I think Mercy is amazing too. Like when game day Mercy is different. Scrim Mercy, we're gonna run it down a little bit. You know, we might do some dumb stuff, but game day Mercy, completely different. So
business time, lock in, man. It certainly worked out. You guys looked fantastic. You looked fantastic. Love to see that great setup support play. So cheers to you, my man. Anyway, I was gonna say, all you.
Well? Yeah. Even BKB. BKB was the one that was always on our asses about like getting scrims, doing draft mocks, and like he was the one that actually helped us do this. If it wasn't for him, I'll be honest, I don't think our drafts would be as good as they were. Like he made it work so well with us. We played our comfort picks, heroes that we thought we were good at, and we kept rotating between them because we knew we could carry on them. So
not just about the brawn, but about the brains as well. So go ahead, Lance.
I got something I want to squeeze in here before we let you go here, Peak.
Yeah.
This is the 11th PCC, but this is the very first one, a meta-sanctioned official one. You have now cemented yourself in the history of Predecessor forever. All of the ones before this were grassroots. You, Peak, my friend, are the MVP of the very first Ometa sanctioned and official Predecessor esport event. How does that feel, and has it sunk in yet?
Honestly, it feels great. I'm super stoked to see what happens. I hope we go to LAN. We'll see what happens, but yeah, I'm happy with my whole team. Like, I would not change anybody. Like, Mercy keeps getting picked up, but honestly, Mercy is incredible. You're crazy to drop that guy. That guy's insane. I fucking love him. So yeah.
I love to see the love for the team for sure, man. You got a chance to thank and shout out everybody on the squad. Anybody else that you want to give a nod to before we let you go?
Senpai, bro. Senpai was there with us when Maguli wasn't able to scrim all those times. Get out. I'm busy. Sorry about that. I have like 9 brothers, so they're all just walking in on me here and there. So yeah. What was I saying again? I forgot.
I was giving you the floor to kind of just give out your thank yous and high fives.
Yeah, Senpai, like I said, Senpai, he was honestly there for us for scrims. He was always there helping us out, helping us like through like how we want to draft as well, and like helping us like give hints to like things that we might forget during game day. I also want to shout out Oba was there too for a couple of scrims. He helped us out too. I like Oba. Oba's a gamer. Who else? It's Coach Salami. He's the best player of all time. You guys don't know Salami, but he's an awesome guy. I fucking love Salami. He's the GOAT. And
I know Salami.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time. You've earned some time off after that one. Great sweep in the finals. And like Lance said, you are the first of many. So congrats and thanks for playing.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Listen, if you want to be top 5, you got to think you're top 3. If you want to be top 3, you got to think you're number 1. And if you want to be number 1, you got to think you're the GOAT. And with the amount of confidence that this dude came in with, it's exactly what this team did, man. Like, everybody came in talking about Mythic and Mach 10 even, right? You know, you've got dudes like Rankinator who have been here since frame 1, and Flowstate are just like, nah, B, it's us. And I respect that, man. Like, you got to come in with that swagger, with that aura. Lance, I mean, this was a really fun one to watch. This is a big moment for you guys. Like you said, this is a giant moment in Predecessor. Having Omeda kind of along for the ride. Shout out to the studio. You know, Lance, I want you to talk to the fans a little bit about this being a chapter moment in PCC history.
I mean, everybody that is in this chat, for the most part, has at least heard of PCC and what we were doing while we were grassroots. You know, we always got a lot of support, a lot of love from him, and a lot of retweets. But to actually have the ability to work together with him, to come together as an actual entity, it's like when you buy a new house and you like lay down some new cement and you get to put your handprint into it and put your little initials right there. Well, it's going to say F8 and it's going to say these 5 members of the team in the cement of Predecessor history forever. And as excited as I am for the fact that we got to do that today and like put the first official champion into the books, I'm even more excited we get to do it tomorrow for you too.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a blast. It was spooky. This was an incredible tournament, kind of jumping up into it and seeing NA do their thing, some surprises, etc. I don't really got a question, man. I want to know how you're feeling and what the vibes are like at the end of today.
I can confidently say that there is no better feeling than being able to contribute and take part in these events, to be part of this community and witness the history that is unfolding. It truly is one of a kind. It's so special and monumental to all of us. I love being a part of it. I love getting to see what happened today, and I love being able to look forward to so many more, starting with tomorrow, but it doesn't end there. We have so much more ahead of us. The road is long, and it's going to be a blast the entire way.
This is the end of the tournament, but it's the beginning of a giant new chapter. NA, done and dusted. Shout out to our homies over at Flowstate for bringing home the big one. We've got Europe going on tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be there or be not around. You know you missing out. For me, all my homies on the desk, the people behind the scenes, and of course, without you, we'd just be us. So thanks for hanging out. We'll see you tomorrow, 8 a.m. sharp. Peace and much love to you.